All right. Good afternoon. Good evening. Welcome to Dragon Warrior 4, Dragon Quest 4 International Community Race. We're going to get started in just a minute. I am here with Hactical. I'm Anatoliu. Hactical is going to help me with commentary today. Hactical, I had you muted. You can say hello again.
Oh, okay. Hello, everybody. So it is now 7 o'clock on the dot. So the runners are getting started with Chapter 1. So looking at our stream layout here, on the left-hand side, we have a couple of the Western runners. We have some Diener and Speedrun Joe. And on the right-hand side, a couple of the Japanese runners, Lind Nushi and Three Leaves Game. And this whole race actually has a total of, I need to actually count, is it 14 runners, it looks like?
Yeah, we have 14 runners today.
Yeah, so big international race, bunch of Western runners, bunch of Japanese runners, kind of a mix of, some Western runners playing the Japanese version, some Japanese runners playing the English version. Gonna have quite the mix here. So they're starting off the run, typical Chapter 1 strategies for anyone familiar with Dragon Warrior 4. Actually, you'll see Speedrun Joe doing a slightly different strategy. But the idea here is that the runners will typically buy a wooden hat, walk on this castle a little bit where they don't get into any encounters to advance the time of day, and then start walking to the next town where they'll want it to be nighttime before getting the town. Strat that Speedrun Joe did actually makes it nighttime a little bit faster, but it changes the shopping a little bit. He won't buy the wooden hat until he gets to the next town. But yeah, so for the start of Chapter 1, they're just going to be running away from fights and doing a little bit of plot setup here. Basically, children keep going missing in town, and the King of Berlin asks his soldiers to help figure out what's going on. To answer a question in chat about the time differences between the two versions, I'd say the Famicom version's probably like 45 minutes faster. I don't know, somewhere between half an hour and an hour faster. I don't actually have like an exact number, but it's pretty significant. It is worth noting that, as you see on stream, the rule set that's being used is sort of a neutralizing rule set. There are some Famicom-specific techniques and glitches. This run is really no major glitches, so none of the Famicom-specific glitches are going to apply. And the main difference with the run is that the Famicom version normally allows using holy water to instantly defeat metal enemies, which does not work on the English Dragon Warrior 4 version, but that technique is not allowed for this race. So they'll have to figure out their own strategies for Chapter 2, whether it's metals or otherwise, and the Babel grind is going to be, pretty equalized in Chapter 5 because of disallowing that technique.
Yeah, so, Joe's up here because he was talking to me about how he's doing a different route through Chapter 1, which is a little bit more of a grind as you go, as opposed to everyone else who's making that beeline for the Sword of Malice. So he's actually going to be getting level 6 before he even goes into the tower, and then he's planning on just going straight through the tower at level 6, grab the sword, get to level 7, and then fight the boss, which is pretty different from everybody else, which is pretty interesting.
That is interesting. I've definitely seen people take fights on the way to this town before, and I'm aware of the strategy of taking the inn at the start, but I don't think I've ever seen someone fully grind for the tower, so I'm really interested to see how this works out. The other thing that some runners might do is there are some safeties that are available in Chapter 1 with getting some extra gold and buying some extra armor. I don't know if we'll see any of the current runners in this race get the bronze armor or not. It takes a little bit of extra time to both get the armor and then get the money and then leave the tower to buy the armor. Joe might actually be able to do that with less of a time loss if he's grinding before the tower. And the advantage is a little bit of extra defense for the chapter 1 boss and potentially the ability to carry some more herbs. But so they got to Ismet. They had to talk to one of the children that were running around at night, and you can also talk to Alex, who got arrested, who's down in the jail cell in the basement. But it's faster to talk to the kid, and then they performed a death warp to go back to Berland, and they're bringing Alex's wife to knock some sense into him. Alex is did some exploring and got kind of I don't remember the exact deal, like lost his memory or got confused or whatever. And yeah, then the wife's gonna remind him who he is, what he was doing, and he's gonna tell us about the well that's hidden south right of the sign that's outside town. The runners are going to start proceeding through the well. That's what the Japanese runners are doing. Diener's just about to go there also. And this well is really important because this is where we find two key things. The first one is going to be the flying shoes, and there's no encounters in this well all the way to the flying shoes, so the runners are going to grab those first. And the idea is that children have been playing around this well. They're hearing this voice that's guiding them to the flying shoes, and the flying shoes will take them to Block Tower, which we'll see shortly. But the other important thing to do in the well while you're here is pick up Healy, who is an AI party member who will join you and heal you. And Healy is both a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, definitely. Healy is really really helpful because yeah, inventory space is limited. You can only carry so many herbs. But Healy also is squishy and sometimes doesn't do what you would expect him to do.
Yep. And Healy, being an AI party member, will not gain any levels or experience, will not be able to equip items, etc. So Healy's got 35 HP and knows the heal spell that he can use in combat. And that's about it.
Yeah, that's about it. So throughout the race today, we'll try to sort of keep track of where everyone is. At the very beginning of the game, there's no obvious advantage. It's not clear, if anyone's ahead, and everyone's honestly really, really close at the beginning. As we get toward the boss in the end of Chapter 1, we'll start to see people either get through or get stuck. And then we'll start to have an idea who's going to be more in the lead. That starts to become clear into Chapter 2, although because of the way that Dragon Warrior 4 is, we can expect to see quite a few lead changes and a lot of position changes, just because eventually luck tends to catch up with you.
Absolutely. And Tilly, you want to give a little bit of history of this international race? Like, I think this is the 6th race. We've had a couple of pretty consistent winners and top finishers.
Yeah, definitely. So, as you can see, we have this as the 6th international community race between Dragon Warrior 4 and Dragon Quest 4, which is essentially between the Japanese speedrunning community and speedrunners in the West, mostly in US and Canada for this game. And essentially what it was just sort of looking to build some connection between the two communities that have a lot of the time just sort of acted quite separately and had different ideas on speedrunning the game, developed a lot of things apart. And it makes sense because there are a lot of version differences between the NES version and the Famicom version, but there's also a lot of similarities. So Crimson, who is helping with the Japanese restream, and I put together kind of like a friendly competition race on RPG Limit Break, I don't know, 2.5 years ago or so. And since then, we kind of just put this together every, I don't know, 4 to 6 months. And this is the biggest turnout we've ever had with 14 runners. Really, really cool turnout. We'll definitely rotate them through on the main mainstream so we can highlight, everyone at least a little bit. But yeah, it's pretty cool. We have people like Linda Nushi, who you can see on the screen here, one of the Japanese runners who has consistently placed in like first, second, or third in every single one of these community races. So extremely strong speed runner, especially in kind of a race setting.
Yeah, and Sumdiner in the top left is usually one of the top finishers in the Western side of things. But we'll see what happens today because, as Anatoly mentioned, there is a lot of RNG. There'll be a lot of lead changes. This game can be a wild ride.
Yeah, it
It
always
does look
is.
it does look like there are a couple of runners picking up the extra gold from the chests in the well. I think I saw Lisan do that, and at least one other person from the full race. I didn't catch who it was. But so there are a couple people that are probably going to be going for some extra armor here in Chapter 1 based on picking that up.
Yeah, one question is always, do you go out of your way to grab the gold and then get a little bit of more armor for the tower, maybe increase your odds of getting through the boss fight? Or do you just try to get there quickly and if you die, you can get back and get a second attempt quickly? Neither way is wrong exactly. It's just kind of different ways to approach it.
Lisan also taking the actual walk out of the well rather than normally the runners will death warp after getting Healy and then immediately go into the tower, but Lisan actually chose to walk out of the well, grab the agility seed on the way out, and is refilling some herbs before going into the tower. So a couple route deviations already.
Yeah, Zarnax is asking about one of the Japanese runners playing English version. So that's not too common for them, although we do see that sometimes in this community race, and it's one of the things that's pretty fun about it. So we actually have some of the Western runners running the Famicom version. Actually, it might just be the Countess doing that today, so I'll bring him up at some point so we can see some of that. But yeah, Lin Danushi, at least one of the other Japanese runners as well is doing the English version.
Yeah, I think Ebby is doing the English version also.
Oh yeah, Ebby Doom. One more too. Let's see, who is that one? I'll get these positions memorized at some point.
Let's see, Linda, Ebby, and Lashiria, looks like.
Yes,
Third one.
Rashidia. Yeah, Rashidia, I think a fairly new runner, but wanted to kind of join using the English version. So that's pretty cool. So something that's kind of special about the race.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, and it's pretty fun, honestly, to play the other versions of these games. Like, it's not a terribly difficult speedrun to do in another language, honestly. The menus are just slow enough that you can typically kind of read things. As long as you learn to recognize the Japanese spells and item names and everything, you can typically read them on the fly pretty effectively, and everything's kind of in the same place. The menus draw a little bit different, so there's a little bit of muscle memory. But they're relatively friendly games to play in another language, in my opinion. I don't speak Japanese really at all, but I have no problem playing the Famicom version of this game. So it's cool to see, runners on both sides experimenting with, the alternate game just to make this, whole event a little more fun and feel a little bit more truly international.
Yeah, it's great, and nice advantage on the Western side too, since if you do play the Famicom version, you're probably giving yourself about a 40-minute time save if you can do it comfortably.
So meanwhile, we have a couple of the runners here, or at least Lisan in the bottom right has made it to the Sword of Malice chest in the bottom of Lock Tower. So they've used the flying shoes, they've walked down through the tower, and they've picked up a very strong weapon. And this is the reason that typically you don't fight anything, except for the route speedrun Joe is doing. Typically you don't fight anything for the beginning part of this chapter because you want to kind of get your setup. You want to have Healy with you to heal. You want to grab the Sword of Malice, which is a very strong weapon, and they also now have access to both an encounter transition, which I'll talk about in a second, as well as a nearby heal tile if they need to restore HP and mana. So this is where grinding becomes a lot more efficient in this chapter. And regarding those area transitions, you can see them kind of just walking back and forth over a transition. They did the same thing earlier when death warping out of the well, and that's because there's a high, I don't know the exact number, is it 25% or 1/3 or something?
And I think it's 1/3.
Chance of getting an encounter every time you cross that transition compared to the normal encounter rate when taking a regular step. So you can get encounters faster by forcing them that way.
Yeah, one of those things that you probably always suspected when you played the game casually. It's true.
Yeah.
But we can use it to our advantage in the speedrun, which is helpful. We do that in a couple spots where we need to grind up a few levels.
Yep. And the runners are going to be grinding in this tower until roughly level 6. Now, some runners may look at level 6 as the, hard and fast threshold. Just go at level 6 no matter what. Some runners might say better chance at level 7 no matter what. But stat gains are random in this chapter, and so your odds of winning really do depend greatly on mostly your HP growth, but also to an extent your strength growth. Getting more strength early helps you clear trash faster and grind faster, and may save a shot on the boss or account for like a weird eyeball roll if it enrages. But strength and HP are going to be the two main stats they're looking for, and some runners might decide to kind of play it by ear and wait until they hit certain, usually like 45 HP is kind of the threshold you look for.
Mm-hmm.
But some runners may have different thresholds for when they'll decide to tackle the boss. But we're looking for roughly level 6.
Yeah, I always tend to use 45 as my threshold. Sometimes it happens at level 5, and sometimes it happens at level 7. So that's just how the game is.
Yep.
I think that, yeah, a lot of people are pretty comfortable. They just plan to go to level 6 or level 7, which makes sense. Especially in a race setting, you might want to take the extra level, which only takes about a minute and a half, and then hopefully reduce your chance of failing to beat the boss, which will cost you more time than that.
Absolutely. So, in addition to being a really strong sword, one thing that you may notice on some of these fights, like the one that Lee-san just took in the bottom right, the Sword of Malice is also usable in combat as an item, and it will cast effectively the Fireball spell as an item. So you're seeing it again here, where Lee-san is using it to clear out the group of healers in one turn, as long as they don't resist, compared to attacking them individually. And there aren't very many fights where that's a useful technique on this bottom floor. If the runners do die and have to retrace their steps, there are a couple group formations on some of the upper floors also, but it is a pretty interesting extra strategy that can be used for certain fights.
Yeah, it's limited utility on the main grind floor, but nice to have as an option, especially if you go upstairs and then you can run into groups of Lilliputz and you might be able to take both of them out. But for the most part, Ragnar is strong and just wants the attack power.
Yep. It can also sometimes be useful at very low levels. If there's a Lilliput that casts Upper on itself, you might have a chance of one-shotting it by using the item.
We are starting to see a couple runners go toward the boss, so both Linda Anushi and Diener are heading toward the basement, where we're going to run into Sorrow's Shadow and the Giant Eyeball.
Yeah, so the boss of Chapter 1 is one of the biggest walls in this game in an RTA standpoint. If you run this game and try to go for PB attempts, you will reset a lot to the boss of Chapter 1. It is very RNG heavy. So there are two monsters. There's Sorrow's Shadow and the Giant Eyeball. And you get Ragnar and Healy and whatever herbs you have left going into the fight. And the idea is that The giant eyeball can attack, or it can defend, or it can cheat and do both. And if it does not defend, you typically beat him in 2 attacks. If he does defend, then you end up getting him to low health. And what happens if he runs into low health is he'll immediately heal himself to 30 hit points and start performing critical attacks on your party members, which will do about 15 damage a hit and very quickly kill either of your characters. So if the eyeball enrages, things will get scary very quickly. Sorrow Shadow himself can blaze, he can emit a fireball, he can cast the fireball spell, and he can do a physical attack. So he's got AoE abilities, and his physical attack will do over 20 damage.
Minanushi, great start. Got the eyeball in 2 hits. Healy kept Ragnar alive. Might just blaze through this on the first try. Looks really clean. Diener also with a really nice start there, actually.
Absolutely.
Really solid. We've got Liss entering the fight as well, right behind them. Getting an eyeball that wants to defend, so a little different.
Actually choosing to use the sword as an item there, it looked like, on the eyeball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just trying to keep it out of that enraging range for as long as possible. It's very interesting. Ooh, it's in there now, though.
There's the enraged eyeball.
And Ragnar's gone. Yep. So not uncommon. At these low levels, success against Sorrow Shadow is less than 50%. So you plan on probably taking the fight more than once in a setting like this.
Linda knew she had Healy die, but was able to finish off the fight.
Yep, really, really good. Diener's looking really, really solid here as well. So it looks like the two of them will advance into Chapter 2 pretty quickly here.
The two of the most successful runners are getting past the first wall on the first attempt, so, you know.
Try to keep an eye on the general overall stream here to see if anyone is close behind.
It looks like Velavi's also fighting the eyeball right now. Ebby is going into the fight. So after defeating the boss of the chapter, there's a couple of plot points that you need to do, but all encounters disappear. So the runners are going back up into the tower in order to get a Chimera wing, and they'll be jumping off to walk back to deliver the kids back to Ismet, and then they'll be using the Chimera wing to return to Berland and report their success to the king, who will reward Ragnar with a bunch of experience points. And I hope you didn't get too attached to Ragnar, because it's going to be quite a while before we see him again.
Yeah, about 3 hours is common. So he's the first person you meet, and then the last person to join your eventual complete party.
Yeah, so for anyone who's not really familiar with Dragon Quest IV, the game is kind of split into a set of 5 chapters. And chapters 1 through 4 all focus on different characters for each chapter. And then in chapter 5, you don't even get to meet the hero until chapter 5. But in chapter 5, you play as the legendary hero, and you'll start reacquiring the party members that you met in chapters 1 through 4. So Ragnar is chapter 1, but yeah, as Anatola said, the last one that you meet in chapter 5. So this XP is just a boost, so that way when you find him in chapter 5, you won't be really far behind everybody else. Over here, let's see. Looks like neither Velavi nor Ebby defeated the Shadow. They're both going back to the tower now. Speedrun Joe is back in the well, it looks like. Perhaps getting some gold for some safety equipment.
Yeah, he went back for the flying shoes, so I think He had to make an early exit just to be safe.
Gotcha.
AT Murdoch. It kind of depends. It's hard to compare exactly. The time save between the version differences is probably somewhere around 40 to 45 minutes. Um, but because no two runs of the game are ever really the same, it's very hard to say for sure. All right, several people in the shadow fight here. Reshley is looking pretty good. Error of Ruto is also looking pretty good. Got the eyeball down.
And in the meantime, a couple of the runners on screen here are also beginning Chapter 2. So in Chapter 2, you play as the Princess Alina, and break out of your bedroom to go off and explore the world. I don't actually remember what the motivation is for you initially leaving besides
She yeah, she wants to prove her strength, and she's not getting the chance to. And it turns out she's right. Oh, Error dying to the shadow. That's too bad.
unfortunate. Still 5 other people in the fight right now.
Yeah.
Looks like Rashiria just defeated the fight.
Yes.
Lisan also.
Yes, good. It's always nice to see people get past the boss in chapter one. Um, it's such a wall, and it's always kind of nerve wracking to have it right at the beginning of the run.
Yeah. And it's definitely a case in like a no reset run where your mentality going into chapter 2 is going to be affected by how lucky or unlucky you were in chapter 1. And that's actually like a really big part of racing these games is being able to adapt your mentality to, don't dwell on things that have happened, don't make more mistakes, knowing if you can take a slightly riskier strategy, but like don't just force all the riskiest strategies because you might get further behind. It's yeah, there's definitely it's a long run and there's a lot of those kind of decisions, and staying mentally focused and on your game for the whole run is very difficult.
Yeah, it's good to just kind of have a solid foundation, slow and steady.
A
Because
question in chat for what flavor are shadow loops? I think they're probably blueberry. I agree. Ew. Nobody wants the blueberry shadow loops.
the Countess taking time away from the Sorrow Shadow boss fight to ask the important questions. Appreciate that. So, some Diener and Lina Nushi here in Chapter 2 are starting up their grind. The goal here is to get Christo up to level 4. He'll learn the upper spell, and that really allows us to get through this first small boss fight at the beginning of the chapter. You can make a fight that's pretty much just physical attacks much safer by having the upper spell, which raises defense of any individual character.
Yeah, I didn't see what shopping they did at the start of the chapter, but there's a couple of different options for how you can start off this chapter. Alina is able to get a feather hat really early, and she can either save that to use it for defense, because it's the best head slot item in the chapter, unless you get incredibly lucky on a metal slime. Or you can sell it for some gold to buy a thorn whip, which will give her a little bit of extra attack. And if you get the thorn whip, you can opt to buy Christo a copper sword also, or leave him with his default club. So there's a couple different like small shopping options. They have an impact on this grind to an extent, and they'll also, part of that decision is going to be based on how the runners want to handle the later part of the grind in the chapter. So I didn't see what these runners did, but as other runners get into chapter 2, just pay attention to that early shop. There are a couple of varieties or variations that can be done there.
Yeah, I think that most of the runners are probably going to keep the feather hat, so they've got that extra defense for the tournament later on. But I always like to see the ones who are willing to sacrifice that for a little bit of extra speed earlier on. Meanwhile, we have a couple more racers who have gotten past the Sorrow Shadow boss fight, Sutefu and Ebi Doom. So a couple more of the Japanese speedrunners. So most of them have made it through at this point, but not quite everyone. But again, in a race with 14 runners, inevitably someone is going to get through quickly, and someone is going to get stuck there for a while.
Yep. Additionally, Vela V and Countess seem to also be through.
Very
Brian
nice.
Rogers is fighting the eyeball. Orthrex is entering the eyeball fight. Shiner's about to enter the eyeball fight. So, still plenty of Chapter 1 action going on.
Yeah, starting to fill out the initial positions here. And like I said, Chapter 2 is an even wilder ride than Chapter 1. So we may see all kinds of things flip. Although our early leaders are some of the most experienced runners of the game as well. So we'll see if they can't just hold on to it as well, because they certainly may.
For sure. Looks like Linda Nushi's level 3, getting close to the end of this initial grind. Want to talk a little bit about the Chameleon Man and coffin blocking and all that sort of thing?
Yeah, so Chameleon Humanoid, which is the first boss fight coming up, is a boss who comes with 2 Rabbit Hounds, and the only spell he actually knows is the heal spell. So he might heal up himself or some of his companions. Essentially, the idea with this fight is, like I said, Christo's gonna cast Upper on Alina, who's in the front of the party, and as well just kind of keep people healed and try to keep them alive. A safer strat to get through the boss fight, which you'll see some runners do, and you'll see some runners decide not to do, is to put Bray in the second position, so that if he dies in the fight, he will protect Christo behind what we call the coffin block. The coffin block is a glitch in both versions of the game that essentially says if there is a dead character anywhere in the party except in the very back, then the character who is in the back will not be targeted by normal physical attacks, which is, quite a few of the attacks in the game and every attack in that boss fight. So the coffin block glitch is utilized heavily throughout the entire speedrun. Anytime you see us putting dead characters in the party and having them, in a position that's not the very back, that's probably what we're up to, is protecting the character in the back and trying to focus a lot more physical attacks on the higher defense, higher HP characters in the front.
Yep. And if we don't see it during the Chameleon Man fight itself, then we'll be seeing it very shortly afterwards. I keep saying Chameleon Man, that's his Japanese name. So forgive me if I use Japanese names for a couple of enemies. I learned a Japanese PlayStation version of this game is my first DW4 speedrun, so I fall back on some of those names sometimes. One thing you won't see me do is I won't be using the modern DS names for anything because I don't know them. Alright, Linda Nushi getting level 4 on Alina. Not quite on Christo yet.
At this point, we have all the runners through the shadow fight, except for... Oh, I paused my timer because I'm hitting my button. I'll fix that in a minute. Except for Speedrun Joe and Erevuto, both getting stuck at the shadow for longer than the others. But it looks like, yeah, maybe this time.
Yeah, and even though this seems like, all these runners are, 10 minutes behind the fastest times out of chapter 1, like if they get through it this attempt or maybe the next attempt, then and it looks like Speedrun Joe is through. Then it's
Very
actually
nice.
like not that bad. We routinely see runners take 40, 45, sometimes 50 plus minutes to get out of chapter 1 in these races. So, getting out of here in like 35 minutes is really, for a race, like it's fine. You don't worry too much about that. It's not ideal, but it's not run ending or race ending either. So Linda Nushi has completed the grind, is now going to enter this Chameleon Man fight. So as Anatolu mentioned, the idea is that Christo is going to be using upper to buff up Alina's defense. With 2 uppers, she takes almost no damage. And they're going to focus down the Rabbit Hounds on the side. Typically, 1 hit from Alina plus an Ice Bolt from Bray will kill a Rabbit Hound. But it's not guaranteed. And also, looks like Linda's choosing to start off with Sap on the Chameleon Humanoid to reduce his defense. Doing that on turn 1 is pretty good idea, because if Bray gets taken out, then you want to have that Sap land first. Linda also did choose to not put Bray in the middle, so got to be a little bit protective of Christo, so choosing to upper Christo. Worth noting that, as you can see, one of Chameleon Humanoid's attacks, one of his physical attacks, is actually a sleep hit, which has a chance of putting you to sleep. Typically, it's one of the few things that once you're really buffed up, that can cause you to lose the fight, is to just, be put to sleep for an extended period of time. But now that it's only the Chameleon Man left, shouldn't have any problem finishing up the fight. I don't even think there was a heal in there, which
Yeah,
is
really
very
clean.
lucky.
Really clean.
Typically under half health, Chameleon Man has like an 87% chance to heal himself or something like that. So it's pretty rare for him to not heal, and he resists Ice Bolt. So it's pretty rare for you to be able to kind of DPS over that heal line and finish him. But worked out great. Diener also in the fight now, using the same strategies. Actually choosing to be a little bit more aggressive with Christo against that second Rabbit Hound than Lindo was. Using Christo's extra damage to guarantee taking it out.
Yeah, Diener tends to be very aggressive in this fight. He doesn't reorganize the party. He just kind of goes straight for it. Keeps Bray around for some extra damage.
Yeah. Also choosing to use physical attacks with Bray for the small amount of chip damage rather than using Ice Bolt, which is a low percent to hit, but bigger damage when it does hit. So another variation there. And Diener's through the fight. Question in chat, is this vanilla? Yes, this is not a randomizer or anything. It is a vanilla race, but you'll see some runners are running the Japanese version and some runners are running the English version, using a rule set that's fair to both versions.
All right, I've fixed the timer, and I turned off my hotkey to reset it. So I usually use the 0 on my number pad, but now when I'm assigning 10th place, I might accidentally reset that. So why don't we not do that?
Let's see, looking at the other racers, what do we have going on here?
Error has completed the shadow fight, so the last person is getting out of chapter 1 now.
Yep, looks like Lisan is about to enter the chameleon humanoid fight. Most other people are still doing their grinding.
So I'm bringing in a different racer real quick. So every once in a while, I'll try to bring in somebody else. So forgive the mess as it happens.
It's a lot to keep track of this many streams at once. So. And it looks like Linda Nushi is doing a little bit of grinding here. So after the first town, after the Chameleon Man, the next step is to come over here to Frenor, and you can do a little bit of grinding before going into Frenor for a couple reasons. One is some experience. It's really useful to get Alina at least level 6. You can also try to get Christo level 6 for a little bit of extra HP and mana. Resources are going to be pretty sketchy, well, potentially pretty sketchy throughout this chapter. There are a few different routing options for the chapter, but the other reason for this grinding is a little bit of gold. So getting level 6 and getting some gold, you'll see all runners do that. But here's where we also might get to see some strategy divergence. So the fastest runs of the game kind of stop fighting everything at this point, rush through the chapter, run away from everything, and try to get to the end of the chapter as quickly as possible to defeat some metal slimes. And I can say with confidence that we will see some runners doing that strategy in this race. Metal slimes can be very fast, but they are very variable. So what you might see instead for a race strategy is you might see runners do some grinding as they go in order to get some XP and gold and do some shopping in some safer areas. It's potentially a little bit slower, but it means that any risk of dying while running through a dungeon or risk of just not finding metal slimes gets much less impactful. Or alternatively, you might see runners do a grizzly saber grind, where they'll still kind of run through the chapter at level 6 or as low level as possible, and then choose to use a specific formation to grind some extra XP and levels, to get some more equipment, to grind on harder monsters. And that kind of splits the difference of you have to do some risky things to set up for the grind, but then the grind itself is pretty consistent. So there's kind of those 3 main options for the routing here in Chapter 2. And I'm assuming that we'll see all 3 options in this race.
I'm sure we will between this many runners. So that's good. I'll try to make sure we've got the variety represented while we're in Chapter 2 here. I know that the Countess will certainly be doing metal slimes. I saw some of Diener's practice run, and it looked like he was doing a safer, a more consistent strat. I don't think he was doing metal slimes. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it looked that way. Yep. So in this town, regardless of which strategy the runners are doing, they're going to do some shopping, get some chimera wings, get some medical herbs, some antidote herbs, some chainmail, maybe a wooden hat. Kind of set up their defensive strategy, their defensive equipment. They'll also do some safe scumming of the life force nuts that they've picked up. So the life force nuts can give you 4 to 6 hit points, and some runners might not save scum them, but you can pretty quickly just reset to force yourself to get 6s for as much HP as possible. And then they're going to continue on to this Golden Bracelet Cave, which is where Linda is now and where some Diener is running to. And the Golden Bracelet Cave, there are a couple of key chests in here. Linda is picking up this agility seed down here on the first floor. The agility seed can be either used for a little bit of extra agility for Alina, which both makes her a little bit faster and potentially gives her a little bit more defense power, which can be useful for the arena. Or it can be usually can be saved for later, and you can kind of decide of like, do you need to sell it for some revival money? If so, you can use that as a backup along the way, and then, you know, if you still have it by the time you need it later, then you can decide to use the agility seed. So it gives some options. There's also a chest with some gold in here. Typically, you won't see runners pick that up until later on. And deep in this cave will be the golden bracelet, which is a required plot progression point.
Yeah, a couple runners might get that gold early if they're doing the grind as they go strat, where they'll often dip into the cave to get the gold and then actually come back for the golden bracelet once they've got a little bit of strength and levels. And they can get Christo a better weapon a little earlier. For example, I think Zytoriak is doing that. Um, so we'll see if maybe we bring him up in a little bit.
Sense? And you can see now the coffin blocking technique for 3 of the runners on stream in full effect. Focusing attacks onto Alina in the front line, and Christo just being able to attack and heal from the back without fear of getting owned. Does look like runners are taking some fights as they are advantageous to do so.
And pretty much everyone who's not doing the metal slimes is probably going to be doing that, just because every little bit of experience helps if you need to be taking, you know, a few dozen fights to get where you need to go anyway. Whereas if you're just looking for 2 metal slimes, then you don't need the little additions to get you along your way.
Ooh, Linda running into the orcs.
Ooh.
So these orcs actually have a special attack that has an equal chance of targeting every party member. And that means that it ignores coffin block, and 3 of them hit Christo, who thankfully lived with 1 hit point.
Oh, they're back again.
Oh no.
And Krista's down.
It's deep enough in the cave that it's probably okay. Alina does have some medical herbs for herself.
Yep. Yeah, he's keeping her healed completely to max HP in this room now, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the typical strategy is to pick up the golden bracelet and then perform a death warp. And so it can be faster to not leave your HP all the way at full to make the death warp faster, but then you put yourself more at risk. And with only Alina alive, definitely makes sense to just stay as safe as possible.
Yeah, so I kind of mentioned when we were in chapter 1 that sometimes through part of the chapter it's hard to tell, who's ahead of whom, and chapter 2 is going to really be that way because of so many diverging strategies to get through the chapter. So until we see runners start to get through the tournament, it is not going to be clear in many cases who is exactly ahead of whom. So don't rely too much on these positions, at least until we're out of chapter 2, is my recommendation.
Absolutely. Countess clearing the Chameleon Man fight. Went for some ice bolts with Bray, but only saw him hit one of them. Got a couple heals from the Chameleon Man.
Yeah, coming out of that fight with Bray alive and Christo dead is not exactly what you want. Because pretty soon after here, you're actually going to want Bray dead to have the coffin block so you can more easily get through some of those later dungeons. He's going to have to revive Christo here.
Yeah, it also means that Christo lost out on that XP, which means that Christo is still going to be level 4 instead of level 5. Not really any chance of getting level 6 off of, a little bit of grinding outside of Frenor. So Christo is going to be both squishier and have less MP to heal while running their way through the chapter. Keener grabbing those gold coins now. It's like Linda dipping back in to do the same.
And this is kind of interesting because it was actually pretty common that all we saw in the West was either grinding on Grizzly Sabers or the Metal Slime grind until a little bit more recently, and you've seen a lot more Western runners do what some of the Japanese runners have done for a long time, which is take a lot more fights along the way, and just sort of progress a little bit more slowly and steadily through the chapter. Um, and
Yeah,
now, yeah, you're seeing actually quite a bit of that.
yeah. Dr. Mr. Holmes was the first runner that we really saw in the West kind of start taking up this strategy as a primary means of getting through the chapter. And that combined with these international races where, as Anatola mentioned, many of the Japanese runners have been doing this the whole time. It's kind of led to a lot of just like collaboration and evolution of, little details for the strategies for what order to do things and which fights to take and where to grind. And, these strats are being even more optimized as runners get better at doing them.
Yeah,
And one big part,
Dr.
one
Mr.
big part
Holmes
here
is
that
oh, go ahead.
sorry, I want to point out Linda Nushi just bought a boomerang, which is a big part of the grind as you go strategy because
Mhm.
it will hit all enemies.
Yep. Dr. Mr. Holmes is on a plane to Australia right now, but he said he would be playing on the plane, so he's in the race in spirit. Hopefully, he reports his time back to the rest of us, and we can hear how he did.
Looking at the full race right now, looks like a couple people are still. Error's still doing the grind before Chameleon Humanoid. I think everybody else is through the Chameleon Humanoid. So, yeah, everybody's pretty close, honestly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. After we get through chapter 2, there are still like some big RNG walls. For example, the lighthouse, metal babble grind. So there'll be plenty of opportunities for things to still go awry, or huge comebacks to come through. But they are spaced out a little bit more than we see at the very beginning of the game here.
Linda Nushi making it nighttime. So, when you first get to Frenor, you find this scene in the inn the of the Princess Alina and her companions, which you know to be false because you're the Princess Alina, and they're looking for this golden bracelet. And so you bring them the golden bracelet. They're kind of hiding out here at night, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're actually just an actress," and they trade you the thief's key for giving them that bracelet. And anybody who doesn't know the story, kind of just remember about this bracelet. Like it does come up again a little bit later. Countess will explain at length of why the DS version is a problem with the golden bracelet. But it is an important plot item. So even though it's kind of just seems like an off the cuff of, oh yeah, we're getting this valuable thing from a chest. It actually does have implications for the larger game later on.
Yeah, it seems
We'll
like
talk
it's
about that when we get there.
just kind of a MacGuffin to let you get the thief's key, which allows you to get in the next dungeon. But yeah, it turns out it's actually important. But Alina doesn't know that.
Yep.
She's just here to be a hero.
She just wants to punch things. Like, I don't know. I can respect that.
She's great at it too.
Yeah. So the runners are eventually setting up to do. And again, this kind of depends on their strategies for grinding versus of when they want to grind versus do they grind early, do they grind later, is they're setting up to attack Birdsong Tower. So Birdsong Tower is got at the top of it the Birdsong Nectar. So you find out the king has lost it. The king of Centime has lost his voice, and there's a bard that will tell you that he had trouble with his voice before and was able to cure it with this Birdsong Nectar. So you're going to the top of Birdsong Tower to find that, and the tower itself is very dangerous. There's a bunch of floors, and there are monsters at the top with very strong area of effect abilities, the butterfly dragons and the pteranodons in particular. And so, some runners who do grind as you go might go all the way to level 10 or even 11 before going into birdsong just to give themselves the most chance of getting through it. Um, some runners might just go at level 6, which it looks like Linda Nushi's doing here, and just rely on running away. Um, if runners do a grizzly saber grind, they'll actually come back here later to fight these grizzly sabers. You saw on screen for a quick second. And on the way up, there's also 2 treasure chests, one of them containing 1,200 gold and one of them containing a seed of strength that are going to be required for kind of finishing your setup for the tournament. But some runners may choose to get that on their first trip up, which allows you to spend the gold for equipment really early. Some runners may choose to do a second dive in later on, especially anybody doing metal slimes will probably skip those chests and come back for them later because the equipment isn't really needed for the metal slime grind.
And
So,
and at that point, if you're gonna do the metal slime grind, then Bray is going to learn the outside spell because he'll actually be alive to get the experience, unlike most of the grind as you go techniques. And so it's much faster to just pop in there at a higher level, grab the chests, and then cast outside rather than walking back out to wherever you need to go. So
yeah, this chapter is super interesting because it really is, in my opinion, it's like a mini DQ game. Like you have your physical character, you have your mage, you have your healer. Like you've got a typical RPG composition. You have lots of like grinding decisions and equipment decisions. Like it really is. It feels like a DQ game, just in like a bite size, versus chapter 1 where you're kind of just playing the fighter, and we'll see the other chapters later, but I think this chapter is like most people's favorites. At least it was my favorite because of that. Because you get the well-rounded party and you can kind of take advantage of so many different, sets of abilities.
Countess popping over to grab the magic potion. Nice. Rarely seen.
Yeah, rarely seen, but useful. It's
Yeah, it really can be as like a kind of emergency measure. A lot of the time, what gets you in some of these longer dungeons is your healer running out of MP.
yeah, and so having that magic potion both, it takes up less inventory than a bunch of herbs. So if you're full of herbs, like the potion, I think it gives like, I don't know, 10 to 15 MP. So it might give you 3 to 5 heals, extra heals. So, that's for inventory slot efficiency. That's better for menuing efficiency. You don't have to buy as many medical herbs necessarily. So, yeah, it's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, we've mentioned inventory and menuing a couple times, and this is one of the early Dragon Quest games, and so you only have, in this case, 8 inventory slots on each character. You don't have a bag; they have not yet invented bags, and so you do need to really think about what you're going to keep in those 8 slots. And in certain chapters, certain parts of the game, it matters a lot more than others. But there are definitely parts where, yeah, your your inventory space is pretty valuable real estate. So we are
Yeah.
always thinking about that.
And just like menuing speed, the menus in this game are not, they're not slow, but they're not terribly fast. They're not like a modern DQ game or something where you can turbo and fly through menus instantly. So characters have to use items, like if you want to use a medical herb, it has to be on the character you want, like a living character, and you can't just use items from the bag. So there's a lot of times if something goes south, then you need to be like trading around a bunch of items, and things might be at the bottom of your inventory instead of at the top, and it can really all just compound into, you might have to heal yourself, and instead of taking 3 seconds to use an herb at the top of your inventory, it might take you 25 seconds to trade items around and menu to the bottom of your inventory. And
Yeah, one of the things that always frustrates speedrunners of this game, it happens to everybody at some point, is realizing that the game likes to put Bray at the very bottom of the spell menu, and he's the person whose overworld spells you end up using the most for
yeah,
return spell and outside and all these things.
And the menus do not wrap around in this, so you have to scroll all the way from the top to the bottom. Ray being at the bottom is actually really convenient in the remake because of menu wrapping.
All right, Diener grabbing that strength seed. We saw Linda already grab that earlier, but there are 2 strength seeds in this chapter. Unless you get a very, very lucky drop from a Bromard. We'll see if anyone gets one of those. But one of them is in the bazaar here in that pot, and then other one is the one that Hactical mentioned at the top of Birdsong Tower. And we're gonna grind both of those out with save scums to get the maximum 3 strength from each of those. Just because as we get closer to the tournament, Alina's stats, and really importantly her strength stat, come to define your odds of success of getting through the tournament at the end of the chapter.
Yep, and it's also a case where you might see some variation depending on which routes the runners are doing through the chapter. Because if they're if they're grinding as they go, then they really want that strength as early as possible. They will grind them for 3s right away. If the runners are doing metal slimes, they might actually hold on to the seeds until after the grind, because sometimes you can get away with only getting a 2 and a 3 rather than needing both 3s. The way formulas tend to work in DQ is usually roughly damage being attack divided by 2 minus defense divided by 4. So every 2 points of attack will give you 1 more damage, and every 4 points of defense will take off a point of damage. It's not always quite that exact, but the idea being that even numbers matter more, or what matter for attack power. So if you're at 41 strength or 43 strength, like going from 41 to 42 matters, but 42 to 43 like doesn't help. So you can kind of play the numbers a little bit there if you want to, if you save your strength seeds for later.
Yep, it's one of those things to pay attention to for sure. And that we'll also probably see that create some division in the runners as they see what their strength gains have been on Alina through all their levels, and they decide if they are comfortable going to the tournament at level 11 or if they need to go up till 12. In a race like this, it tends to be about half and half who decide to keep going to 12 or who decide to go at 11.
Just taking a quick look here at the other racers, but it looks like, kind of it's a lot of the same stuff that we've seen. We've got Northrex in the Golden Bracelet Cave. We've got Countess here going to turn in his Golden Bracelet. We've got some people grinding.
Lissan is in Birdsong Tower. Yeah, everyone's still actually staying very close for the race overall. It's kind of surprising. At this point, you would often see even more spread than this, just because of what Chapter 1 does to people. But, everyone finished Chapter 1 within 15 minutes, and a lot of runners finished within 10 minutes of each other. So within Chapter 2, there's easily, half an hour of variation of what the chapter might do to you.
Yeah, easily. A very fast run at this point would be, already in the Metal Slime grind. Runs have killed Metal Slimes at this point at Endor, if they're fast enough. And, no one's quite there yet. So no one's taking like a commanding lead at the moment, and no one's really falling super far behind.
Yeah, indeed. Diener, who is, one of the leaders, and Lena Nushi kind of in the lead, both at level 7 on Alina. Speedrun Joe has Alina at level 6. I see that Ebby Doom has Alina at level 7 as well. So yeah, there's a lot of runners who are very, very close to each other right now. And overall doing a lot of the same things. We do have Countess making that early rush for Birdsong Tower that we talked about, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, there are a couple of Western runners at least who have committed to wanting to do the Metal Slime grind, which is, kind of a risky strategy for races. You could end up getting a pretty significant advantage if you get lucky. On average, you're going to end up about the same, and if you get unlucky, you could potentially lose a ton of time Kind of a similar average, but a higher standard deviation of times, basically.
Right. Yeah, I think the two of these international races that I've done against some Diener and Lina Nushi, one of them I came out way ahead of both of them because I did metal slimes, and one I came out way behind because I did metal slimes. So
uh,
it's
and
definitely a roll of the dice.
and also worth noting is that depending on where these runners choose to grind, they may still, even doing grind as you go strategy, may still encounter metal slimes and have the opportunity to take them out for big XP.
Yeah, the area around Endor is not the easiest place to grind in the chapter. There are some pretty tough formations, and sometimes it can be slow. A lot of time, it's easier to grind around the bazaar, where you might get groups of monsters that are a little bit easier to take down, more susceptible to things like Kristo's surround spell, things like that. Um, but yeah, if you do run Endor, you do have that added chance of maybe you can take out some metal slimes. And as you get to higher levels, it does get easier to fight some of those more difficult formations over there as well.
Yeah, you'll usually see runners go to at least level 9 um, before even considering going to Endor, and also have enough money to buy Kristo a stronger weapon um, to be able to better deal with the formations out there. If runners do decide to try that. Looks like Countess is not only doing the early birdsong, he's also doing the early string seed and gold chest here.
Yeah, so this is like high risk, high reward. If he's able to survive this, which he barely did right there, um, he doesn't have to double dip the tower, which is a nice, I don't know, 2 or 3 minute time save later on. But it is a lot to get through this entire tower on the resources of Christo. He's only got 3 heal spells left, and there's still a lot of tower to go. I wonder if he'll go downstairs and use the inn before he tries to climb to the top.
He does have that magic potion, so
Oh,
he
he
will
does have
have
the
a
magic
little
potion.
bit.
Yeah,
He will have a little bit more endurance than he might otherwise.
that's true. In that case, yeah, there's no reason for him to go downstairs. He should just crack on. That's actually a really nice use of that potion I never thought of.
I'm definitely gonna have to, you know, joke about a little bit that he's choosing to do some safety strats in Chapter 2. Countess is an avid believer in get to the high reward stuff as quickly as possible. But choosing this magic potion is looks like it's got the potential to actually really give him pretty good safety.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring Lisan back on the stream here for just a minute because they are doing the Grizzly Saber grind, and it's the first person I see doing that.
Hmm. Yeah, so the Grizzly Saber grind, these are the enemies that you find in the early floors of Birdsong Tower, and they have a high probability of calling for help. You can only fit 4 of them on the screen, and so the idea is that you can get into one fight, and you can keep letting them call for more Grizzly Sabers. And with one encounter, you can get, you know, 15, 20, 25 kills, and get a huge amount of golden experience with relatively low risk because of that coffin blocking technique. You basically parry with Alina at the start of the fight, you buff her up with upper, and then she takes minimal damage. It is a little bit risky because the Grizzly Sabers can critically hit. The way critical hits work in this game is that they'll basically just do their full damage ignoring defense. So it's not like a double damage or anything like that. It basically uses what your attack power is at a range around that and ignores defense. So any kind of upper that you give her does not give her extra survivability for critical hits. So if you get crit twice in a row, or if you let her drop too low of HP, you can be at risk a little bit. So it looks like Lisan decided to end the fight after a fair number of kills, coming down here to take the inn, kind of cashing out the XP that they had earned before getting crit, and then we'll continue to do some more grinding.
And still got about 300 experience from that one fight, which is really, really nice. It's about a quarter of a metal slime. So worth several any of the other fights you might find in this chapter.
Yep. And usually the key to the Grizzly Saber grind. Usually you get to about level 9 with Alina, depending on what other fights you've taken, but the real key to this is typically getting, you typically want 1250 gold in order to buy Christo a Morning Star at Endor, which will let him help out a lot more in the fights around there. So, kind of two main benefits to doing this Grizzly grind. And Lisan is also taking other fights that come up along the way, it seems. So, just kind of taking what they can get. Curing poison from those poison lizards. That'll be a poison in in DW4 will be a recurring topic. DW4 loves throwing poison enemies at you in inopportune areas, just wasting time having to cure it. And Danushi's got a Grizzly Saber battle of their own. One of the key points to the Grizzly Saber fight is also knowing like when to end the fight. You know, Christo's MP is an issue. How many medical herbs you have is an issue, but if you typically, if you want them to keep calling for help, you leave 2 of them on screen so they call for help faster. But if you're close to ending the fight, you might want to not have 2 on screen, and sometimes you'll try to be ending the fight and they'll just be furiously calling for more help, and you'll actually be afraid that you're going to run out of resources and die because they just keep calling for help over and over. They do, as you may notice, the Grizzly Sabers, on the turn that they get called in, they also get an action. So it's not like, you know, calling for help loses an action of the turn. You know, they still get to attack too, so. Oh, Countess has a Metal Slime on screen. Let's see if he gets it. This is the early Metal Slime. This is the, before getting to Endor Metal Slime. It's sticking around. It's Christo's down, but if Alina gets the kill, Alina does not get the kill. That's unfortunate. So Countess is just going to reset to a safety save. Because it doesn't really have a whole lot of gold to revive Christo right now. So just going to walk back to the teleportal and try that again. But yeah, so there's the first taste of Metal Slime. So the idea is that Countess is going to go to Endor as quickly as possible, revive Bray, make a safety save, and take fights in the area outside of Endor, like where he just was, which is full of really dangerous enemies, but has about a 10% chance of a Metal Slime showing up, and the Metal Slimes can have 3 to 4 hit points, and it's, I think, a 1/3 chance of doing 1 damage to them, or 2/3 chance of doing 0 damage to them when you swing at them. Unless you get a critical hit.
Yeah, I was going to say, plus the chance of getting a critical hit, which is 1 in 64 for Bray and Christo, and Alina has a special mechanic for her critical hits, which is her level divided by 256. So at level 4, she's the same as everyone else, and then after that, she just gets progressively more likely to get critical hits.
Yep. So, yeah, so Countess is just, like I said, he reset. He's going back to try to make it to Endor again. And then he's going to be looking for Metal Slime. So kind of keep your eye on Countess's screen. It's basically all you're going to see is, you know, he's going to get into encounter and either run away or reset the game to, you know, kind of heal himself up more quickly and try for more encounters. But whenever you see a Metal Slime show up on his screen, pay attention, because that's what he's looking for. That's all that matters right now is, does the Metal Slime show up? And does he get the kill?
Yep, and this is one of those things that, because we've got the couple runners who are going to be fighting Metal Slimes, I think for sure the Countess and Error of Ruto, it's an opportunity for them to jump way ahead if it goes well for them. So even though Error came out of Chapter 1 around the 40-minute mark, he could save significant time with just some good luck here.
It's also worth noting that the Metal Slime grind is very much the easiest option for Chapter 2. Like, if you're learning the run, it's one less thing you have to learn and know, right? Like, there's a lot of optimization that can go into a grind as you go route in terms of how much money you need and where you fight things and what your strategies are for the many formations that you'll run into. When you need to, turtle and buff up versus when you just need to be as offensive as possible.
Mhm.
Metal Slime grind, you kind of just you run away, you get to Endor, and you run out there and look for metals. Um,
Yeah, pretty much. It's there's always a little bit of optimization you can do inside of it, just around, how quickly
uh-oh.
should you reset and Cowanus lost his save file. Looks like um, it's a Famicom issue. Back to chapter 1. Ooh. Okay,
That's brutal.
that's brutal. All right. Well, technical issue. I think it's sabotaged by the metal slimes personally.
Yeah, it looked like when he reset the game, he got the message about the save file being corrupted.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, save file corruption can be I don't know. It's not like an uncommon thing on the NES, I suppose, but usually there's certain things that will cause it, like quickly power cycling. The console can cause it, or um, sometimes if you reset like during a save event or something like that at the wrong point. But it's pretty rare for it to happen just like out of nowhere like that.
Yeah, very unfortunate. But we are dealing with consoles from the 1980s.
Yeah. Plus, Countess is playing this Famicom version on his NES. There's typically adapters involved and that sort of thing, so a couple
Mhm.
different points of failure. So, unfortunately, looks like Countess is going to have to drop out of the race. That's pretty sad.
Yeah, it's too bad. We will still get to see some metal slime grinding with Eruruto when he gets to Endor, which is not too far off, I don't believe.
Looks like he's. Mm, I see Bray alive. Looks like he's in. Yeah, he's in Endor now. He just did a save, so he's actually beginning
I'm just getting
Metal
started.
Slime grind right
Very
now.
nice. So I brought Zytoriak onto the stream here for a minute. Zytoriak is grinding outside the bazaar before heading into Birdsong, which is a little different from what some of the others are doing. But like I mentioned before, he's doing the route that's closest to what Dr. Mr. Holmes developed, kind of that really pure grind as you go. So I just kind of wanted to bring that out and highlight that for a minute. Specifically looking at, there's a couple different encounter zones around the bazaar, and you use them at different points in the grind. So there's kind of the eastern zone and then the western zone. On the eastern side here, you'll get more small groups of things like Cordras, like we just saw there. Whereas if you go to the west side, you're going to see um, like groups of 6 Sandmasters, for example, which is actually a really lucrative fight, but can be a little bit dangerous if you're not quite ready for it.
Yeah, meanwhile, Diener looks like he's been doing most of his grinding up around Frenor, which is not like a much safer area, but also much less lucrative.
Yep.
Lindanushi still fighting Grizzly Sabers.
Yeah, Lindanushi actually having a really efficient grind here, up to level 9, keeping pace with Diener. So those two are honestly staying neck and neck this whole time, which is cool to see. Okay, yeah. So Error is looking for metal slime. So give me just 1 minute. We'll bring Error onto the stream here.
I think North Rex will also be doing Metal Slimes.
Oh, really?
Looks like
Oh,
he's
good.
in Endor right now. Like he's going towards reviving Bray, so I'm assuming that's the case. I'm not entirely sure if he's been getting XP as he went or not, but
All right, we'll keep an eye on that as well then. It's always since we are doing a Dragon Quest speed run, we are here for the metal slimes.
very much in the spirit of Dragon Quest RTA. Many DQ runs live and die by the Metal Slime look. How often do they show up? How often do they run away? And this game is no exception. And regardless of whether or not runners do the Metal Slime grinding in Chapter 2 versus a grind as you go route, like, Metal Slimes will matter for a lot more of the run than just this, both good and bad. So, you won't see the last of them here.
Absolutely not. Yeah, we'll see in chapter 5 metal enemies at several points along the way. Either taunting us or giving us what we want.
Looks like Countess is trying to look to see if he has backup saves or something available, perhaps, to potentially continue from, but so far is not finding anything.
Looking at all the runners here, I see quite a few of the Japanese runners doing the Grizzly Saber grind. So Lina Nushi, Ebi Doom, Rashilia,
Sutefu,
Sutefu is also doing it. Yeah. Worth mentioning, Sutefu and Brian Roger are both streaming on Nico Live. So bringing them onto the stream is a little more. It's not quite as smooth as bringing all the others on. So I'll bring them on if they kind of are doing something that's really going to be interesting and special, and that may happen. Or maybe later on when we're um, going through boss fights or something like that. But it's not quite as smooth as switching out all the Twitch streamers.
yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if so Brian Rogers is a well-known Dragon Quest speedrunner in Japan, and he's known for doing some just like crazy, wildly different strategies in DQ3 every now and then. I don't know about recently. He's not a runner that I typically follow, but there have been some events where he's just like pulled something completely out of nowhere. So I didn't even realize he played Dragon Quest IV until this race. But if anybody was going to do something out there, I could see it happening from him.
Yeah, pretty cool. And one thing that's actually really cool about the race we have today is how many prestigious people are in the race. On the western side, we've got several people who are have had the record or are in the top 5. Some Diener is the previous world record holder. So is the Countess. Erev I think has 4th on the leaderboard right now. Bunch of really strong times.
And we have the world record runner himself doing commentary.
Yeah.
Anatolio.
Yeah, thank you. And then we've got on the Japanese side, Lina Nushi, who we mentioned, is a really amazing runner at this game, both on the Famicom version, different categories, and has, I think, the best, or at least one of the best, Dragon Warrior 4 times from any Japanese runner as well. Both he and Ebi Doom have actually played on the English version quite a bit, and have some times that if they submitted it to the Western leaderboards would probably be in the top I don't know 6 or 7 times. So have actually spent a good amount of time with both the Japanese and English versions of the game, which is very cool. Sometimes you see people run both their own language and a different language version, but it's pretty rare to see some of the Japanese runners actually take on the English version. It's pretty cool. It also just kind of goes to show that Dragon Warrior 4 is kind of a special game in the series in that way, since you actually will have some Japanese speedrunners actually play it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting because Japan has gotten over the years just like all of the same versions of the games that we have and more. So it's pretty common to see Western runners running Japanese versions of Dragon Quest, like the Super Famicom games, for example, because we just didn't get them in English. Um, but it's pretty rare for, with other games in the series, for the Japanese runners to have any reason to play English because they already have that version available in their own language. Um, and this international race really brings that together. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah, one of the things that's pretty special about this, and I mentioned Crimson, Crimson San, who is really kind of the primary organizer of this race. Also has been a Japanese speedrunner of many Dragon Quest games for several years. Um, so he's someone that comes to this with a lot of experience. Has been really interested in the history. Has done a lot of documenting of speedruns and comparing different routes and strategies from different regions. And has been a really primary player in helping connect the communities.
Yeah, and it's been really successful too. In addition to these international races, some of these runners are ones that you've seen. Crimson, Lee-san, I think maybe Linda, maybe some others have participated in other like Western Dragon Quest events or speedrunning events, like our DQRTA marathons, or the most recent Questing for Glory had some Japanese runners playing some Super Famicom games. Um, so, these international events have actually had, a bigger impact than just these races. It's really helped, kind of the communities come together a little bit beyond just DQ4.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty fun, and it's cool that you've had some of these runners not just stream on Nico, which is kind of the Japanese live streaming service, but also come over to YouTube and Twitch and be a little bit more accessible to the Western audiences, because that's helped us not only learn how to do some of these speedruns quite a bit better. That's part of it, but also just allows us to kind of build those connections, which is pretty special because honestly, we all really love Dragon Quest, and it's fun to sort of be able to come together and celebrate that.
Yeah, and it's also pretty nice to have more runners playing on a slightly more modern streaming platform. Anyone who's tried to watch Japanese runs in the past to find like world record times or learn strategies, it's been a lot easier to do that when people were kind of playing on the same platform versus having to scour the depths of Nico to try to find VODs that may or may not even exist anymore.
Yeah, you look at the leaderboards for some of the Japanese speedruns, like Dragon Quest 3 is a great example. It's amazing how many of the really top posted times don't have a video that's accessible. Hopefully something we will get better at over time, but it is definitely a difference. Sometimes it's just impossible to find those runs.
Yeah. In the meantime, here we got some runners level 10. Usually about an hour and a half is like a pretty good benchmark for when we're looking at people to start hitting level 11 and
Oh, Air's got a metal slime.
preparing for the tournament.
Runs
So probably pretty soon we'll see that. So the end of this chapter doesn't have like a traditional one boss like the chameleon, or not the chameleon man, the Sorrow Shadow from chapter 1. The actual final boss of this chapter is a tournament that you need to go through, and it can only be done with Alina by herself. So despite the fact that you have a well-rounded party throughout the chapter, Alina has to go into the tournament alone, and using nothing but her strength and her medical herbs, find a way to emerge victorious through 5 battles in a row. And so a couple things that are really important are, as we mentioned earlier, Alina's stats as she's leveling up. So, for example, Linda Nushi right now is at least 75 hit points at level 10.
Yeah, 77, I think, which is great.
Yeah, which is really good. So HP and strength are the 2 stats that they're looking at. I don't know what her strength is at, but yeah, your success rate in the tournament is going to be wildly variable based on how good your stats are. If you have poor stats, it'll be very common to go to level 12. And even with good stats, even with level 12, like, there's a lot of luck involved with getting to the tournament. It's not guaranteed. You might get up to a 50-50 or 60% success rate with really good stats, but
Yeah. At the end of the tournament is always Lingwar. Um, and I think probably everyone who's ever played this game remembers Lingwar because it's just such a unique and memorable fight, and it is all about luck.
Linda just stopped into the casino to buy some casino coins.
Yeah, one difference in the grind as you go or Grizzly Saber grind strats for Chapter 2 is you actually end up with quite a bit of money, and money doesn't carry over from one chapter to the next. So there's a couple things you can do if you want to do something later with that money. One thing you can do is deposit it into casino coins, because those will carry over into later chapters. The other thing you can do is turn it into equipment, because your characters will actually carry that over into subsequent chapters, and maybe you can sell that later on. So it's pretty common to see a lot of the runners who aren't fighting metal slimes cash that into casino coins, and maybe they'll take it back out later in chapter 5.
Yep. And the other common thing is stocking up on consumables that they might need later. You'll typically see at the end of Chapter 2 runners stock up on some holy water. That'll be useful in Chapter 5 when they rejoin the party. So, yeah, final leg of the grind here for some of these runners. Diener's back in Birdsong Tower getting the treasure chests.
Yeah, I saw him check Alina's stats as he walked into Santine Castle earlier. So he's keeping a close eye on, I imagine, especially her strength stat, to see how far he might need to go.
Yeah,
one
for
thing,
sure.
one thing you can also do, if you're not going for metal slimes.
At 84 HP at level 10.
Oh wow, yeah, Xena and Linda have the most amazing race luck sometimes. I swear it's. That's gonna help. If you have high enough HP, you can survive a couple extra turns in the tournament, and it can make up for lower strength. So that's cool. What I was gonna say is something you can do too if you're really trying to hone in on good stat values, and you're not fighting metal slimes, is you can save before the level up that's about to come, and kind of save scum that level until you can get the right strength up. Since nothing's predetermined, it's all actually frame based. So if you get only 3 points of strength and you're hoping for 4, you can reset, just get the next fight and try again, and that can often save you some time if it's gonna allow you to take one fewer attempt at the tournament, for example.
Yeah, and one thing I'll mention to kind of go along with the talking about things being frame based is one topic that comes up a lot among runners is whether or not this grind can be manipulated in any way to get metal slimes. And the answer to that is extremely complicated and mostly a no. Every save file you have, even if you resave the game with the same stuff, is going to have a different seed. When you power cycle in NES, you're going to boot up in one of many different states. So with like frame perfect inputs, you can manipulate an outcome sometimes, but the inputs are very difficult to turn and move frame perfectly, and you have to find your manip every run. So every now and then you'll see a runner. Anatolo actually has done this the most of anybody that I've seen. Try to find a manipulated metal slime and repeat it during this grind, and it's got the potential to stabilize your grinding a little bit, because you can manipulate also the results once you're in combat, as long as you hold the same inputs. But
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's not the kind of thing that's gonna help you get a world record for sure, because you just need to get lucky. And it is a lot of work, because yeah, it's not like for example, some of the earlier Dragon Quest games where you can actually know the manipulation ahead of time and cause a metal slime to spawn and maybe even get a predetermined critical hit. You do have to map it out as you go along, which is pretty tough. But with practice, it's at least somewhat doable to add some stability to a run. So it's actually how I like to do races and marathons. I did it on the Retrothon Marathon on RGL TV a couple months ago. If anyone wants to see it in action, I guess. Error just having all these metal slimes run away. Getting no luck on that front.
Nope. In the meantime, in the top right, we have Linda Nushi beginning the tournament. So the first opponent of the tournament is Han, who usually pretty easy. You just kind of mash attack. Typically use one herb after the fight. And that's pretty much it. The second fight here is Rorik. Rorik is actually a fight where your HP matters a lot because it will determine if you need to heal during the fight. Also, whether Rorik decides to defend, which is kind of a free turn for some damage. Looks like Linda finished Rorik up with a crit, which is even better, so one medical herb will get him back to pretty much full HP. Third fight here is Vivian. She's a spellcaster. She's got Ice Bolt, which costs 2 MP, and Fireball, which costs 4 MP. They both do about the same amount of damage, so you kind of hope she just spams Fireball to drain her MP.
Diener has the metal slime coming up as he's walking to Endor Castle. Is he going to get the bonus? 1 damage from Christo. Oh, runs away. Would have been amazing.
Runs away.
Ooh.
Yeah, so Vivian's down, and now Linda's going to be fighting Samson. Samson is really the stat gatekeeper of this tournament. He hits very hard. He's got 90 hit points. He's got a chance of herbing once he's under half and healing himself. And you're kind of hoping to do, close to 15 damage per hit. If you have really low stats, you might only do, something like, ooh, Linda accidentally menuing the chainmail instead of a medical herb.
Oh, that's a really painful mistake in this fight of all fights.
Yeah. So the idea is to get him just before heal range and then, hope to outdamage him. Which, as long as he outspeeds here, he should be able to do.
Yeah, used about one more herb than he would have liked there, so not coming into Lingor with quite as much healing resources as he might have otherwise, but definitely still doable to win the fight with some lucky targeting here. So Lingor is he's going to come into the fight, and then the Lingor will split right there. And so it is just a equally 25% chance for it to be Lingor A, B, C, or D. Again, it's one of those frame-based things, so it's just all about the frame that you advance that the Lingor splits text. He decides which Lingor he's going to be. There's absolutely no way to get to this point and have any idea what frame you're on. So you just pick your favorite Lingor and go for it.
Yeah, the only real strategy is that if he builds up power, then it'll only get the powered up attack if it's in the same spot on the next turn. So if it builds up power, it's a typical common strat to attack the one that builds up power. So that way, if it does get the stronger hit, you've at least done 1 hit back to him. Usually Lingor will take 3 hits to defeat unless you have really high damage rolls. He's got 55 HP, I think is the number.
Yep.
So unless you get a crit or very high rolls, it's usually 3 hits.
Yeah, and he's dancing around Linda here, not standing still long enough to take a hit.
It's most runners end up getting, or not most, but like it's pretty common to end up getting superstitious about where Lingor is going to be. It's really fun to like kind of meme about it or joke about it or do channel point rewards or something like that for hitting certain Lingors. But in the end, it really is just hit your 25% before you run out of healing.
Yeah, and not going well for Linda Nushi on this round. Lingor just not choosing to be where he's targeting. Yep, there we go. Lingor takes another one. Diener came in, bought the Iron Claw, and is using his seeds. He's still at level 10. I don't know if he's planning on going to 11 or if he feels like his stats are good enough that he can actually try a level 10 arena. But
I'm guessing he'll grind for 11.
He's got 89 HP.
Sure does.
So he could go for it. It's It's not too bad. Looks like he's going outside. Okay. All right. So he's gonna go up to 11.
I don't know what Alina's strength is like for him, so
Yeah. And we
I
have
don't have Metal
lists.
Slime.
Yeah, we've got lists here in the arena as well. I believe the second runner to get into the tournament. Doesn't look like
Yeah, looks
anyone
that
else is
way.
quite there. Yeah. So on the Vivian fight, might be able to take the lead here if they can get through on the first try.
Here's the Vivian fight. Oh, she's off screen now. Vivian fight's actually one very important difference between the Famicom version and the NES version. Because in the Famicom version, she's got her bunny ears. Sprite's different.
Diener
Very
gets a
important.
critical hit on the Metal Slime.
Of course he does.
All right, he's ready to go. Level 11, here we are. And he's
The
probably
question
actually
is,
very
does he
close
just
to
go for
12.
12?
Yeah, he can't be very much experience away from 12 at this point, so he might want to just go for it and get a very safe tournament.
He sure is.
Looks like he's going to, yeah. He's probably only a fight or two away at this point.
Yeah. It's about a Metal Slime from 11 to 12, so.
Whew. Yeah, Error out here trying to make that happen for the past 20 minutes or
20
so.
minutes.
And just shows up for some Diener, yep.
It looks like, looking at the overall race, Sutefu is already level 11, but still fighting some Grizzly Sabers. Must be going for level 12.
All right, and we've got Liss here in the Lingwar fight. Came in actually very good shape. There's a hit on B, very nice. 29 damage, might be able to kill it in two. There, Alina must have great strength stats to take that much damage off in one hit. So, this looks pretty good to me. Probably just need one more connect.
Even outspeeding the Lingor.
Yeah, and this is one of those things is when you've got 14 runners, chances are that at least a few of them are going to get Alina's with very good stats.
And at least a few are going to get Alina's with not very good stats.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see those as well. We'll have to, we will definitely see some runners have to go to level 12 to have a viable chance to get through. It's inevitable. And we're seeing more Metal Slimes. They just keep running away. Alright, this is Liss using their last medical herb. So 56 HP is what they have to get probably just one more hit on Lingwar.
Ebby is level 11 and also looks like heading towards the tournament. Doing the final shopping.
There it is. Alright, and with that, Liss goes into the lead.
First one out of chapter 2. Hour and 42 minutes. Not too bad.
Not too bad.
Linda gets one hit. Linda seems to like targeting random Lingwars.
Yep, there's Diener getting level 12, so he's going to head into the castle and he'll be entering the tournament soon as well. With a very, very good chance of just blowing through it. And with Liss being the first one to get into Chapter 3, we will probably see them keep the lead for a little bit, because Chapter 3 is one of the parts of the game that has the biggest advantage from having the Japanese text versus the English text. So the fact that the people in the probably the next few slots behind them are all playing the English version means that it's going to be hard to catch up to first place for a little while here.
Yeah, it's huge. It's well over 5 minutes faster for just that one chapter.
Alright, come on, Lingwar, stand still. Oof.
Linda needs to be doing the A and pray strat. Not working out this time.
No, yeah. Lingwar just not cooperating at all. And loses to Lingwar again. Ooh, it's rough. It's rough.
Yeah, and this is the reason why that no matter how good your stats are, tournament's just never a guarantee.
Yep. Lingwar is... if you get a little bit unlucky with Lingwar, you don't get through to the other side. It's just the facts of life. Metal Slime number, I don't know, 15 or 16 runs away from error down there. I haven't been counting, but I'm sure I've seen at least 10.
I'm sure Error's been counting.
11. Thanks, Error.
So yeah, so now in the bottom right we have the sun entering chapter 3. So chapter 3 is the chapter where you play as the merchant Torneko, Taloon. Yeah, so there's a few different things that you can do in this chapter. Start off kind of in town and you can just kind of work at the shop and earn a little bit of money, and it's really slow, so you don't do that. Instead, he's immediately going up to this cave just above town to pick up an item to be able to sell for some starter funds.
But the shop is how you get the Sword of Malice for Taloon, which is his best weapon in the chapter.
It's true.
Yeah, and we want Taloon to have a really good weapon, don't we?
I mean, he just picked up a Kusarigama, which is, that's pretty good. Like, we're going to get to see him use it right here, right? It's to... Look, he even killed a gopher.
Oh, interesting, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that can carry him for a while.
Got a club drop off of it.
Yeah, so the weapon that Taloon picks up in here is the chain sickle. And so sometimes some runners will fight a couple monsters at the very beginning of the chapter here to get up to level 2 and maybe get the chance of an item drop that they might be able to sell for some gold. Taloon has really high HP growth, so sometimes just going from level 1 to level 2 can get him an extra 6 to 9 HP, which is a pretty big difference on top of the 20 that he starts with. You Error did 2 damage on that metal slime. It's close. Alright, Diener and his Lingwar fight here.
Isan got a leather hat from the second gopher he killed.
Nice. It's actually really good to get all of these armor drops that will actually make a nice gold difference for the very beginning of the chapter. And chapter 3 is really all about exponential growth of gold. So starting with more actually gets you more later on, and the whole point of the chapter is making money, so it does help you get through the chapter faster.
Yeah, there are a couple points in this chapter where your gold is... You need to get really specific rolls with some of the trading that you do, and having extra gold just gives you that much more leeway with taking those rolls.
Alright, and AM Prey works for Diener, and he's the second person through the tournament. Very nice.
Currently, Ebby is on Samson. So Ebby is also attacking the tournament. So Tefu is still... Looks like they're trying to get to the top of... They're level 11 already, but looks like they're still trying to go to the top of Birdsong.
Yeah, it's good. We'll stick with Lina Nushi for a couple more minutes here. See if the next Lingwar fight can be the charm, and then we might bring Ebby up.
Northrex looks like he's level 9, so Northrex must have killed one metal slime.
Oh, very nice. I saw that Zytoriak got to level 11 in the tower, and he's just getting his Birdsong Nectar, and he'll probably be moving on to the tournament soon. Looks like Samson took out Ebby Doom, so starting the tournament over.
That's a common way to go.
Joe is actually going into the tournament at level 10. Very brave. Why don't we see how that goes? I'm going to pull Joe up on the stream here.
So, talk a little bit about what's happening in chapter 3 for Lisan. Um, basically, there's this secret romance going on between a couple of the Momo and Endor, between the prince and the princess, and the parents are trying to keep the kids at home, and the kids are like, "Hey, can you deliver this letter for me?" And yeah, so you're trying to kind of help out with that. There's a war brewing, and they're all trying to stock up on weapons, but the kids are like, "No, no, no, we don't want war. We just want to be together." And there's also there's a bridge that's out between the two towns, though, and there's this little village on the side that's being enchanted by a fox, and there's an architect in that village who can repair the bridge. So Lisan is going to grab the dog. The dog is going to help sniff out the fox, break the illusion, to repair the bridge, which will allow Torneko to deliver a love letter to the Princess of Endor. And I'll kind of go back and forth on that a couple times to,
Ooh,
the.
Northrex. Oh, so close.
Oh.
2 damage on that one. Oh. I brought Northrex on so we can see the other runner doing the Metal Slime grind here. That was a close one. Joe going into a Samson fight with his level 10 Alina here. 75 max HP is actually not too bad. It's pretty good for level 10. Looks like he's doing okay damage as well. So probably has, I would guess, 82 attack, which is kind of like a pretty good threshold to have hit. You can kill Samson in 7 hits with that, which is, I think, where he's on track for. So it's kind of like the minimum viable to get through, but it is certainly doable. Needs to outturn Samson this next turn. Oh, he's got another herb. He's gonna... Oh, too
Ooh.
slow. That's DQ agility rolls for you. Uh, Samson's a pretty slow opponent compared to Alina, but there's so much variability in how wide-ranging turn order is calculated that, yeah, nothing is ever guaranteed.
Right. And it's also, we mentioned earlier that there was that agility seed that could be picked up in the Golden Bracelet Cave. I didn't see whether Joe got it, but sometimes that does give you a little bit of a nudge specifically to reduce that chance of Samson outspeeding. It's not really a significant difference most of the time, but okay, Joe said he got a +3. So if you want that extra agility, wasn't enough.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just... It can be pretty tough. I mean, you can have great agility, and sometimes Samson just still goes first. I like on the Japanese restream that they're putting a Metal Slime on Northrex and Error's restreams as they get them. So they've each got 1 Metal Slime now on their
Yeah.
next to their stream. It's very nice.
Did
Uh,
Tefu just get a prayer ring? Tefu's in the casino spending some of the chapter 2 money, and I'm not sure if they just bought a prayer ring or if they backed out of it and was just looking at the cost.
I think they might have bought one
I think so,
because
but
the coin count went down, I believe, but I'm not totally sure. They do have a lot of money.
I'm gonna keep an eye on that to see if I see their inventory again.
Didn't mention it, but yeah, Lina Nushi through the tournament, 3rd person to get onto the other side there. And entering chapter 3.
Not showing their inventory. I want to see if that was a prayer ring in there. So the prayer ring is it's like the magic potion earlier. It's an item that you can use to restore MP, but it's reusable. It has a chance of breaking when you use it, but
Yeah, it
you
also
can reuse it to
restores.
restore MP.
It also restores more MP on each
Yeah.
use than the magic potions as well. So really helpful item. At the beginning of chapter 5, when you walk through the tunnel that Taloon built, um, you have a 1 in 32 chance of winning 2,000 casino coins. And what we'll often do in the speedrun, if we get that, is we'll get a nice weapon for Mara, and we might also get that prayer ring, so that we can heal some MP for Nara in the lighthouse, maybe for Christo in the final cave. A couple spots later in the run that can be nice to have it.
Looks like they also bought a couple items I saw. I think looked like an iron shield or an iron shield and something else, or 2 iron shields.
Oh, here's
Not entirely
something
sure.
interesting. I'm gonna pull Ebby's stream up here real quick.
I'm watching like 10 pixels by 10 pixels of Sutefu's stream trying to figure out what they're buying. It's very difficult.
Oh, Ebby is I missed it. Ebby was in the casino playing poker. Uh,
Oh,
was getting some coins that way. I think that he got what he wanted.
must have been really close to some threshold, I guess.
Yeah, I would guess so. And playing poker is the most, I guess, the best way to actually get a decent amount of casino coins. If you don't have to try to do double or nothing too many times, then it's you can get them pretty quickly there.
Error of Rudo has his second metal slime.
Very good. Bewildered Metal Slime, Alina crits, plus 12 HP. All right, nice. That should give Error what he needs. And honestly, getting the second Metal Slime before the 2-hour mark, very much still in the race, which is great. Northrex still going for his second one here. Meanwhile, Joe still trying to get through that level 10 tournament. It can be a tough one, so I think this is his third attempt at it. Oh, I see Lisk running away from, well, parrying to try to make the Metal Slime run away from Taloon. So, pretty funny thing about Chapter 3, we do not want to see Metal Slimes anymore. So, Taloon, the whole idea with Taloon in Chapter 3 is we give him a whole bunch of really good defensive equipment and armor, so that he's really well protected from physical attacks. But there's a couple monsters, especially in this cave that we're in, to grab the silver statuette, that will cast spells. And the scariest one is actually Metal Slimes. We're not trying to get Taloon any experience. And so all Metal Slimes are is dangerous because they will cast Blaze on Taloon. And you can see that Taloon additionally is poisoned, which is actually pretty rough in this cave. So Lisa's probably really hoping that they can get away from most of the encounters. At least hopefully press this button, because after you press the button, you can kind of take a shortcut back through the cave here. But it's scary, because there's a lot of walking you have to do here. And like I mentioned, Taloon doesn't have very much HP total. So really kind of bringing the poison tick damage down as far as they can take it, so that they can hopefully finish out the dungeon. So I think they're going to take Taloon down to 1, yep, and then heal up, because they want to get all the way to the boat. Fortunately, you don't take poison damage once you're sailing around on the boat in the dungeon, but it's still another probably 10 poison ticks away before we see that.
Yeah, and we also saw another enemy in here that's very scary, which is the Duckspill. The Duckspill doesn't have offensive magic like the Metal Slime, but the Duckspill has the Sap spell, which will reduce Taloon's defense to 0 and, or half his defense or whatever it is. And, yeah, he'll start to get owned by everything else.
Yeah. We see Joe getting past Samson there, into Lingwar with full HP. Actually, not too bad a shape.
Solid hit on Lingwar A.
Very nice.
Pausing for luck.
You gotta pause on the Lingwar splits, not later. Common misconception.
Hmm.
Yep.
Second hit.
Wow. Very, very good luck from Joe here. Just one more.
Northrex, meanwhile, taking out a second Metal Slime.
Excellent. So both of our Metal Slime runners getting through kind of middle of the pack here. So it is actually worked out fairly well for both of them. And there's Joe. Nice. Easy Lingwar fight. Level 10 through the tournament. A very daring move in the race, but it paid off here.
Yeah, for sure. That wasn't bad at all.
With that, I think Joe jumps into 5th place, I believe.
I didn't see Northrex's first Metal Slime kill. I'm wondering if he got it on the way to Endor, because Bray was still level 5. So Bray is just now getting outside and return, even though everybody else is level 11.
Yeah. Yeah, either on the walkover or maybe Bray died in the first one. Unfortunately, I didn't see it happen.
Yeah.
It's definitely not uncommon that the Metal Slime uses a couple blaze spells on Bray while you're trying to knock it down.
So we see Lisan here at one of the armor haggler. So as I mentioned before, the two kingdoms are kind of at war with each other, and this one kingdom of Banmamo here is trying to stock up on armor. And when you try to offer them armor from your inventory, they'll give you a range of I'm drawing a blank on the exact range. What is it, like 75% to 125% of what its value is as if you had bought it from a shop?
Yep, that's right.
And so the idea is that you can go to this haggler and you can offer them armor, and you can decline the bad offers and just offer to them again, and they'll give you a new offer, and you can kind of keep haggling with them to get good value for your equipment. And it's a good way to make money early on. And it's kind of what Anatola mentioned earlier with, getting some armor drops early on gives you more ability to haggle with them.
Yep. Brought Shiner CCC onto the stream here. He has been through the tournament once and died against Lingwar. So going in for the second round. Looks like Northrex is going to go up to level 12, probably based off of Lena's stats. So, like I said, not surprising at all that we're going to see that from at least a couple runners. So he's going to hang out by the bazaar and bring Lena up to 12 makes a lot of sense.
Yep. Northrex is also having some pretty bad luck, I know, during practice. So kind of, I think, just decided that it might be beneficial just to go to level 12 for him, regardless of stats. It can't hurt to get that extra level.
Yeah, and the most important thing, honestly, is getting through chapters 1 and 2. The rest of the game does tend to be quite a bit more consistent after that.
For sure. Yeah, if you watch PB attempts, be prepared for a lot of chapter 1 and 2 resets. It really does set the tone for how the rest of the run is going to go. But it's also certainly not the end.
All right, I'm bringing another runner we haven't seen yet, Vela V, who is in his Lingwar fight right now. So, trying to keep the arenas up for a little while. Everyone loves Chapter 3, of course, but I think the arena fights tend to be a little bit more interesting. And we have quite a few runners kind of moving through that part right now. Also worth mentioning, Brian Roger is in that, as well as Sutefu. Both actually fighting Vivian right now. So we could see quite a few runners getting through the tournament in the next couple minutes here.
In the meantime, Lisan is continuing that haggling, stocked up on an inventory full of iron armors, and trying to get roughly 1,700 gold or more for each of these iron aprons. Trying to build up to a little over 35,000 gold. be able to buy a shop and have some starter equipment to sell in that shop.
Yep. You see the accepting that 1710 offer, so the lowest offer that you'll accept generally that's worth the time of going back and buying more Iron Aprons. You definitely want to see offers more in the 1800 range, and especially the critical hit offers that give you in the 2000s with a maximum of 3000 gold if you really hit the jackpot.
Yep. He actually even took one that was in the high 16s, so I don't know if he's been getting enough like 1800s that he thought it was comfortable just to take what he could get.
Yep. And A and Prey works for Vela V as well. Taking out Linguar, no problem. Let me see if I can see what our positions are like here. I think that puts Vela V into 6.
Zatoriak is already in chapter 3, it looks like. So Zatoriak
Oh.
should be above them.
Yeah, I think you're right. Very nice. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I should probably change it to say approximate position, but you know, we're doing our best. It's a lot to keep up with for sure.
Yes,
All right.
Tefu is currently fighting Linguar.
All right.
And
Shiner.
Tefu takes out Linguar.
Oh, nice. All right. Sutefu gets through next. Shiner going into the Linguar fight again.
It's crazy to see this many like Linguars in a row or at the same time.
Yeah, you see Shiner following the one who builds up power there, so Linguar not attacking, just switching to a different Linguar and building power. As yep, just dancing around Shiner. Yep. Finally comes back to A, of course, as he always does.
Always asterisk. San stocking up for another round of Iron Aprons. Abby is saying should be fine.
Should be fine. Yeah, it's always the duck spills don't usually get you, except when they do. All right, Shiner gets through Linguar that time. GG, very nice. There we go.
Meanwhile, Error Rudo's on the Linguar battle. Brian Rogers and Roshiria are both still going through the tournament.
Yep.
And
Yeah, the tournament is a real leveler. It just kind of takes everyone's position and scrambles them. It's pretty normal.
to answer a question in chat, yes, to Paul Doug, the Countess had to drop out because his save file got corrupted in Chapter 2. He reset to a safety save, and the save file was wiped. Levi eating some lunch.
Yep. It's good. Remember to eat lunch.
Yeah, I mean, your wife packed you this wonderful lunch and gave it to you for your travels. You don't want to, you don't want it to go bad. You don't want to have to throw it away, throw it on the ground. Probably a nice, tasty bento box.
I'll bring Diener back on here. I think that's actually the audio we have playing. I have 12 VLC players open right now, so um, looks like that's the one with audio. Okay.
Interesting. I'd be Doom grabbing the Morning Star.
Yeah, this is something a couple of the Japanese runners have done, where they will leave different items in chapter 5. So they don't grab the Iron Spear, they grab that instead. And then they'll actually pick up the Iron Spear back here in chapter 5.
Oh, interesting.
Yep, one of those differences that I don't think I've ever seen any Western runners do, but I've seen several Japanese runners do it. Yeah, they'll sell the broadsword.
Makes sense. Yeah, the Iron Spear is a pretty good starting weapon for the hero, so. Interesting. Interesting variation.
Yeah, it's
Always cool to
always
see stuff like that.
yeah, it's really fun to see those. They really come out in a race like this too, because they'll still do the same thing in the English version, which we'd usually only see in Famicom runs. Looks like Versilia is through the tournament.
Yeah, and Error is beginning chapter 3.
Error is beginning chapter 3. That's actually good. I think that brings Error into 10.
I think that's right. Yeah, it looks right. With Brian Roger and Northrex still, Brian Rogers attempting the tournament yet again.
Yep.
Been stuck on this for quite a while, and Northrex just about to start.
Yeah, not bad. Looks like Brian's taking it pretty risky going into the Vivian fight at 40 HP. I see. I'd like to be at least 45 to 50, just because if she decides to ice bolt you a few times, she's easily taking off 45, and physical attack on top of that could top up to 50, kind of in the worst case scenario. So.
All right, so in the meantime, Lisan and Diener both have their shop. So the goal of all that armor haggling that I was talking about that Lisan was doing earlier was to get the money to buy your own shop. And what you can do is you can bring your wife Netta some equipment. She'll take armor, she'll take weapons, whatever. She'll take non-equipment like the lunch. You can have her sell her own lunch that she packed for you, and she'll sell it. And she sells it for 150 to 200% of what its value is. So can really make some good money off of it. The fastest way to build up your cash.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. You know, the merchant we haggle with in Bal Malmo, essentially a critical hit from them is 150 to 200%, whereas Netta will do that for you every single time. So as soon as you can start using the shop, you're happy to do it. You're required to do the shop anyway to own it in order to progress the story, so you may as well take advantage of it. And yeah, Netta is the example of exponential growth. You start with a little bit of money, one decent piece of equipment, and within a few minutes you've got 25,000 gold, and you can finish out the chapter.
Yeah, question in chat about the Japanese leaderboard. It's not really like a great answer to that. The traditionally the Japanese leaderboard is on Nico somewhere. But a lot of runners nowadays don't always submit their times to it. It's missing a lot of times. There aren't really a lot of videos. And, and for a variety of reasons, it's like questionably accurate. They don't take people who like stream their runs to Twitch, for example, on their leaderboard, and some of them submit nowadays to speedrun.com. But I don't really have any like one consolidated leaderboard recommendation.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Japanese version of this game, I don't think there's a leaderboard on speedrun.com, so it's pretty tough to find. Even I'm not really sure who the very top ones are anymore. I bet Crimson knows. Maybe we can ask him sometime and publish that out.
It's interesting to see that Diener is, relatively keeping up with the Japanese runners in this chapter, considering, this chapter's the one where Japanese saves the most time. I didn't really see like what specifically happened, but Diener and Lisan both being on the shop section at the same time is pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like Diener's is making really nice time through the chapter. I mean, the fact that he's this far at 2:16 on the timer, just overall, it means that he's on a really nice pace.
Yeah, the fastest Japanese time overall is the fastest that's listed on Nico is a 4:56:23 by Undoshi. Whether that's actually the fastest, I'm not sure, but that is using some Famicom exclusive stuff like being able to use holy waters on metal slimes, which is not allowed for this race. Yeah, everybody.
Yep, Brian Roger into chapter 3, and with that, the only person left to get through is Northrex.
Yep. It looked like Northrex have been doing some. Oh no, Northrex is through.
Yep, finished the tournament just a minute ago. So yeah, with that, everyone has made it through the great obstacle of chapter 2. With the last runner coming out, 2:20. Again, like really, really nice overall times here. No one getting trapped inside of chapter 1 or 2, which for such a large group of runners, really impressive.
Yeah, even the best runners of this game sometimes, like, they'll just have a run sometimes where it's like, I'm 3 hours getting out of chapter 2. And it feels really bad, but yeah, not happening to anybody today. Pretty good.
Just happened. I remember one of the previous community races that we did. I think the third one, if I remember right. That we had a Japanese runner, 871san, who I think had to take 8 or 9 tries against the tournament, mostly because of Lingwar. But lost, I don't know, 40 minutes just at the tournament. And it just happens, it's just luck.
Yeah, and if you compound that with like a bad chapter 1 or something like that, which is very possible, then it just sets you in a pretty tough spot. We've seen what their gold totals are like now, but Lisan at least has to be getting pretty close to the end of this. He's got a full inventory full of Abacus, which is usually like a good indication that you're at the final round of shopping here.
Mm-hmm.
Worth noting that there's also a couple options for routing with how much gold the runners need. So the idea is that the idea to finish the chapters, you need 60,000 gold to pay for repairs to the tunnel. That's to the east of Endor, and there's a quest that conveniently gives you that much gold by bringing them 7, what are the English names? 7 broadswords and 7 iron armor, I think. And so you need to get enough money from this bartering section with the shop to buy the items needed to complete that quest. And you can opt to take a little bit of extra money, which will allow you to buy some safety armor. And you can also take a little bit more money to bring in some safety gear to sell in Chapter 5 if you need extra revival money or if you want to buy things a little bit early. So the exact gold threshold from the shopping is a little bit loose. You know, 24,000 could be that you need to have, but you could choose to go up to like, 28 or 30,000. Yeah, so 30,000 is what Lisan has right now. So Lisan will probably bring a fairly decent amount of extra stuff into Chapter 5 for some safety, I would assume.
Yeah, it's going to be a really comfortable position to come in with. Yeah, I like to come in closer to 25, just a little bit extra gold to mostly to bring in some iron shields to give to Christo and Ragnar in Chapter 5. But if you bring in more equipment here, and again, it's an easy place to make some quick money and do it. Yeah, you can put those on your party members as they join you later. You can sell them for gold if you need to revive people or get some stronger equipment later. So it's definitely an investment that can pay off for you, especially in a race.
To answer the question in chat, this is vanilla. This is not randomized, but you'll notice that some runners are playing the English version and some runners are playing the Japanese Famicom version. But it is vanilla.
What's a randomizer? Haven't heard of it.
Good question. I don't know. I don't know. I think this game is really its own randomizer, right? I mean, there's so much RNG in this game. No two runs are the same.
Linguar is definitely a randomizer.
Diener's at 21,000, so doing a shorter final shop here. Clearly not going for quite as much gold as Lisan was. Lisan now buying the steel swords.
Ooh,
Tsurugi.
Veilevi running into the double metal slime fight. The cave, 2 blaze spells, gone.
Oh no!
Straight from max HP to dead in 1 round. Oh, it's so painful.
It feels so bad, yeah. Metal slimes are tough because it's a really difficult decision for do you try to run away or do you try to parry and let them run away? So we haven't really talked about running away in this game, even though we've been doing it the whole time. But the way running works in this game is the first 2 times you try to run away, it's a 50% chance. The 3rd time you try to run away, it's a 75% chance. And then the 4th time you try to run away, it's guaranteed. So running away from a metal slime on turn 1 is, a 50% chance that you'll get away. And it's a similar chance that they'll run away if you parry. So against 2 metal slimes, usually parrying is a better option because one of them might run away and they will guarantee to not kill you in 1 turn. And if you get low on HP, then you can just try to run the next time. But if there's only 1 metal slime, then, it's a lot more of a questionable, like, which one do you try?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but even so, very bad luck to have both of them stay, both of them cast blaze.
10 damage.
For maximum damage. Yeah, that was... I don't know if I've ever seen that happen quite like that.
I don't know if I have either.
That was some special bad luck. Thank you, Dragon Warrior 4, for showcasing some of the extremes. It's good. Yeah, that was... Hurts. Looks
Lisan
like...
not saving.
Not saving. I was just gonna say, Lisan just going straight to the tunnel with their 60,000 gold pieces. This is a pretty dangerous thing to do without saving the game, because if you run into duck spills and they cast sap and kill you, you lose 30,000 gold pieces, but no problems today. Just straight off. So yeah, this is how you finish out the chapter. You deliver the 60,000 gold pieces. to the old man in the tunnel. Um, Walk outside, get some workers working on the cave. Taloon needs to disappear into the casino to allow the tunnel to get dug. But just walk in and out, and the tunnel gets completed, and you can walk through to the end of the chapter.
Yep. Diener turning in the equipment for the 60,000 gold. Half the equipment for the 60,000 gold. Picking up the other half now.
Yeah, been actually doing a really nice job keeping pace considering the text speed differences between Dragon Warrior 4 and DQ4. But it is inevitable that you'll just have to lose a little bit of time just because of so much text going by. The chapter just takes 6 or 7 minutes longer, even if you do everything right.
Yeah, it's somewhere around a 45-minute chapter in English, plus or minus a couple minutes depending on what happens, and it's solidly under 40 minutes in Japanese if it goes well.
But yeah, this kind of as expected continues the lead as we get out of chapter 3 and into chapter 4. This is a good opportunity for those runners who are playing the Famicom version to gain a little bit on that big block of runners, kind of on 2nd through 7th place who are running the English version. But yeah, this might be tough to catch.
Yep, and is now entering chapter 4, where nothing can go wrong in chapter 4.
Yeah, chapter 4 known as the easiest chapter in the speedrun. Your party is extremely powerful. There's no difficult monsters, and you just walk through it, no problem. But yeah, chapter 4 is pretty tough. Your party is the sisters Nara and Mara, essentially kind of a cleric class and a mage class. Neither one of them has good physical attack. Neither one has good defense. At the very beginning here, neither one has good anything, to be honest with you.
No money.
No money. So what we're gonna try to do is get to the guest of the chapter, Orin, basically as quickly as possible, because Orin is very powerful. Great attack, great defense, great HP. He will protect us if we can get to him. Unfortunately, he's at the bottom of a very dangerous dungeon. So essentially what we do is we get the best armor we can afford at the beginning of the game here. We're going to raid that dresser for a strength seed, which we will sell. And get a bunch of medical herbs and hope that we can get to Orin. And once we get to Orin, the chapter actually becomes quite a bit safer. But yeah, when I speedrun this game, this split at the very beginning of chapter 4 is probably my least favorite split. It's the one I think I get the most nervous about, just because there's so many near misses almost every time.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Vaxherd is wondering if we're good for Vaxherd and Crimson to hop over here and chat for a little bit about how things been going on the Japanese restream.
Yep. Yep.
Shortly.
As they make their way over, we'll introduce. So I've mentioned Crimson a couple times. He is the Japanese speedrunner who's helped to organize these international community races. Is doing commentary and helping with restream on that end today. And Vaxherd is a pretty well-known person in the RPG speedrunning community, Dragon Quest community, and also is fluent in English and Japanese, so acts as kind of the interpreter for us in some of these international races, which is a great asset for us to have.
Yeah, Vaxherd's done RTAs, he's done tool-assisted speedruns, he's done, deep dives into the decompilation assembly of these NES games, and he's also run some modern stuff, like he does Xenoblade 2, Torna, and some other games. But
Yeah, he did a glitched run of Dragon Warrior 3, which I believe he ran at uh, GDQ 1 year.
I mean, yep, and he might have done it for RPG Limit Break 1 year also, I think.
Yeah, um, very very cool run. Does some interesting corruption to skip through to the end of the game. Very fun run to watch. So,
Diener is now also through on to the start of Chapter 4. Looking at the overall race, I see haggling, I see shops. Mostly haggling, I guess the armor haggling section is where most people seem to be.
yeah, it's hard to parse apart quite where everyone is in the middle. um, unless you can kind of look at the gold totals, and I can see that Ebby is doing pretty well. Um, but yeah, for the most part, it does just look like a lot of Taloon haggling. I see Zaitoriak actually looks like he's got quite a bit of money.
It looks like he's about to buy the shop because he's still getting aprons.
Yeah.
Linda just got the broadsword, so Linda's about to finish up the quest to get out of Chapter 3. It's definitely the hardest chapter to just kind of follow when there's this many going on at once. Chapter 3.
Yeah. I seem to vaguely remember, I think on RPG Limit Break a few years ago, that there was a Chapter 3 race that a few runners did. And that's the kind of thing that you can focus.
Hello.
Ah, Crimson-san. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hi, Vaxford.
I am super commentator. My name is Crimson. Thank you.
Welcome, Crimson. Those of you who don't know Crimson, Crimson, yeah, running Dragon Quest games and always very enthusiastic. Brings a lot of energy everywhere he comes. Glad to have you, Crimson.
いや、よく
何言ってるか分かり
い
ませんけど
らっしゃいました。はい、よくいらっしゃいました。あ
はい、
りがとうございます。
Thank you, thank you. 現在、レースかなり、特に突出して遅れる人もいなく、ちょっとカウネスさんは残念でしたが、突出して遅れることもなく、全員が、早いという段階で進んでいますが、その状況を見て率直にどうお思いになるでしょうか。
So watching from the Japanese side, we've seen that, well, with the unfortunate exception of Kaunas, who had to drop out, that most of the runners have all been coming along at a pretty good pace and keeping the race pretty close. What have your thoughts been about that from the U.S. side?
Yes, it's been a very close race. Everyone getting through chapter 1 and 2 very quickly. And no one getting stuck for very long, which is great to see.
It did look like there were a couple of runners who had some trouble with the tournament at the end of Chapter 2. It looked like Brian Rogers got stuck there for quite a while, but overall, it's very close. And even getting out of Chapter 3, the top runners are very
So-
close together.
そうですね。特に1勝、2勝で結構順調に進んでて、ブライアン・ロジャーさんが、ちょっと、あと何人か若干大会でつまずいてたんですが、それでも最終的に通過して、3勝でも結構みんないいペースで進んでていいと思います。
なるほど、なるほど。今回、アナトリューさんが、クレイジーだとおっしゃってた、メタル殴りの、やる方が、2人、大会突破されましたけども、それについてどう率直に思われますか？
So you're Anatolia, you're talking about how crazy it was to actually try and go after medals in an event like this, and nonetheless, we had two people who went after the medals and got through the tournament. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the Metal Slime strategy is always risky. But for both runners, it worked out okay. I'd say maybe about average, and they were able to both stay in the race, although neither took the lead from the daring strategy.
いや、いつ見ても楽しいんですが、まあ、残念ながらそれでリードを奪うことはできなかったんですが、それともまあ、平均的ぐらいの時間で突破できたのかなと思います。
うん、やはりドラゴンウォリア4の、3分の1のヒット率でメタルスライムを狩ることはなかなか大変だと思いますが、いつも
Yeah,
やってて
it really is hard to hit those metal slimes with just the 1/3 hit rate you have in Dragon Warrior 4.
Yes. Crimson-san, do you think in the future we might see more Japanese speedrunners try to fight the metal slimes?
クリムソンさん、まあ、今後日本のランナーがそのメタル狩りに挑戦することはあると思いますか？
現状では頑張って記録狙いをしようという方はちょっと少ないかなとは思いますが、ただ本気で記録狙いをするとなったらやっぱりそれしかないとは思います。
Well, not right now. There's not really anyone going after the record, but I think when somebody does decide to go for a record, they will do it because it is the best way.
Yes.
I thought it was really interesting to see many different strategies in Chapter 2. Not even just the metal slimes, but even the people who didn't do metal slimes. There were multiple grinding strategies, and everybody stayed pretty close together, even with very different strategies. Did you think the same thing in the Japanese side?
メタルスライムを除いても結構2章に限ってもいろんなチャートがあって、でそのいろんなチャートがそれぞれまあいいタイムで競い合ってまあ、かなりいいペースで2章突破できたんですが、日本側でも同じように見ていたんでしょうか？
そうですね。まあこれだけ大人数がいて、まあいろいろな、進み方があって、それでも全体的に早くまとまっているというのはあんまり記憶にないですね。
Yeah, it really is. I mean, even from my own experience, it's really unusual to have this many runners, each running on their own, their own ideas, their own plans, and and have them all still be within this tight of a range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed.
Crimson-san, do you think today might be the first international race where someone playing Dragon Warrior 4 will take first place?
クリムソンさん、今日はこの、国際交流並走で初めて、ドラゴンウォリアー4で1位に入ると思いますか？
大いにあり得ると思います。
Yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance of that.
Be very exciting to see. A lot of things can still happen, so it will be a very fun race with many hours left to go.
いや、それは見れたら面白いですね。いや、まだまだ、このレースは結構続きますので、これからも見たいと思います。
はい。で、こちらから逆に質問なんですが、日本ではコリンというキャラが謎の、ドラクエミームというか、カルト的人気というか、そういうものを持っているんですが、北米ではそういった人気はないのでしょうか？
すみません、クリムソンさん、その名前のところでマイクが一瞬切れちゃった。
オーリンです、オーリン。
オーリン、あ。So, Orin in Chapter 4, he has actually become something of a meme in the Japanese community. Have you seen anything similar to that on the English side?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. Sometimes we
Yeah.
we do joke about because Lucia will cast spells on Necrosaro and have them bounce back on her. That Lucia is is not the most helpful character. That's probably the closest we have.
いや、俺にはそういうのはないですね。あえて言えば、ルシアさんが、呪文をかけるんですが、その呪文が跳ね返されても使ってしまうっていうところがちょっと、あれだなっていう、ちょっとミーム的なものになるんですが、それくらいかなと思います。
確かにちょっと北の線でルカナンを自分に食らってる姿はおバカに見えますね。
So guess we'll keep an eye out for her casting defense on herself indirectly when they get to Necrosara.
Yes.
I have a question for Crimson. Some of these Japanese runners, I don't think we've seen in this international race before. Is there any particular runner we should keep an eye on that you think has a good chance to surprise us with a very fast time?
ちょっとお伺いしたいんですが、今回、日本側からの出走者で、初めて参加される方も何人かいらっしゃるんですが、その中で、特に、見ておくべき早い時間を出しそうな人っていらっしゃいますか？
正直言って初参加の方はお二人いらっしゃるんですが、どちらも早い時間出される可能性はあると思います。というのも他作品でかなりの実績を残している方々ですので。
So both of the new players from the Japanese side, they are new in this particular run, but they have put out some very good times on other games. I think you should definitely keep an eye on both of them to see what they have to bring to the rest of this.
Awesome. I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah. Thank you both for stopping by.
楽しみですね。立ち寄っていただいてありがとうございます。
はい。日本でオーリンが人気の一つとしてはダジャレなんですが、オーリンの名前とかけてオリンピックというようなダジャレがありますが、これについては率直にどう思いますか？
Okay, one more thing from Crimson is just following up on the bit about Orin before. That one of the reasons for Orin's popularity is because if you take Orin's name and you slightly change the pronunciation, it turns into the first half of Olympic. What do you think about that?
Oh.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
まあそんなところですね。
ありがとうございました。
ということです。はい。
くだらないこと言ってすいませんでした。
Yeah, sorry about the that.
All good.
the other big meme, of course, is timeless, which is Ragnar uses the sword of lethargy.
でもう一つはご存知だと思いますが、ライアンがまどろみの剣を振り回すという。
はい。日本ではそのあたりがライアンがまどろみの剣の角度をチェックして見せびらかしてるんじゃないかというふうに言われたりしてます。
Yep, that is a thing in Japan as well, and in Japan they look at it as Ryan is checking the angle of the sword of lethargy.
I love that.
That's awesome. Yeah, I don't think I can't think of any of the same kind of wordplay jokes in the English version. I know that those are much more common in Japanese in general. I can't think of any particular ones for Dragon Warrior 4.
そうですね。ただそういうダジャレ的なものはもともと英語ではそんなに多くないんですが、ドラゴンウォリアー4に限って言うと特にそういうのは思いつかないですね。
そういうところで4章もそろそろあっという間に終盤ですね。
So yeah, we've hung around here for a little bit and we're already heading into the end of chapter 4.
Yes, Lee-san making good time through the chapter.
Yeah. リスさんは本当にもういいペースで進んでますね。
では、5章の、いいタイミングのところで、遊びに来てくれるということですので、ぜひともお待ちしております。
So I think we will head on back and look forward to hearing from. I think we'll be hearing from you, Hactical, sometime after we get in Chapter 5.
Sounds good.
Yep, we'll be looking forward to that.
Goodbye. Thank
too.
you. Thank you for coming by. Goodbye,
Mhm.
Crimson.
いや、立ち寄っていただいてありがとうございました。
はい。では、帰ります。Come back from Japan! 合ってんのかな文法わかんないけど。バイバイ !Thank you!
Arigato.
Bye.
Yep, see you guys around. Have fun.
See you, Vaxford. Oh man, Crimson, what a legend. If any of you have seen Crimson's speedruns, he was, for example, he recently did a Dragon Warrior or Dragon Quest III Famicom run in the most recent DQ RTA marathon here on RPG Limit Break. And he has that same energy for hours and hours as he goes through his speedrun.
I apologize if anybody had their volume turned up when he first joined.
It's unavoidable. It's a hazard of being in the community, but also it's the energy is really contagious. It's one of the things I love about connecting with a lot of the Japanese runners. Actually, they're so passionate about speedrunning the games. They get so excited about metal slimes and metal babbles. It's great.
Yeah.
Makes me love the game.
Well, me too. And one of the things that I like to say about like my own personal like experiences with running Dragon Quest is like, yes, sometimes you get really bad luck and sometimes you lose a great run through no fault of your own, and it's really demoralizing and it's easy to get upset or angry about it. But I think that like you have to look at it with the mindset of, even if that happens, take the highs and the good luck with just as much emotion. Like when you get a metal slime and you get a great run, like have that passion and have that excitement to counteract, you know, the bad experiences that happen. And I think that, you know, the Japanese runners really do a good job of getting excited for metal slimes and really lucky or really rare things. And it's really cool to see that enthusiasm and that passion.
Indeed. So with that, Lise is, we didn't talk too much about Chapter 4, but Lise is the first one out of Chapter 4 and entering Chapter 5 here. Doesn't mean we're 4/5 the way through the game, even though Chapter 5 is the last chapter. Chapter 5 does contain most of the game, so we still have several hours left to go here.
Yeah, so the kind of the deal behind Chapter 4 was that the sister's dad had been killed because he was trying to find he was digging into the secrets of evolution. And so in the meantime, somebody else who was digging into the same research had been taking over the nearby Castle Kelion and kind of suppressing the people. And so the general story of Chapter 4 was attempting to oust the current rulers of Kelion Castle and then escaping via boat at the end. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too badly. I'm not one that should be talking about lore ever, but I do it anyway.
No, that seems about right. I was checking the standings. We do have Sutefu making a pretty big jump ahead. It's the Japanese language advantage. Jumped up about 3 placements, getting through Chapter 3 more quickly than some of the English runners.
Ash seems to really enjoy my explanation of Chapter 4. It's kind of one of the hazards of I run most DQ games in Japanese, so most of my memory of the story comes from old casual playthroughs and not something I read on a regular basis. It's fine. It's close enough. And in the meantime, on Lisa's stream here, we finally get introduced to the hero of Dragon Warrior 4. And it starts off with Necrosaro showing up to this tiny village that the hero's hanging out in and burning down the town. And it's really sad. Your childhood best friend knows this transform spell and transforms into you and gives their own life so that Necrosaro thinks that the legendary hero has been defeated and will no longer be a threat to him, while you hide away in a back room and are then able to escape. Did not get the casino coins, so that tunnel that Lisan just went through, to Loon's tunnel from earlier, is the one where there's a 1 in 32 chance of being gifted some casino coins as the lucky winner walking through the tunnel, but didn't win any. Not too surprising.
Yep. And I've brought Speedrun Joe onto the stream as well as Lina Nushi. So we've got the top 2 runners from Japan as well as the top 2 runners from the West on the stream for a little bit here. So these are kind of the people representing on both sides. Maybe not too unsurprisingly, a lot of the lead is Japanese runners, with both Ebi Doom and Sutefu also kind of rounding out the top 6 here. So pretty strong standing, but right now it's nice to see so much parity with West and Japan, as well as Dragon Warrior 4, Dragon Quest 4. So great race. No one's running away with it right now. It's still very close between Lisa and Diener especially, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if any of the people in the next 4 or 5 can catch up very easily. And as we've alluded to a couple times, there's some things coming up like the Lighthouse, which the Lighthouse can set you back easily 15-20 minutes with a little bit of bad luck.
Yeah, I didn't really see what happened during Chapter 4 for Diener, but taking a death to Balzac and having to reset. I didn't really see what happened during Chapter 4, but Lisan made quite a bit of ground over Diener in Chapter 4. I don't know if Lisan had just really good luck, or if Diener took an accidental death somewhere, or...
Yeah, I wasn't watching Diener too closely. Lisan did have a very good Chapter 4. Was keeping a pretty close eye on their stream, and kind of as with so much after Chapter 1, they've just had a very, very solid and consistent run through with really no setbacks. Which you can see from their time getting into Chapter 5 around the 2:45 mark. To me, that's like PB pace. And sure, it's DQ4, but it's very fast.
Yeah. So this Balzac fight that Diener's doing here is the main requirements are the turn 1 setup, which is to cast Sap on him, and also to use the Sphere of Silence, which was picked up in Orin's Cave. Otherwise, he'll heal himself when he gets to low HP. And he also has this nasty Fireball spell. And if you use the Sphere of Silence, he won't be able to heal himself, and he won't be able to use Fireball. He actually might still try to cast it once and have it blocked, which you like to see because it means that it's a free turn. And the main key to the fight... Ooh, another death. The main key to the fight is normally the middle character dying and coffin blocking for the rear character. And then it's easy to keep Orin alive, and you might have to occasionally heal yourself through some area of effect attacks, but once that middle character is dead and you're healed up from that first turn, the fight's usually pretty smooth. But when the setup doesn't go right, then yeah, that can happen.
I'm on the Japanese restream right now. I see Error waiting for Strom to let Taloon get back into his house. And Error is leaving town and coming back in because Strom is just hanging out in his backyard. So that was going to happen to somebody, and personally, I can't be more glad that it happened to Error.
That's really funny. The so one key thing with chapter 4 also here is I was mentioning you want the middle character to die for Balzac for coffin blocking, but it's a valid option to either let Nara survive or let Mara survive. Either one has their own pros and cons. So most runners opt to have Nara,
Oh
the
man,
fortune
again.
teller, be the one to survive chapter 4. And the advantage of that is that she is your healer at the start of chapter 5. And her having a little bit more MP and a little bit more survivability adds some stability to the lighthouse. Conversely, if you leave Mara alive, she learns some strong area of effect magic, which speeds up the start of chapter 5, but makes you at a little bit of a disadvantage for the lighthouse.
Yep.
So they're both options. We'll probably see almost everybody leave Nara alive, but it's there might be a couple runners that choose to do Mara instead as their living party member.
With Diener having this trouble with Balzac, we see Linda catching up, and so the two of them are neck and neck now. Making ground up from the Linguar difficulty that Linda had earlier. So this is Dragon Warrior 4. Sometimes the bad luck evens out, comes for everybody eventually. You do see that Diener is here with a Nara at level 3, which is kind of like the minimum viable level. You still are usually okay, as long as you play the fight fairly defensively, but it does add a little bit of risk, and it won't be too uncommon to see some of the runners probably take their party member who's going to live through this fight to a little bit higher level just so they have some more HP. But yeah, we've got both of them in the Balzac fight here. The fight becomes much safer once the middle character is down. A little scary for Linda there, but got the heal off, so looks like he'll be okay. Diener also looks like he's finally got a pretty good setup.
Yep.
So
in the meantime, we see Lisan going back into the silver statuette cave from chapter 3, picking up the leftover items that we were talking about earlier that were left from the Tulun chapter. So broadsword, half plate, and typically the Morning Star, but some runners are picking that up and leaving the Iron Spear instead. So picking
Diener
up that
Diener missed the heal on Orin, and
oof.
Balzac came for him probably on the last turn of the fight right there. If Orin had gone first, it might have been okay, but oof. Fortunate thing about the Balzac fight though is there are a few bosses where if you lose, it's a pretty big time loss to get back to them. Balzac is, a wing of wyvern and a few text boxes away till you're back in the fight. So at least it's one of the easier ones to if you get set back, you can just come right back to it.
Yeah, exactly. Although this many deaths to Balzac in one run is like really uncommon. I mean, we joke about how nothing can go wrong in chapter 4, but like yeah, there's a lot that can go wrong in chapter 4, but this is some of the worst luck I've seen to this boss fight.
So Linda will be our second runner to get into chapter 5. And yeah, it would be very interesting to see, Linda really experienced at speedrunning this game, but running the English version to see if he can close the lead or not. It's going to be very interesting because Liz, again, very experienced Dragon Quest speedrunner overall, but I think not quite as experienced at Dragon Quest 4 as Linda and Ebby are. But yeah, we'll see. Still going to be a very interesting race as we go into 5 here.
Yeah, for sure. Lisan has run, mostly I've seen run the Super Famicom games, a lot of Dragon Quest 2 in particular, also DQ3 and DQ6. Oh my god. Diener takes another death to Balzac.
When Diener was doing his warm-up run last night, this is what Balzac 2 was doing to him. So Diener's just gonna be dreaming about Balzac fights for days.
Oh, he used the cards and it did sacrifice?
Oh, oh no.
So the tarot cards have, what is it, 13 different effects that they can be, 12 different effects, something like that.
Yeah, something
And,
like that.
Some of them can be really good. Like you can get buy kill to double your damage. There can be some really good effects. There can be some useless effects. Typically, they're not actually used, but it can be fun to throw them around.
Double your gold, double your experience.
But yeah, that's the worst of the outcomes.
That's about as bad as it gets. Yeah. Oof. It's so funny because sometimes in a race or a marathon, you'll use the cards on purpose in a fight like this just to kind of show it off. It's a pretty small chance that it goes catastrophically wrong like that, but nothing is safe in Dragon Quest.
I'm assuming he was trying to equip the cards to like attack to kill off Mara or something like that. I didn't actually see what happened, but I'm assuming that using the cards was not the intended outcome. But
Yeah, and this is a tough position to be in too. He's you choose healing Orin or you choose healing Nara. Either one of them could have been in danger. Yeah, there was no right choice there, and that's how the start of that fight goes. Sometimes is if it takes too long to get your middle character dead, then yeah, Orin just might have done so much damage that you're put in a position like that where you're like, well, which character do I try to keep alive, and hope that Balzac takes the action that kind of matches up with what I did, and Diener just got unlucky there.
yeah, I think the mistake actually was on the second turn when he killed off Mara. I think he parried on Nara, where a physical was going to kill even through parry, and it wasn't going to save from a fireball. The fireball, he was already silenced, so the emitting a fireball. Maybe that would have mattered.
It would have saved from an emitted fireball death. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
still made some sense. Yeah.
I think the better play was probably to heal on that turn than parry, though, because the physical was going to kill even with the parry. But yeah,
Yeah, the best play is don't get unlucky.
yeah, there's no true correct play in a lot of situations. Sometimes you're flipping a 50-50.
Yeah.
Dragon Quest really likes throwing 50-50s at you. It doesn't help that Nara notoriously has the worst HP growth
Okay.
of anybody.
This looks good. Balzac was cooperative and did a physical attack on Mara after she cast the sap spell, which is exactly what you want. Everyone's full health, so the fight should be manageable from here.
I think, does Diener still have, did I see Diener still have a Life Force Nuts in Nara's inventory? Assuming he's bringing it to Chapter 5?
Yeah, he may be. You get a couple of those in the chapter here, and sometimes it makes more sense to bring it into Chapter 5 and use it on the hero. Yeah. And Nara at 26 HP is, I mean, she's okay. As far as level 3 goes, it's a little bit risky for this fight, but generally you're going to be able to manage that.
Yeah, and that's just my point, is like, it's another decision where, yes, it's nice to save for the hero, but those Life Force Nuts would have saved Nara 2, 3, 4 of those attempts. So you're sometimes making the decision that, doesn't always work out.
Yep. All right, so with that, we've got both Ebby and Diener going into Chapter 5.
I'm going to message Vaxer and see when he wants me to up over there.
That's good. All right.
Okay, sounds good. Works for me. And so so after defeating Balzac, we haven't really talked about it too much. Kilian shows up, the lion guy, and you can't beat Kilian. He heals himself to full every turn, and even if you use cheats to kill him. I think he just like comes back to life or restarts the fight or something. So yeah, Kilian, you just kind of try to die as quickly as possible, and then you wake up in this kind of secret basement. Grab the boat pass on your way out, and then you're able to take this boat and escape to Endor. And this is like one of the easiest like points to take a break in the run. You get like a 45 to 50 second kind of cutscene here if you need to like grab a drink or, you know, sprint to use the restroom real quick. This is a pretty good opportunity for it. And yeah, you'll kind of notice that like all the characters are sort of consolidating around Endor. Not Ragnar, but like, you know, you're going into Endor in chapter 2 for the tournament, and you know, Tulun is got a shop in Endor, and now the sisters are taking the boat to Endor. Kind of does really become the central hub of DW4 a lot. You know, we sort of have a little bit of a joke in chapter 5 of, you know, if you're not really sure where to go, it's probably Endor, because you kind of just end up going back there a lot. And at sort of weird times, but becomes kind of a, like I said, a central location. But Dean are now safely out of the chapter. Let's try to take a look at what's happening overall. Brian Rogers is in Orin's Cave, about to get the Sphere of Silence. Sutefu is at the start of chapter 5, about to enter Endor. Shirya is near the start of chapter 4. I didn't see what happened. That seems maybe a little bit behind what I would have expected. I wonder if Rashirya took a death in the Orin's Cave. It's very possible that while walking down to Orin, since you're just running away with pretty weak characters, that you might die. So he's on his way to Orin's Cave.
Yeah, I think Rashidia also just had a little bit of a slower chapter 2. One of the earlier ones out of 1, and then lost a little ground in chapter 2.
Yeah. Ebi is in chapter 5 on the way to Endor. Villavi is in chapter 4 somewhere, killing a couple monsters. I don't know. It looks like he's also in the Sphere of Silence cave. Satoriak also is taking the Death Warp out. Erev just finishing chapter 3 and entering chapter 4. Shiner's fighting some dolls in the Sphere of Silence cave. And Northrex is turning in the quest items to get the 60,000 gold so he can end chapter 3 also. So there's kind of an update of where everybody is.
Yeah,
A couple people left at the end of chapter 3 and everyone else middle of chapter 4.
Yeah, Sutefu really gaining ground. Was sort of in the back half, halfway through chapter 2, and then has just steadily gained and gained and gained, especially throughout chapters 3 and 4.
Okay, I am going to hop over to the Japanese restream for a few minutes and maybe take a couple minutes break after that, and I'll be back in a little while.
Yep, have fun. So yeah, the first thing that we're gonna really have to do here in chapter 5, which you can see on Lys's stream, is we are going to head down to Hector here. Actually, I think that at level 7, Lys has already gone through the Cave of Betrayal, gotten the Symbol of Faith, so we're going to bring that to Hector here in the desert, who You might have noticed in that cave, if you were paying attention, that Lys, the hero, had to fight kind of some monsters who were pretending to be the sisters, Nara and Mara. Um, and so Hector was similarly betrayed in the cave and didn't realize that it wasn't actually his friends. So we get the symbol of faith out of the bottom of the cave there. We're going to bring it to him here. He's got a really funny text here because the game expects that you will have already come here. And so he'll say you again, even though we've never seen him before. And we'll show him the symbol of faith. His faith in humanity and friendship is restored. And so in light of that, he will actually join our party for a little while as a guest, and he'll, really importantly, let us take the wagon, which is going to allow us to have multiple party members, not just the party member limit of 4 people at once, but sort of carry everyone around and swap party members in and out, which is going to be really important since we're going to be gathering the entire party together from chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4, pretty much in reverse order. So since we've got the hero, we've got Nara and Mara, the next thing we're doing is actually getting Talun from chapter 3. But in order to get Talun, we have to go through one of the most difficult dungeons and boss fights in the entire game, the entire speedrun. Even casually, this place is really difficult. This is the lighthouse that we're coming up to, so we're at about the halfway point in the whole speedrun, and the lighthouse is where many runs are are lost. One of the last places that you can really expect to lose a lot of speedruns if you're trying to go fast. So it's a challenging one, and we'll see how people do as we go through it. One thing that you'll see us doing a lot from here on, you'll notice that Lys is walking over the overworld and not getting any random encounters. We're going to be using a pretty important glitch in this game that we call the repel glitch. And just to really quickly explain the repel glitch, essentially the repel is going to avoid encounters in the overworld based off of levels of people in your party. And so, before we have a guest in the party, it's going to reference either the hero's level or maybe the party member who has the highest level. But once you bring a guest into the party, it's going to look at their level. And because they have that level, instead of being like an actual number, it's a question mark. Like you can see on Joe's screen right now that Orin has that question mark for his level. Instead of actually referencing a level, it references an index value. It actually keeps these guest characters in the same table where it keeps the monsters. And it references kind of like Hector as having, index level 205 or something like that. So it's actually seeing that you have a party member who has level 205 in your party right now. And that's going to keep all of the monsters in the overworld away. So from here on through pretty much all of chapter 5, we're not going to see random encounters in the overworld unless something goes wrong or we make a mistake, or we just get really unlucky. But it really helps us move through the rest of this game quite a bit faster. Lys here entering the lighthouse, so we run into Talun. Well, we're actually going to go into the secret room first and probably grab a little bit of money. And then we'll... Oh no, we're going to look for metal slimes. Very nice. So, there are metal slimes in the bottom 2 floors of the lighthouse. They can come in groups. This is not the metal slime fight you want. And then in the higher floors, they can come alone. And it looks like in order to make this boss fight a little bit more safe and consistent, Lys is going to fight some metal slimes. Can't get a good formation. The party is pretty weak and vulnerable, so a fight like this is just... You're probably going to lose party members before you can actually kill any metal slimes. So if you're playing Famicom version and you aren't using this rule set, then you can use Holy Waters to damage the metal slimes. So it's a little bit more consistent. But of course, in the NES version, and with the rule set we're using today, that's not allowed. So, this is a better fight to try to get one. One nice thing is we do have 4 party members. And you're, unlike kind of later in the chapter, when your AI party members aren't likely to target the metal monsters, Nara and Mara and Ord are happy to target the metal slime here. Actually, getting some good damage off. And it ran. That's too bad. So it's not like the worst place to try to get a medal, but it's definitely not going to be easy. I'd say that most runners of Dragon Warrior 4 don't tend to try for it. You just get one if you're lucky, and you count it as a blessing, but you're probably not going to grind for it. The encounter rate for Metal Slice is actually pretty good on this ground floor, though, so this is actually just kind of seeing a lot of pretty bad formations. You can't even get groups of just like 5 or 6 metal slimes with no other monsters, which is really what you want to see. But yeah, if this takes some time, this is going to give the other runners a chance to catch up a little bit for sure. Because until they get one, and I expect they're probably only going for one, they are just kind of losing time. So yeah, like I mentioned, I think the lighthouse is going to be one of the last big opportunities for us to see a lot of position switches here. A lot can happen. Another good fight here. Got a couple damage on that one. Is sticking around for another turn. Okay, we've killed the Grizzly Saber. Alright, one more hit. No! Oh, that's close. Oh no. The heartache of trying to fight metal slimes continues. Yeah, pretty interesting. You might see some of the other runners when they get to this part actually take some fights outside of Conanbur, which is the town right before the lighthouse. You can fight some of the sort of random monsters. There is a chance for metal slimes to show up outside of that town as well, at least at nighttime. And they might try to get a level or two outside of there, which is a little bit more consistent, and you've still got kind of like the chance of, you know, getting a lucky metal slime. But yeah, this is yeah, not working out great so far, but it's only been a few minutes. If they do get one or two though, it could be a nice advantage. So we'll see how it goes. Not on the stream here, but I just want to point out that on Ebby's stream, I see that they are cashing out some of those casino coins they put in back in Chapter 2. And getting a Wizard's Ring, getting some magic potions. So really kind of turning that into especially MP gain items that they can use later on in Chapter 5. And probably stress a little bit less in some dungeons, like the Lighthouse, for example, where sometimes you are worried about managing Nara's MP. You want her to be able to cast a bunch of heal spells, but then you also want her to be able to cast Sleep several times in the boss fight. And if she doesn't have MP for that, then it can make that fight much more difficult. Yeah, there's a few dungeons where, especially having the wizard's ring or the prayer ring, can be very very helpful to you. Because there's a few pretty long ones, and there are also ones where maybe just by nature of how you approach the dungeon, you might use a lot of MP. So, the world tree, if you have Christo in the party, casting defeat quite a few times can be helpful there. The final cave is kind of oh Joe getting the 2,000 casino coins. Nice, got the prize. Let's go. Oh, it's great to see. So, that's actually a pretty big version difference on NES versus Famicom. The casino coins, you can still get them in Famicom, but it doesn't give you nearly as many. I think instead of getting 2,000, it only gives you like 100 or something like that. So it's just not nearly as helpful. Um, but yeah, that's pretty cool for Joe. Nice bonus. You can load up on a few more helpful items here for the beginning of Chapter 5. Very nice. Um, on Lissa's side, uh, they did get the metal slime, so we're going through the levels now, but we have a hero who's up to level 9. Both the sisters are going to be 9 or 10. So adds quite a bit of safety for the fight. Alright, so yeah, you can see this taking that, coming back to Conanburg here. Gonna use the inn so we can recover HP MP. Probably take another safety save because the lighthouse is still not an assured thing, even with an extra metal slime under your belt. And then get the head back in. Another thing about doing that strategy though is, they were ahead, and so with a little bit of a lead, these are the kinds of things you can invest a little bit of time in to maybe give yourself some advantage through levels, and hopefully have some stability through the rest of the run, where some of the runners who aren't in the top positions might be more willing to take risks. So one of those things that's nice if you're having a good run, you're in a comfortable pace in a race. Maybe take a few minutes, get yourself a metal slime, and can still be the first one going into the lighthouse boss fight, but you've got a level or two on top of everybody else. Yeah, since it's not randomizer race, there's no secrets or anything. The runners are definitely, if they want to, they can see their position related to everybody else. They can check out whatever the people are doing. There's nothing to spoil or anything like that, so if they want to, they definitely can. Personally, if I'm in a race like this, I don't pay attention to any of it, because it just makes it so much harder to concentrate. And Dragon Warrior 4 is a run where if you're not concentrating, you're not focusing, it's easy to make mistakes, and one mistake can be very punishing, and I know that from experience. But even so, just part of the fun of a race sometimes is kind of the competitiveness and seeing where other people are in relation to you, and deciding to take risks to try to get ahead, things like that. So yeah, we've got Linda saving in Conenberger and also about to make their run into the lighthouse. Um, I've seen Linda run this game a few times. Actually hang out watching their runs a lot because they're such a good speedrunner of this game. And I don't think that he's gonna stop to go for any metal slimes. I think he's just gonna cruise through here and just try to get through it as quickly as possible. Um, so might be an advantage for Linda if it goes well. But is doing it at a lower level than Liss, or maybe he'll just get a lucky metal slime. No, okay, he didn't. So yeah, as we climb up the lighthouse here, let me talk about the boss fight that we're working toward. So the boss of the lighthouse is the Lighthouse Bengal, and kind of like Chameleon Humanoid, Lighthouse Bengal comes with a couple goons. But unlike Chameleon Humanoid in Chapter 2, these goons are very powerful and dangerous. So it's going to be Lighthouse Bengal and then two monsters called Flamers. Flamers actually have a lot of HP. They have more HP than the Bengal does, and they can do really strong physical attacks. They can also emit fireballs, and they can cast the fireball spell. Casting the fireball spell is kind of the worst thing because it does a lot of damage to the entire party. The Lighthouse Bengal himself is able to cast heal and is also able to do a scream attack that can cause your characters to lose a turn. So what we're trying to do in this fight is Nara is hopefully going to cast Sleep to put the Flamers to sleep and put the Lighthouse Bengal to sleep. If she's successful in doing that, that's going to be really, really helpful for us. Just because we can't take very much damage. We can't keep up with the full damage output of all three of those monsters, so we gotta put them to sleep. The other thing that's going to be happening is the hero is going to be casting the Expel spell on the Flamers. It has about a 42% chance to hit. So every time you're casting it, it's a little bit less than 50-50 if it's actually going to knock them out. But getting rid of the Flamers quickly by casting Expel is by far just kind of like the fastest way to get through the fight. It can be really tough just to kill even one monster just through damage, unless you're even higher level than what Liss is right now. Sometimes you might expel the first Flamer and then use damage to finish off the second one. That's pretty common as well, and usually you're pretty safe to do that, although it might depend on your particular situation by the time you've taken the first one out of the fight. So as Liss goes towards the boss fight here, we're really going to be looking for the notification that the sleep spell from Nara worked on Flamer A or Flamer B, and then the expel hitting the Flamers and just causing them to disappear from the fight. Those are going to be the really big things. Yeah, there's just a lot of things that can go wrong in this fight, and a lot of things that can go right if it all goes according to plan. So you can see there, yep, hero uses expel on Flamer B. Usually Nara is going to cast sleep on Flamer A. That's the reason. Oh, first try expel. Flamer's immediately gone from the fight. That's great. That's exactly what you want to see. So with the first turn going that well, we're probably
Flamer went to
okay.
sleep.
Flamer's asleep. Yeah, this is just like really, really good, ideal boss fight so far. Yeah, everyone's staying at good health. Very good. Welcome back, Hactical.
Thank you. Yeah, the Flamer asleep again. The interesting thing about this is like I was talking earlier about playing the game in Japanese. Determining being able to see like whether status effects land or like right there when it woke up is probably the hardest part of learning these games in another language, because the combat text is like always moving and you can't really just like wait and try to figure out what something means on every single line in combat that comes up.
Yeah, definitely. That Lighthouse boss fight went about as well as it ever goes. That was beautiful. Really, really good. Liss getting the metal slime is absolutely working out. Solid
Yeah,
pace.
for sure. That was an interesting strategy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, what did you talk about that at all on the Japanese restream?
Yeah, a little bit. They were asking if if we expected anybody else to do some safety strategies regarding getting metal slimes there or something. And I mentioned that I didn't really expect any Western runners to do that, but I did expect some Western runners to get some extra fights outside of Conan Bear to get maybe a level or two that way. Um, but I wasn't really sure. The other main topic that came up, and look for more on this later, is Ebby has some unique strategies planned. I'm sure that I don't know if you mentioned it, but Ebby was grinding the casino chance to get the casino coins.
Mm-hmm.
Um, to get two wizard rings and a staff of jubilation, I think was the plan. But Ebby is also later on in the run going to be apparently using the equip anything glitch technique to equip the poison needle on the hero, I believe.
Oh, very cool.
So yeah, expect that we're not done with unique strategies from Ebby.
Yeah, that's great. I did comment on Ebby going into the casino and picking up some wizard's rings. I missed that the Staff of Jubilation was also bought, but I did catch them being in the casino back in chapter 2. So, um, and playing some poker. So there you go. Um, yeah, very cool. The equip anything glitch is a pretty complicated glitch to set up. It involves guest characters. It involves a glitch where you lose the wagon in sort of a weird way when you get off the boat inside of a town or a dungeon. But you can use it to essentially equip items onto the hero that they would not normally be able to equip. It takes a few minutes to set up, but yeah, one of the things you can do is equip Poison Needle on the hero, and it works in both versions of the game, so allowed in the rule set today. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Very interesting. I think Ebby might also be one of the runners who will use the Panin glitch to keep Panin in the party
Yeah.
through Necrosaro. Because I saw him do that in an earlier race, and is one of the runners who I think has practiced that and likes to do that in Necrosaro. So you've got another character who can use a Sword of Lethargy, and because of the game not really knowing what to do when you have two guest characters in the party, it actually can transfer the Sword of Lethargy glitch onto your other guest character. Usually in that case, you would take Doran, and you can actually make Doran have a sleep hit on Necrosaro. Takes more
That's
setup.
interesting.
Yeah, takes a lot of setup to do both of those, but Ebby is an interesting runner in that he's practiced a lot of those techniques.
Yeah, I commented that I don't think I'd seen any Western runner really do any kind of experimenting with the equip anything glitch. At least not in runs, not beyond like, hey, does this work or how does this work? I had never seen anyone bring it into a route, and they said that Ebby's really the only one in Japan also who has been using these techniques.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, Ebby's a really interesting kind of an experimental speedrunner, but that's how you find the cool new strategies. Question chat about the equip anything glitch. It only works on hero, so just because of the way that you can do the menuing inside of the glitch, you aren't able to equip other weapons on other characters. So it's only the hero. Yeah, I played around with it a little bit when it was discovered, and but I was for kind of what I was doing, it was kind of it takes a while to set up, and the hero can already equip a lot of good equipment. So if other people could equip really strong weapons or Sword of Lethargy or something like that, that would be kind of a different story. But hero can already equip the Demon Hammer, can already equip Sword of Lethargy, so a lot of good equipment already. We do have Linda Nusha getting through the Lighthouse boss fight, so still staying pretty close behind Liz there.
So yeah, I haven't really been keeping track of a whole lot while I was over on the Japanese stream. Has there been any any major lead shifts, any crazy good or bad luck that happened for any of the other runners at the beginning of Chapter 5 or end of Chapter 4 or anything? Or
Yeah.
no,
Did you see Joe getting the 2,000 casino coins in the tunnel?
Oh, no, I didn't. That's cool.
Yeah. That was fun to see.
Did he go spend them?
I think he did. Yeah, I didn't pay attention, but
Cool.
in a race like this, yeah, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course.
It's such a gift. Yeah, Ash confirming he did spend it. Yeah. But yeah, that's mostly been the story. Just kind of steady progress all around. Diener had a chance at Metal Slimes here. All three of them staying and casting Blaze. Interesting.
They were asking me the same thing about, do I think that there's a chance that Dragon Warrior 4 could win this time? And I mentioned that I was sad that Diener had so much trouble with Balzac, because I think that makes it a little bit less likely, but I think there's a chance that Linda still is able to do it.
Yeah, I think Linda or Ebby. Ebby's not too far behind here.
Ebby's just hard to call with the unique strategies. Like, it's possible, but I really just don't have any idea how much setup time they take, how much consistency they add. Like, it's a wild card, which is really exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Ebby and Linda like to do races against each other. I feel like they're doing a Dragon Warrior 4 or a Dragon Quest 4 race against each other every week or two. And I've seen a couple where Ebby does keep up with Linda. So yeah, definitely definitely respect their consistency in some of the plays. They are definitely less of a risk taker than Linda is, though. So we'll see how it all pans out. Sutefu is also through the lighthouse, has their ship, and is going on the world tour here. So they're actually like exactly even with Linda Nushi here. They've both just popped into kind of this town. They're both heading toward the shrine where they're going to pick up their first small medal. Head down to Soretta Castle. So yeah, I'd say it's basically a tie for second right now between Sutefu and Linda. Very cool.
Yeah, Sutefu's really been catching up.
Yeah, I might have to work on capturing the Nico stream so I can pull it up.
I'm still trying to like get my bearings with where everybody is. There are so many different runners in so many different places.
Yep. The standings overall are starting to stabilize. We're seeing less lead changes throughout. I'm trying to check in every few minutes. I'm probably not perfectly on it, but I think it's pretty close.
Yeah, it looks like Northrex is just leaving Chapter 4 now.
Yep. Ebby, not through the lighthouse yet. So if Diener is able to get through the lighthouse boss fight here, he'll might lap past Ebby. Not having the kind of really early luck that we saw Linda have, though. Ooh, Joe lost to the Licklicks.
Ouch.
Yep. We didn't talk about the Licklick fight at all, but yeah, the Licklicks will cast Surround on Hero, which makes your accuracy go down to 25%. And Hero has a little bit of MP to be able to cast the Blaze spell a couple times, but yeah, it's usually not enough to take you all the way through the fight, so you might have to rely on getting a couple hits through while you're surrounded, and it just doesn't always happen. So one of those places where, with some bad luck, you just die and you have to come back.
Diener with the spicy lighthouse fight.
Ooh, both the sisters are gone. One flamer gone. Ooh, it's a lot.
They both got to sleep at one point, but they
Ooh, Hero cowering.
spell just wasn't landing.
Nope. Tried to heal the hero, but got outturned by the flamer there. Whew.
Yeah, so a comment just about chat from chat that for anyone who's just tuning in now, so yes, Dragon Warrior 4 and Dragon Quest 4 Famicom have differences. This race is running like an international rule set where unique differences are not allowed, such as using holy water versus metal enemies. No major glitches like invisible balloon or anything like that. The Famicom version is still quite a bit faster due to being in Japanese, but from a rule and mechanic standpoint, they're playing on an even playing field, and yeah, it's I mean, as you can see from the standings, they're all kind of mixed up together. Like there's no clear winner or loser version wise. So at the moment,
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see. And that tells you that even though there might be the inherent advantage in the text speed, there are so many other things that your time depends on that. Um, yeah, that kind of comes out in the wash sometimes. Oh, Joe coming into chat mentioning he forgot to equip the armor before the Lick Lick fight. I've done that before. I've forgotten to equip the Iron Shield on the hero. And yeah, they do a lot of damage if you don't have it all equipped. You can't make it through the fight.
better on the Lick Licks than on the second fight, though. The Gremlins, Trixie Urchins, whatever they're called.
Yeah, absolutely. The second fight is even more brutal. You see Dina resetting again there. Lighthouse claiming some victims here, not unexpectedly.
Yeah, one of the things that the Japanese restream was wondering is they're like, we've got some challenging fights coming up with the Lighthouse and Balzac and Kilian, and do I expect things to change a lot through those sections? And I specifically said, like, I expect the Lighthouse to be a place where there's a lot of shifts that happen due to both like different grinding strategies and just different luck.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so far exactly what we're seeing.
Richelieu also got the 2,000 casino coins in the tunnel and is spending those at the casino right now.
I was wondering if we were going to see anybody. Actually, what I asked when I saw Ebby going for the casino coins was I was wondering if they were specifically trying to go for like the meteorite armband instead of the lesser prizes. Curious if anybody was going to do that strategy, but it didn't seem like it.
Yeah, we've talked quite a bit about the advantage of doing that, and Dr. Mr. Holmes, I know, has explored it a little bit more probably than the rest of us. The big advantage of having a meteorite armband is you can equip it on the hero, and when you get to the metal babble grind later on in the chapter, they're more likely to go first, which is really important for two things. One is using Expel on some of the dangerous enemies or the Aeolus Shield to get those out of the fight, or going early, possibly outturning a metal babble with the Demon Hammer, so you're more likely to be able to take them out before they run away. So it's definitely a nice thing to have for that grind, but it's also an investment to get it up front. If you're gonna gamble in the casino, it's not even a consistent investment.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of synergizes a little better with the grind as you go strategies in Chapter 2, where you can buy more casino coins in Chapter 2. But it's still a pretty significant time loss typically to get that, and I'd say on average doesn't pay for itself, but it does add consistency.
Yeah, I played around with, if I get the 2,000 casino coins, taking a save and then getting up to the 5,000 needed for the meteorite armband, and I'm just too bad at poker. I shouldn't do it. It's one thing to be good at Dragon Quest IV, and it's a different thing to be good at poker, even though poker is in Dragon Quest IV.
I think Joe didn't buy any herbs.
Oh. Had another
And-
tough lick fight, and yeah, no way to get through that.
Yeah, wasn't using Blaze and was instead swinging through Surround, and took very many hits in order to take it out through surround. Surround in this game is pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's interesting the surround spell kind of flips back and forth and how effective it is in some of the different Dragon Quests. In Dragon Warrior 2, Dragon Quest 2, it's like reversed where it only makes you miss 25% of the time instead of 75% of the time. But in this game, it's very effective, and getting surround cast on your attackers puts you in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, and in the remake version, status effects wear off, so you'll be, surrounded for a few turns, and then it'll wear off, and you can attack as normal again. But not in the NES version. Status effects are forever.
That's right.
Going back into the Lighthouse Bengal fight.
Yep, and I actually see Zytoriak getting through his Trixie Urchin fight. I'm gonna bring him on the stream here.
Not having a good start to this Bengal fight.
Such a tough fight. Like you can really do everything you can, but at a certain degree, you kind of have to rely on luck. At least he got that second expel. That's a really critical one.
Yeah, he should be able to get through now.
Yeah, with Hero and Hector here, Bengal alone doesn't do too much. It using turns to shout is just it wasting its time because at most it will make you lose one turn, but it's doing no damage, so it's only helpful if he's got Flamer buddies. So yeah, this looks pretty good. Whew, it's always a relief to get through the lighthouse, but definitely one of maybe the biggest place in the run where sometimes you just hit a wall.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that it is nice for Mara to survive this fight because she'll learn the outside spell, and her missing out on the XP means that you're gonna have to do a couple alternate strategies in some later dungeons to get out of there.
Yep. In a couple places where you might cast outside, you might have to go find a mimic or a canna box and let it take you out so you can death warp out.
And the outside is also something that has a variant based on what your Chapter 2 strategy was, whether Bray got, how many levels Bray got, if any, whether he knows the outside spell. Sometimes you can pick him up a little early to make up for Mara not having it, and sometimes he just doesn't have it. So,
yep, it's actually an advantage for Northrex and Ereruto who did the Metal Slime grind, so Bray got an extra 1,000 or 2,000 experience, depending on which one of them you're talking about. So he will have the outside spell. So yeah, you're able to pick up Bray early before the rest of the Chapter 2 party, right after you complete the lighthouse and get the ship. So if you need someone who can cast the outside spell and Mara didn't get it, then you could just stop by Mintos, pick up Bray, and then he's happy to cast it for you, as long as he got some Metal Slime experience.
Isan is flying, already got the magic key.
Yep, that can be a pretty dangerous dungeon, but not eventful at all there for Lise.
I'm going to be really curious what the different runners do in terms of the Zenithian armor. Who's going to go for it very early? Who's going to do it before the Colossus? Who's going to do it after the grind? That's kind of one of the major route variations during this kind of world tour section of the run and these mid-bosses in Chapter 5. When the runners feel safe enough to dive into the cave.
Yep, as soon as you get the magic key that Lys just got out of the bottom of that cave, you are able to enter the Zenithian Armor Cave. So the earliest time you can go for it is right here. But it's definitely like the kind of highest risk, highest reward time to do it. It pays off to have that in some of the boss fights coming up, some of the difficult dungeons, but it's not easy to get through, so most runners are probably going to wait a little longer before they go grab it. But I know a couple runners like to get it early. Zytoriak on stream here, I think, likes to get it early. Error likes to get it early.
Yeah, there's nothing really like technical involved with getting it early either. It's just kind of you know, lucky, try to run away from stuff. And it'll also depend a little bit on what the runners want to do with their routing for. You see in Chapter 5, they're picking up a lot of small metals, and they'll be using the Metal King to turn those in for items to sell and items to use. And in particular, one of the options available is getting 4 metals to turn in later for the Hat of Happiness, which will regenerate mana when they walk. But most runners will probably skip the Hat of Happiness, but skipping the Hat of Happiness synergizes well with getting early Zenithian armor, because the cave is right next to the Metal King. So kind of just depends. If you need to go back there anyway, then you can get 2 things at once versus you do it all in one trip.
Yeah, and the Metal King in this game is not a return point, so when you want to go back, you've got to sail all the way back there, so it's quite a bit slower. In some of the remakes, they do make it into a return point, which is nice.
Yeah, very convenient one. Does not look like Lisan's going to go for the early Z armor because he's still got a lot of people dead. So
yeah, you definitely want to take a pretty full crew in there if you're going to try to do it early, because you're actually just going to use them as kind of as meat shields. So you'll put a party member in and then try to run, and if you fail to run, well, they're probably going to die. Other party members are going to jump into the fight, but you get another chance to run. So it's kind of like sacrificing them to try to get away from the fights. And since it's a fairly short dungeon, it's actually a pretty viable strategy. But you need as many bodies going in as you can. Zytoriak getting this 4th Evro 2 Metal Slime fight in the Lighthouse and pausing for a second to consider whether he should try to take it and then making the right decision.
The metal slimes are always tempting. It feels so bad to see them and run away, but sometimes you just got to do it.
Yeah.
So Brian Rogers just took out the Lighthouse Bengal.
Very nice. Yeah, Brian Roger making a good comeback. I think that actually is going to put him. Yeah, this is another kind of DQ4 advantage. Some of the tech speed coming through, but also, I think he's getting into the groove now. Now that we're kind of settling into Chapter 5, because making good progress on even some of the other DQ4 runners.
For sure. Chapter 5 is where the good runners really shine. Chapters 1 through 4, obviously there's places where you can gain and lose time or do things right or wrong. There's a lot of RNG in chapters 1 and 2. But Chapter 5, there are a lot of valid route variations. There's a lot of menuing. There's a lot of shopping. There's a lot of, adjusting some of your strategies based on what levels your characters are or who's dead at a given time. And, the really good runners, the skill really shows through in Chapter 5. This is the game. Chapters 1 through 4 are the warm-up, really.
This is the game.
Yep.
Yep. Linda heading over. We'll see if it looked like he was trying to keep people alive in the Magic Key Cave, so might be going for early Z armor.
That's what I'm thinking too. No soon enough.
Yep. Metal
Landing
King
on
first.
the right side, probably not.
Okay. Or maybe just taking the inn. It's hard to say. Taking the inn here is interesting.
Lisan also took that same in.
Might just be playing it safe, saving this for later, which is fine.
Yeah, really, probably the more common strat is to save it for later.
Hmm. Yep, it's one of those things I love to see people do, like seeing the metal slime grind in chapter 2. I like to see people go for early Zenithian armor because it's just very daring.
Yeah, and it really, really helps both. Like, obviously, it's the best defensive equipment for the hero, and it also simplifies some of your shopping of like what you're buying for dragon mails and other defensive gear. Like, it's one less thing that you just don't need to worry about.
Yeah, there's a lot of really nice bonuses to having that. The Balzac boss fight coming up can be a really difficult one. That can make it quite a bit safer. If you have it for the Colossus, which is a very difficult dungeon, it makes a lot of those fights much safer.
Satoriak's staring down a metal slime right now.
Yep.
Don't look too close or you might scare it off. Oh,
Gone. Was not to be.
oh, he was just bringing friends.
Oh, good. Welcome back, Metal Slimes. Alright, 2 out of 5 stayed here, which is fine. Really be happy just with one. Zaitoriak's already at level 9, which is, like, pretty comfortable. But getting another Metal Slime would allow Mara to learn the Bang spell. And if Mara's able to cast Bang in the boss fight... Oh, nice. Hector built power. 2 damage. Knocks the Metal Slime out. Love it.
Nice.
Yeah, no, Mara able to cast the Bang spell means that you can more viably skip the expels in the boss fight and just go for damage.
Yeah, plus even just like a little bit of extra HP from the extra couple levels could be the difference between surviving or not. It could be the difference between does Nara heal or cast the sleep spell. That's kind of another thing is that the chapter 5 you're only in direct control of your hero and you're kind of leaving what your AI does up to whatever tactics you put them on, but even on aggressive tactics, Nara will often heal people that are low. So sometimes even just different numbers result in the fight playing out a little bit differently. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse.
Yep. So Liz here is in the Kelion fight. This part of the chapter, we've got kind of back-to-back boss fights with Kelion and Balzac. This is also the first boss fight where we are going to be utilizing the Sword of Lethargy to get through the bosses. So the Sword of Lethargy is kind of just what it sounds like. It's a pretty decent attack sword, actually. Not bad attack power, but it has an added effect of when it hits the enemy, it has a 3 in 8 chance to put them to sleep. So sleep is a really powerful status effect in Dragon Warrior 4, in that if you're put to sleep, you can actually be asleep for up to 3 turns. Physical attacks don't wake you up, so you don't have to worry about any of that in this game. It's just a random chance whether you wake up on the first couple turns, and then it's guaranteed after 3 turns that they'll wake up.
Yeah, and the key point of the Sword of Lethargy is that it ignores resistances to sleep. So
That's
it
right.
works even on boss enemies that are normally completely immune to sleep, or metal babbles, or anything.
Yeah, final boss of the video game. Yeah, so we'll be using Sword of Lethargy. It's gonna be a hero's weapon pretty much from now on. Hero will switch out for the Metal Babble grind, but yeah, she's just gonna have it equipped through the whole rest of the run, and it's gonna help us get through the bosses.
Yep. And at varying points, you'll also have Ragnar using one, and also the AI character Panin. And so again, leaving things up to the AI, the Sword of Lethargy is also a usable item. So it will cast the Sleepmore spell when used as an item. And there are a couple of rare cases where that's actually like a good thing, like against clay dolls in Necrosaurus Castle. But in general, you almost never want to see the AI fling up the Sword of Lethargy. But yeah, sometimes they'll do that. So kind of just like watch out for what the AI is doing when they have it.
Yeah. It's funny, we actually haven't talked about AI very much. And AI it doesn't matter really that much until chapter 5, and then once you get into chapter 5, it's so much of how you play the game. So, you may have noticed that the characters we were able to directly control in the first 4 chapters are no longer directly under our control. So, all we can do is give kind of the overall tactics, offensive or use no MP, stuff like that. And so it's kind of up to the character AI to do what they're gonna do. So we're gonna try to encourage them to do what we want. For example, going on offensive in the Lighthouse boss fight here, where Zaitoriak is decimating the bosses with no dead characters. Very nice. Um, two metal slimes, love it. So you go to offensive. That's gonna tell Nara that you'd rather have her, cast sleep than do other things, for example. And we're going to be utilizing those different tactics to try to get the AI to do what we want, but they're not always going to listen. And so, yeah, a classic example is if Ragnar is holding the Sword of Lethargy, even if you're on offensive, he might be like, okay, well, I could attack with this sword and kill a monster, but maybe instead I'd like to use this as an item, even though I don't know the resistances of the monsters I'm fighting. And he might just be wasting his turns.
Yeah, the AI in this game is like it's a somewhat controversial aspect of the game where like you go through half of it having full control and then you get to chapter 5 and suddenly you lose control. And that's actually changed in the remake versions. They allow full control, but the AI for this game is actually like it's really complex, and what they try to do on the NES is really impressive. And it's unfortunate that there are a couple of like either bugs or unintended side effects of the way some of the mechanics work, but there's a lot of like just monsters learning about enemy resistances through turns in combat. There's things like waiting actions based on MP costs and HP and different status effects, and there's a lot that goes into the AI and how things are weighted based on what tactic you're using. And yeah. It's really impressive what they try to do with it on the NES.
Yeah, it's great. And in some cases, it is really smart. Like, Bray will know that he shouldn't cast offensive spells on a monster that has bounce or fend spell. So they do realize some pretty smart things. And a lot of the way they designed it is with the idea that if you were playing this game and you ran into a monster, you might try different things out to see what their resistances are. You don't know ahead of time. And they sort of treat your other characters in your party the same way. That they, the first time they run into a monster, they just don't know what's going to work. So maybe they're going to try stuff out. And then as they actually get exposure to that monster over more turns, they'll actually learn, this monster is resistant to sleep. I shouldn't try to put it to sleep. I should attack it instead. And so they'll actually do that. When we do the Metal Babble grind later on, you'll actually see at the beginning of the grind, Ragnar might try to use the Sword of Lethargy as an item, and then after he's spent a couple fights with Metal Babbles, he's not going to try to do it anymore. His AI will have learned that that's not useful, and he'll just start attacking.
Yeah,
so that's pretty cool.
The other thing that'll happen during that same part of the grind is like at the start of the grind, the runners will be on use no MP to try to prevent their casters from casting worthless spells onto the Metal Babbles. But then as the grind goes on, they can just leave them on offensive because they know not to do that anyway. And if there's other stuff in the fight with Metal Babbles, they'll fight that more effectively. So.
Yep. At least getting through Balzac on the first try there. Pretty good luck with Sword of Lethargy again. Balzac did get some physical attacks off, so not everyone gets the experience. Actually, is that just Panin who died? Might be.
I can't tell because it's behind the timer, but I think so.
Yeah, I think
it
so.
Looked like a paw.
Yeah. So in that case, great. We don't mind if Panon dies. He doesn't need experience, and he costs 10 gold to revive. So, all good. So yeah, that Balzac fight in particular, that Linda is now on, is a fight that really would not be winnable at these levels without the Sword of Lethargy. There's just no way.
Yeah, so for a comparison in the remake versions, which obviously have different balance and stuff like that, but the Sword of Lethargy glitch is fixed. Usually you do these fights in the speedrun around level 20. So about twice as high as the level they are now, almost.
Yep. And I would say that, yeah, Linda, even though playing the English version, really catching up here, closing that gap. And Sutefu also in the Balzac fight on the Nico stream. So top 3 runners are all very, very close to each other right now. Yeah, Christo casting beat defeat is probably the other big meme. In the speedrunning community, I think that Ragnar using the Sword of Lethargy is probably a bigger meme. Because we don't... I guess we... Cause Christo's a little bit more controllable than Ragnar in that sense. But, yeah, when you play this game casually, a lot of people just take Christo out of their party. Because anytime they're not on user MP, Christo is just trying to cast instant death on everything, regardless of whether it's vulnerable or not. And it gets old fast because it costs a lot of MP.
Yeah, and Christo is actually like Christo using beat is actually a beneficial thing in the speedrun because you'll use it during the babble grind to clean up some of the trash more effectively. So it actually ends up working out occasionally.
Yeah, one nice benefit for us in the speedrun is we do know which monsters are vulnerable to it. So, for example, in the world tree, there's a lot of monsters that are vulnerable to defeat, and so you might bring Christo in your party, put him on offensive, and just let him go to town as you as you go through the world tree. He can really clean up in that dungeon. Yep, Linda also getting through Balzac, no issues there. So really smooth chapter 5 for top few runners here. We've got Ebby trying to get magic key, just about to the bottom of the dungeon. So we'll be going to the Metal King and fighting Kilian and Balzac pretty soon here. So not too far behind, but I'd say losing ground a little bit on the top 3.
Both the Canadians and the Lighthouse, it's true. Joe looks like he's got the Bengal in good shape.
Yeah,
Tefu's
nice.
still fighting Balzac.
Nice lighthouse fight for Joe there. Joe also fighting the Bengal at a lower level than most of the others did. Just went straight in, didn't get any metal slimes or anything like that, and worked out.
I think Joe said he keeps Mara alive through chapter 4. So Mara had more XP. I didn't see if he actually did that, but he said that he does earlier.
Yeah,
That's
he does
why
Yeah, he keeps
Mara
Mara.
had more HP.
Yep. Might have gotten a metal slime though, and I just missed it. I guess he was at level 9 for the boss fight, so.
I also didn't see how he used his life force nuts in chapter 4. If any of extra of those went onto an extra life force nut or so onto Mara, could make that difference too.
Yes, did get a metal slime. Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, good, nice lighthouse. It's a really good place to save time if it actually goes your way. So very cool.
Did you talk already earlier about the repel glitch / holy water glitch? For
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
okay. I
absolutely.
figured as much, but
The probably the number one most important thing in the speed run.
absolutely.
So once we are through Helion and Balzac, we're actually going to head down to the Kingdom of Gardenburg here, which is where Lissa and Linda are now. And we're going to go into Bakor's cave to fight Bakor himself. Yeah, it is worth actually saying the Repel glitch again. I explained it last time for the stream, so I'll let you do it this time, Hactical.
Yeah, so the way that repel works, I'm trying to remember the exact specific if it just looks at your highest level character or if it's like an average level of your party. But the way repel works is once you're over a certain level over the encounter zone that you're in, you won't get into any encounters. It doesn't work in dungeons. It is just the highest. Okay. It doesn't work in any dungeons, but once you're over a certain level, when you have holy water active, you'll get into 0 encounters. And the AI guest party members don't actually have levels assigned to them. And so what the game does is it reads the index of what those guest characters are. So your character might have like a level of 200 or something like that, because that's their index in the monster table. And so when you use repel, it thinks you have a level 200 character in your party, and you can just repel everywhere for free because you're so much higher than every zone in the game. And so using about 10 holy water, and then will get you to the point of having repel, and then from then on you can just use the actual repel spell to perform the same thing. Worth noting that it also calculates that when you either load a save or when you defeat a battle. So if you defeat a battle, like right now, Lisan is in a dungeon with 4 party members, no wagon. Any guest character that he might have, like if he still has Panon or something in the wagon, it's not going to apply to this fight. So after this dungeon, in order to get the repel glitch back, he'll have to either take a fight with a guest character or bring him into the party and save and reset. And things are kind of routed around whether or not that matters at a given time, but yeah, just know that they have to be like part of the active party in order to when a battle is cleared, in order to count for that.
Yeah, it's extremely helpful. Allows us to, do all the sailing around the world, grab all the return points, kind of go across some of the more difficult overworld areas and not have to worry about anything, which is great. Shiner having a tough time with the expels. 1 for 6. That's pretty bad luck.
Yeah, Shiner and Northrix both still stuck at the lighthouse. Looks like Velavi is also in the lighthouse. And Rashiria is also still there.
Yeah, Brian fighting Kelion now. So probably moving up into 5th place, I think, actually, from having that.
Yeah, Lisan going into the Tozaku Bakota fight. Bakor, Beef Bakota. So he's got a few different things that he does. He's kind of on a fixed rotation where he's got a snowstorm spell. He's got stop spell, I think, is what his other spell is.
Yeah, so he'll always open up with snowstorm, then he'll attack, and then on turn 3 he'll increase. So you always want to try to get a stop spell off before turn 3.
Yeah, I get this fight a little bit mixed up because the strategy is a little bit backwards from what you do in the remake. But yeah, the idea is that you buff up your defense and try to stop spell him in order to stop him from casting upper on himself or increase on himself.
Yeah, this is one of those fights where we're trying to make sure the AI does what we want. So Christo has the stop spell, so we go into offensive tactic to start the battle. Hero is going to kind of take the place of the healer because we don't want Christo to feel like he needs to heal. We just want him to cast Stop Spell. Um, it hits like 5 out of 6 times, so usually it just hits, and then you're good on the Balkor fight. But every once in a while you'll miss, and if he gets the increase up, then you have no way to take it down. You didn't bring Bray, who would be able to cast the Sap spell. Just like status effects, defense buffs or offense buffs don't wear off, so he's just gonna be able to keep it for the entire rest of the fight. Not a problem for List though. Gets through Bakor's 1000 HP, no problem. And yep, continuing on. Really, really good. Linda also making good progress through the cave here. The cave is actually pretty difficult. You know, the Bakor fight itself tends to be very, very predictable as long as you can get that stop spell off. But the cave itself has a lot of really dangerous formations. A lot of bad monsters can show up, and so even just one bad run fail sometimes can kill a party member. And if that party member, for example, is Christo, then you're probably not going to beat Bakor, and you're probably resetting.
The great Oruses would never take out Christo.
Yeah, or the Dragonites. Who, the Dragonite monster has a Scorching Gas attack, which is, like, pretty powerful on the whole party, and even though Christo has the Sacred Clothes equipped, which give him a lot of resistances to fire attacks and ice attacks, it doesn't give him resistance to the Scorching Gas. So he takes a lot of damage from that one. You can see here, everyone else has over 100 max HP. Christo, you know, he's got, what, 85? 78? Yeah, so it doesn't take nearly as much to get through him.
Yep. And after Bakor here is going to be one of the next big opportunities for potentially going to get the Zenithian armor before going through the Colossus. If they don't go for it now, then they'll probably wait until after the grind to get it.
Yeah,
you can also get it after the Colossus, but it doesn't really make sense to do it then.
Yeah, those are kind of the three main times. Either as soon as you get the magic key, right here, after you get the final key, and before Colossus or after Colossus. The reason to do it here instead of earlier is you've got one extra party member who's pretty strong, which is Ragnar, who you didn't have when you got the magic key. But also everyone's, quite a bit stronger, more likely to survive. Ooh, the Dragonites came for Linda Nushi. That's a pretty rough reset. That's several minutes that you lost being that deep in the cave. Too bad. But that's Bakor's Cave though. A lot of really bad monsters in there, and the game definitely anticipates you're going to be at higher level because you probably had to be to get through Kilion and Balzac.
It's also a pretty unique dungeon in that, like, it's really long, and because of that, the encounter rate is really low. So you spend a lot of time walking, and then you get to the end, and like you get the one encounter that you're gonna get in the cave or whatever. Like you can go through this cave and get like 2 or 3 encounters, and so like you make it through the first couple, and then you get to one like at the very end, and it's like, oh, time to walk through the whole thing again.
Yeah, and so many of the monsters are so bad. Right here, we've got the 3 Great Aurus fight. These guys can sometimes take 2 actions a turn. They have a really high physical. Yeah, immediately takes Linda out 20 seconds into the cave. Another reset. Ooh.
Yeah, that fight's the classic for sure.
Yep. Meanwhile, Sutefu going through the cave, so might be taking second place here.
Wow, really catching up in Chapter 5.
Yep.
Ashiria's got the Bengal down finally. Velavi is on the Bengal fight, but not looking so hot. Shiner and Northrex still looping through the lighthouse.
That's a reset for Velavi. It's too bad. Zaitoriak in the worst fight in the Magic Key Cave here. and just keeps not being able to run. It's really mean that the that group of 4 flamers can show up.
Yeah.
Just fireballing you over and over and over again as you can't get away. It's kind of the number one way to lose party members trying to get through this cave. Yeah, there's actually a lot of pretty bad fights in the Magic Key Cave. Those flamers, those phantom messengers who just showed up right here can actually cast the beat spell on you. So sometimes you just have instant death out of this fight. Yep, there we go.
Like that.
Commentator's curse. Sorry. Whoops. I won't talk about the rest. Everything else in this cave is easy. Walk in the park.
Ragnar and Northrex both back on the Bengal. And they'll definitely make it through this time. Gotta give the positive vibes, not the oh, they might cast beat vibes.
When you run this game enough times, you're not thinking about what goes well. You're thinking about all of the different ways you've died.
New and creative ways every time you play.
Oh yeah.
Keener on the Balzac fight. These blizzard flies are casting their aptly named blizzard spell.
Yeah, we
Macchiato
have
fly casting Macchiato.
both Northrex and Shiner trying to get through the lighthouse. I might just bring both of them up just real quick here so we can see the Canadians try to get through.
Shiner's looking all right this time.
Got
Northrex
through the
as well.
flamers. Very nice. Oh yeah. All right, Shiner gets through. Northrex down to the Bengal. And through. Okay. All right. It's a little slow bringing them both up, but brought them both up and they made it through. Very good. Canada is through the lighthouse. Very nice.
I think Velavi is still in there. I think he's the last one. Yeah, he's still in the lighthouse. I think he's the last one there.
Yeah, errors in the Magic Key Cave. Let's see here. Lists easily getting the Zenithian armor. No problems. Maybe some problems, but you know what? Bray was there and got out.
And grabs the Hat of Happiness for Christo.
Nice. Yeah, so grab a few extra small medals. You can get that Hat of Happiness. Really, really nice item to have for safety. Restores your MP as you walk around.
Yeah,
So,
I wasn't paying attention to where he picked up medals, but this is pretty early to get the hat, so I don't know if he skipped spending some earlier and like did he skip a staff and use chapter 3 gold, or
yeah, I'm not too sure. May have been. Yeah, usually we would turn in 3 or 4 of the small metals into staffs of punishment, which sell for about 3,300 gold. So it's a really quick conversion from small metal into gold, so that we can get some nice equipment. But yeah, if you want to sacrifice some of that to get a hat of happiness for some safety, then that's also pretty viable, and you'll definitely see some runners do that. Oh, Twitch commercial break. Let me bring that off for a minute. We'll find someone else. Thanks, Twitch. Let's see here. Who's in an interesting spot? We haven't checked in with Era Burrito for a little while. Let's bring him on the stream. So yeah, Era's just finishing his world tour. Going to get small medal number 10 here out of Riverton. And Era actually may be the first runner we see who goes to get early Zenithian armor. It looks like he kept all of his characters alive through the Magic Key Cave. He's going back to Soretta to save, so I think he will be. So, where you saw Liss go through the Zenithian Armor Cave and have a lot of party members to, pretty higher level from getting all that experience from Kilion and Balzac and Bakor, Era's going to go through way before all of that. Doesn't have Ragnar in his party. And is going to do that strat that Hactical and I were talking about a little bit earlier, where we're kind of going to put in 1 or 2 party members at a time. Hope to be able to run on either the first or the second try, and make it through to the end. So this is always really exciting. Let's wish him luck. If he's able to do it, this is going to be a really nice time save and safety for Error for quite a bit of the rest of the run. And even if he doesn't get it on the first try, if he gets it, for example, on the second try, it actually is still like pretty comparable time-wise. So even failing this once and getting it second try actually isn't too punishing. So you see him bringing Taloon into the front of the party. Level 1 Taloon. Opens the magic key door. Taloon, make us proud, buddy. So yeah, this is it. This is a really late game dungeon. Has some of the strongest monsters in the entire game. The Fury Face monster is actually like probably the easiest one in here. Didn't kill Taloon, just paralyzed him. Paralysis is okay in here. It does kind of treat it like a temporary death, but for the purposes of this cave, it's not a big deal, because eventually Taloon will get unparalyzed and then be able to come back in and take some hits again. Fury Face is one of the few monsters who's not just going to hit you and deal like 50 damage or cast a blizzard on you like the Snowjives will. There's a Dragon Rider monster in this dungeon, which will take 2 actions a turn. Yep, these guys. They'll either attack twice or they'll use a breath attack and attack. So they can really rip through your party pretty quick. But yeah, you can see, or putting Nara in, so Nara gets hit there. The party jumps in, try to run on second try, and very good. Thanks for your sacrifice, Nara. Making it a little bit through the, little bit further through the dungeon. The fact that we're this far in and we've only got 1 dead party member is actually pretty good. It's pretty good progress. Yeah. Don't really want to step off the boat. Once we step off the boat, we don't have the wagon available anymore because, and so if our party members in the fight die, then the rest won't be able to hop in and kind of save the day. So the very last part of this dungeon, you do have to get off the boat. So that part's the most dangerous part. You can't rely on everyone else to kind of come in. But they're actually having pretty good run luck here. Whole bunch of living party members to get this far in the dungeon. So this is better than average. These Maskans showing up, probably like the second easiest monster in the cave. Alright, so we're at this point. We gotta decide who do we want to take through to the end. Pretty much gonna put in our strongest characters. We just need to get to the treasure chest here. Oh, the Dragon Rider is bewildered! Yes! Oh, there's another fight. It's just Fury Face. This should be fine. Unless the entire party gets paralyzed here, he's fine. Yep. Here's this step. So there's the Zenithian armor on the first try. Really, really good. The other chest is a small metal. It's just one step, so you may as well grab it. Really, really good early Zenithian armor cave dive there. Very good. Diener getting through the Balzac fight, but whew, yeah, Balzac. Been a troll in chapter 4, been a troll in chapter 5. It's just how it goes sometimes. Definitely one of the tougher bosses, and the fact that you kind of got to deal with it twice is not easy. But yeah, very good. Joe says he's going for early Z armor cave. Let's see it. Very good. Let's check it out. Fun to see people going for that. And you can see the air kind of looping that in with the Metal King here. So the Metal King is situated right outside the Z armor cave. And so if you can just loop these into one sailing trip, that actually saves you like 2 minutes versus having to come back here later, which is what I think pretty much everyone else is doing. Additionally, Era will have that Z armor for, yeah, the Kilian fight, the Balzac fight, the Bakor fight, all that. So yeah, high risk, high reward, very good. Meanwhile, Linda going through the cave with the higher level party here and running into that 4 Snowjive fight takes a lot of punishment there. Snowjives are brutal because they'll cast that Blizzard spell, which is one of the highest damage area of effect spells in the entire game. So a lower level party probably would not have survived that fight, but since he's coming in stronger, wasn't as big a deal. Gets to the Zenithian armor. No problem. Very good. So we've got Joe coming in. So Joe is also doing an early cave dive, just like Era Ruto was. Errors went really, really well. You can see Joe actually doing a slightly, having to come in at a little bit more of a disadvantage than Era is because he's got 2 dead characters. So Talun is already gone as well as Christo. So a little bit less room for things to go wrong. Opening up a Snowjives is pretty rough. Just physical attacks is good. That means you only lose 1 character instead of both, at least on turn 1. Yep, there's the Blizzard. 67 damage on Panon. Yeah, and Joe's just going to reset that. It's so early in the cave to lose so many of your party members that probably smarter to just try that again. So yeah, not an easy or guaranteed thing for sure. Since we're focused on Z armor here, I think that try to catch people as they're going in. Meanwhile, on the right side of the screen with the Japanese runners, you've got Lina Nushi in the Colossus. So kind of just coming in at the bottom, whereas Liz is through the Colossus, made it all the way through to Dire Palace. They are going to come in the back stairwell here to pick up the Aeolus shield item out of the treasury, kind of in the dungeon in the back of the monster castle here. And that's going to help us. Basically what it does is it'll bounce enemies out of the fight if they're vulnerable to that, and it'll work on every monster in the fight regardless of group. And we're going to use this to help make the Metal Babble grind a little bit more efficient. So any monsters that show up that aren't Metal Babbles, if they happen to be vulnerable to getting bounced out by the Aeolus shield, we're going to use that on them so that we can focus on what really matters as we head into the Metal Babble fight. The other thing that we got out of the Colossus, other than just getting through to the other side, is this chest that Linda's about to pick up, which is the Demon Hammer. So we've mentioned the Demon Hammer a couple times. Essentially what it's gonna do is the Demon Hammer is a cursed weapon that gives you a 1 in 3 chance to do a critical hit and a 2/3 chance to just miss. But a 1 in 3 critical hit chance is pretty good if you're fighting metal enemies. So you're going to see the runners either equip that on the hero or on Ragnar. You can kind of go either way. People just kind of do what they're comfortable with. So one of those characters is going to hold a Sword of Lethargy. One of them is going to hold the Demon Hammer. And it just kind of depends on whether you want to be able to use your hero to focus more on taking the other enemies out of the fight and let Ragnar use the Demon Hammer. Or if you want to, when the babbles show up, be able to have your hero kind of target them at the beginning of the first turn. So can kind of go either way. It's more of a personal preference thing than anything else.
Or you could just get 2 demon hammers.
Yeah, that's what Crimson would do. There's a monster around Dire Palace that has a 1 in 256 chance to drop a Demon Hammer, and I saw on one speedrun that Crimson did once, he fought that monster, which I've never done. Why bother? And he got the Demon Hammer drop. Goes into the Metal Babble grind. Demon Hammer on 2 characters. It was absolutely legendary. It was great. Joe not having the same luck that Error had on the early Z Armor cave here, unfortunately. Yeah, taking a couple rough deaths, coming back at it.
And yeah, now we have Lisan entering the crypt, entering the Babble grind. So this the first few floors of this crypt aren't too bad, but there aren't really very many medals until the bottom floor, which he's on now. And yeah, the enemies down here at this level are still fairly scary. He's gonna pick up an anti-magic staff, which will just be some backup for mostly just backup for money. You can opt to give it to Alina, and sometimes she'll use it in combat, which can be helpful, can be not helpful. But yeah, the idea is basically just to survive until you get the first couple babbles, which will really kind of boost you. At the start of this grind, you're kind of going to need to have to like heal after every fight, and it's going to be really slow. So the sooner you get that first babble really makes a huge difference. And once they get to the end of this floor, they can take a staircase up and walk another short distance to a heal pad, which will fully heal their HP and MP, but it will not revive them if anybody dies. So kind of things to look out for here are, does anybody die, and how long to get the first babble?
Yep. And I did switch the order of 2nd and 3rd place as Sutefu has gotten through the Colossus and is I don't know, 30 seconds ahead of Linda there. Ooh, they hear the babbles showing up.
So yeah, that was a really good, quick first babble for Lisan. Um, that's going to really help stabilize the start of this grind. And yeah, the runners are going to be going for a minimum of 8, probably 9, possibly 10 or 11 babbles. Really, there's kind of pros and cons to each step of the way in terms of which spells you gain out of those extra levels and the extra stats you're going to get. Usually 9 or 10 is like a pretty good, consistent number, but I'll be interested to see what they go for.
Joe trying to finish out the Z Armor Cave here. Every character but Nara got destroyed in that Dragon Rider Pleasiodon fight. Got some spare medical herbs around to get Alina healed up, but whew, those last 10 skeps are pretty scary here. One snow jive. Okay, good. Alright, we got to the armor. That's the most important thing. Can we get the small medal? It's not a huge deal if we die here. No, he got away. Alright. Whew, Joe makes it through. That was a tough Z Armor Cave. So that's one of those cases where a lot of bad luck. Didn't quite pay off in that case like it did with Air.
Zatoriak going for maximum sprite flickering with his positioning while talking to Ragnar there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, let's get everyone in a row. See what this NES can do. Alright, and Linda also enters the Royal Crypt here, so we've got 3 runners. Top 3 are all in the Royal Crypt, starting out their Babel grinds. With how close they all entered here, it really could be anyone who finishes this first and comes out. It's all going to depend on Babel luck. Looks like Brian is also moving up into 4th, a little bit ahead of Ebby at this point. So just continuing to slowly climb up. Was in 12th or 13th way back in chapter 2, and it's just gradually leveraged just consistent gameplay and the DQ4 language advantage to climb steadily up and up and up.
Yeah, the DQ Forerunners are definitely making some pretty good headway in Chapter 5.
Yep, 3 of the top 4 slots now owned by DQ Forerunners. Linda Nushi, really the one who's still in contention, playing the English version. But yeah, all the top 5 slots at this point, Japanese runners. The West is is having a hard time keeping up. Everyone's just kind of run into their own version of the bad luck that's hit them at some point.
It's fine. The babble grind here is Linda Nushi's specialty. Linda will be here for like 5 minutes, get 13 babbles, and then just cruise through the rest of the run.
Yeah, that is my experience. Anytime I've raced against them, um, I'll come in here. By the time I've gotten 6 or 7 babbles, they're leaving with 12. But they used a lot of their luck in chapter 1 and then through the early part of chapter 2. They've been having a little bit less consistency through the rest. Still really solid gameplay, but and then we had Zaitoriak taking a reset to Balzac there. So Balzac claiming some more victims in the run today. Let's see. Looks like Shiner is going into early Z Armor Cave Dive, so let me bring him up here. See how it goes for him.
Crit number 2 for Lisan on a metal babble. It looked like that was Ragnar that crit, but I wasn't. It might have been the Demon Hammer. I don't really tell.
Nice, yeah. Good early start. Keeping the lead for now.
Oh, Ragnar has the hammer. That would make sense.
Yep. And I think that's what most of the Japanese runners do. I think that's what I tend to see. I didn't see who Linda equipped it on, though. It will become apparent very quickly. Alright, Shiner running snow jives. Gonna see Nara get taken out there. Alright. Hero lives through that one though. So he's about a quarter of the way through the dungeon, has lost a few party members. So hopefully can get a little bit better luck through the next part here. Shiner is kind of bringing in some of his... He's bringing in a couple party members at a time, rather than just kind of like one at a time. So a little bit of a different strat compared with what we saw from Joe and from Error. It can work out if the monsters spread out their damage like these Plesions did. But, it's just kind of pros and cons to different ways of approaching this. Alina did eventually get taken out there, but Hero lived through the fight, so still probably about as good of an outcome as any other configuration would have given you.
One thing I haven't really been paying attention to people who, when they beat Balzac, is has anybody been picking up the flute to potentially do a Sorrow Knight kill?
Yes. I know at least Joe is gonna plan on doing that, and I think maybe Zaitoriak likes to do that as well. I didn't notice if any of the J runners did it, but I have seen Ebby Doom do that in the past as well, so we might see that from him.
Yeah, so the Sorrow Knight's kind of an optional main part of the story, honestly, but sort of an optional side quest kind of thing you can do to get a free, not free, but there's a relatively easy guy you can fight for, I think it's 7,500 XP, somewhere about. It's not as much as a Babel, but it's pretty close. Maybe it's 8,000.
Shiner getting a clean walk at the end there.
So some people will choose to do the Sorrow Knight before the grind in order to make the beginning a little more stable, or choose to do it after the grind in order to, just get that little bit of extra XP without having to deal with the Babel RNG.
Yep, it is where you get a lot of the story about what's going on with Necrosaro and Rosa, and why he, well, maybe not all of why he becomes who he becomes, but some of why he becomes who he becomes. It's not
And if
totally
you want to
clear.
know more about why he becomes who he becomes, we have now announced the Dragon Quest Monsters 3 that will be coming out later this year, which will feature Sorrow and Rosa and presumably act as some kind of prequel. So maybe we'll get even more info.
Yeah, Square Enix is like, who would we like to bring into the new Dragon Quest monsters? And they looked at Dragon Quest 4. How about the bad guy from Dragon Quest 4? There you go. We will see how it goes.
I'm pretty excited for a new Monsters game regardless.
Yeah, huge fan of the Monsters games, especially Monsters 1 and Monsters 2. I'm one of the people who played Monsters 1 for a long time when I was younger, so definitely has a soft spot in my heart. And I know that you speedrun Dragon Warrior Monsters 2, had the world record for a little while until Era of Ruto took it away from you.
Yep, I've had it twice. Error's had it a few times. I'll be running that in RPG Limit Break in a couple weeks. So yeah, will be cool to see a new entry in that series.
Yeah, definitely one of those ones. Yeah, we had the couple Monsters games on Game Boy, Caravan Heart on Game Boy Advance in the West, in Japan, and then the Joker's games, which I never played the Joker's games, but I know a lot of people really enjoyed those as well.
I've never played them either, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, pretty cool to see them coming back around to it. In the checking in on the Metal Babble grind here, it looks like Linda is catching up to Liz. So with the last Babble that Linda got there, they're pretty much tied. Maybe Linda's actually a tiny bit ahead now. So that Babble luck coming in for Linda. It's not just luck though. Linda is done this so much, has the strategies down for every formation that's going to come up here, and doesn't hesitate on the choices he makes on, when to attack or when to use the shield or expel or anything like that. Just goes forward and always knows what to do. Yep, Ragnar getting the crit there, so Ragnar's got the demon hammer. Had a happiness drop.
Oh,
Let's go. Okay. You love to see it.
what's the drop rate on that? Is it like a 1 in 64?
You know,
128?
yeah, I'm double checking because I don't want to have it be wrong. It is a 1 in 128 drop
Okay.
to get the Hat of Happiness. Very
Ooh.
cool. Yeah, Babel Grind is looking really nice for Linda Nushi now. Got a free Hat of Happiness and did not have to take time to collect small medals to get it. Yeah, with that, actually, I think that moves. Because Linda is also ahead on levels of Sutefu, so I'm going to reorder real quick.
Sutefu and Leafs are about tied, so Linda's a Babel ahead. Plus the hat. Dragon Warrior 4 still has a chance.
Ash is worried about me updating my numbers in my spreadsheet. It's okay. I'll change them back if someone gets out of here early.
It's fine. They're ahead.
Brian, Roger starting the Metal Babble grind now. So a little bit behind the others, but definitely not too far.
Metal Babble disappeared.
Metal Babble runs away.
Looks like Shiner and Northrex both on Kelion, kind of having some trouble with him.
Mm-hmm.
Still kind of neck and neck between those two. That's the real race. It's not the West versus Japan. It's not DQ4 versus DW4. It's the two Canadians.
Yep.
They're really slugging it out.
Canada. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, Brian Rogers now also down to the bottom floor of the crypt, so he's jumping into the babbles himself.
Yep. And a really fast Metal Babble grind can happen, and someone could jump up a few slots in the positioning here. Definitely could happen. Sometimes you get the fight where 7 Babbles show up, and you can actually get a few of them, and you just save 10 minutes. All right, Linda picking up another one there. Oh yeah, we've got some Diener going in for the Z armor. So Diener is not doing the early Z armor dive, but he's doing the kind of the middle one that we talked about. We can bring that up to show that difference.
Lisan kind of stalled out on the babbles here for a little while. Happens, babbles come in waves sometimes,
Yeah, they sure do. I know that feeling.
Very rarely you get the babble tsunami. Where they have so many babbles they actually kill someone.
Yep. So yeah, you see Diener here got all of his strongest party members healthy and alive as he gets off the boat for the final walk. So just keeping everyone healed up, not too concerned. Yep. No problems at all for Diener going through. Very nice.
Lots of babbles on Linda's screen.
Yep. And you see one of the advantages there of having the Demon Hammer and Ragnar was able to take the first turn there to cast Excel on the Dragonette's hero, and by the time it got to Ragnar's turn, there was nothing left for him to target but Metal Babbles, so he went straight for it.
Yeah, it really simplifies some of that decision making.
Chip damage the last one. All right, 2 Babbles in that fight for Linda. 20,000 experience. It's huge. Sutefu having a really nice Metal Babble grind as well.
I was going to say, Sutefu's now also ahead of Lisan on XP.
Yep. We've got Ebby in a 4 Babble fight.
Yeah, hopefully they get one. It looks like they haven't killed one yet, so.
Yep.
Same with Brian Rogers hasn't
Yeah,
doesn't have a kill yet.
yeah, Ebby and Brian Roger are basically tied with each other at the very beginning of the Babble grind here. Northrex going into his back-to-back bosses, so into the Kelion fight. Kelion being nice and sleepy, which is what we love to see. And just taking a bunch of hits. The Kelion fight is funny too because in this fight, Christo has the Sword of Miracles equipped, which is one of the strongest swords in the entire game. We traded in 6 small medals to get that bad boy. And Christo can equip it, and this is pretty much the only fight in the entire speedrun where Christo is like a major damage dealer. Bad luck that he got targeted by a physical there. But we got Kelion through a lot of his HP already, so I expect Northrex is going to be able to finish this one out. Hopefully Panda doesn't do too much dancing.
Oh, another Alina crit for Linda.
All right, another one down for Linda. Yeah, so I think that's number 8 for Linda already. If he wanted to leave now, he could, but I think Linda usually takes at least one more Babble.
Yep, just learned the Zap spell, so. One more Babble will get Heal All to Christo, which is very useful for consolidating healing while walking through dungeons and also for consistency on boss fights. Another Metal Babble after that, I think, is what gets Hero to learn Heal All later on in the run. Extra Babbles after that give a potential for Christo to learn Heal Us, which can be situationally useful. Not kind of worth going for, but, if you happen to get 12 Babbles, it's nice.
It's nice, yeah. Linda does still have to go to the bottom of the dungeon to get the Staff of Transform. So the fact that he's still up here grinding for at least one more means he's probably planning on getting a high number, I'd say, before he gets out of the dungeon. So minimum 9, might be actually going for the 11 to get the Heal All and the Hero, which I have seen him do before. One of those things that can pay off by letting you go a little bit faster and more efficiently through all of the dungeons, and especially the boss fights. They're kind of crammed in at the end of the game.
Yeah, so normally when you're close to having the Mental Babble count that you want, you start walking towards the Staff of Transform, and there aren't as many Babbles on that floor, but it's still pretty common to get 1, maybe 2, while walking to the staff. So, like Anatoly said, the fact that he's still here grinding means he's probably going for a higher number.
Yep. This last Babble does want to be killed. We can't hit it, but it's not going anywhere. There we go. Ragnar comes through with the Demon Hammer. So that's number 9 for Linda, yeah. Be really surprised if he didn't start walking downstairs at this point.
Agreed. Trying to see where everyone else is at in this grind. Looks like Ebby and Brian Rogers have both killed at least one. So Tefu is still a little bit ahead of Lisan. Rudo has just finished up the Bakor fight. Satoriak is in Bakur's cave. And yeah, Anatolu putting Joe's stream up. So this is the what we were talking about earlier, where you can get the Flute of Uncovering after you beat one of the chests after you beat Balzac, where there's 3 in a row. It's the flute, a string seed, and the magma staff. And Joe's gonna come over and use the flute to fight the Sorrow Knight. Looks like he's doing this before Bakoto, which is really early. The Sorrow Knight's actually reasonably tough at this level. But yeah, we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, nice payoff though to get all of the experience before you have to walk through Bakur's cave. Will make that walk a little bit safer, and as we saw on Linda's stream, not a free walk at all.
Yeah, the Sorrow Knight's pretty tanky. It's a fair bit of HP, and calls Chilanodons to his aid in combat. So, you know, that can also sometimes slow the fight down and make it a little bit scarier. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Saw the question in chat about the Dragon Quest. You know, which Dragon Quest is the hardest to speedrun? I think that's a really hard question to answer. I don't think there's necessarily one that's difficult. I'd say a lot of them are difficult for different reasons.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They all have their own unique skills. I mean, you could point to, like, you know, Dragon Quest III Super Famicom is up there in terms of having had the most runners over the years and having maybe the hardest time to beat for the record, maybe, but like, it's not the hardest run to complete. It's not the hardest run to be good at. You could point to Dragon Quest II with its complex encounter handling. You could point to Dragon Quest VI with its incredibly difficult final bosses. I mean, there is real. You could point to DQ7 with its the fact that DQ7 is like 15 hours long, like.
Yeah, Shiner putting 7 in the chat there, voting for the extremely long one, and actually still very difficult in parts as well. Yeah. Yeah,
it's really cool that like each DQ game really has its own sort of flavor of what skills are needed in order to do it quickly.
Right. Yeah. The question is almost, you know, which one is easy, which I don't know. Dragon Warrior Monsters 2.
Yeah, DQ1 is like pretty easy. Whether it's easy to get like a record time, no, but like DQ1 is easily the simplest of them, the fewest things that can possibly happen in the game.
Yeah. Linda over here with a Krista learning heal all, or Hero learning heal all. Sorry, excuse me. So that's Hero 27. Yeah, but we were mentioning, yeah, this is Joe in the Sorrow Knight fight. So, you know, kind of a optional quest. You know, the speedrun for Dragon Warrior 4 is pretty cool because you have to do pretty much everything in the whole game. There's one dungeon that we don't go into to get the Metal Babble armor. The Metal Babble sword. And there's this side quest to fight Sorrow Knight and get the Flute of Uncovering and the Sphere of Silence. Some speedrunners like to do it for the experience from beating Sorrow Knight, which is what Joe is doing. But other than like that, you see the entire game in the speedrun, which is very cool. At least in the Dragon Warrior 4 speedrun. In the DQ4 Famicom version, there are skips that let you skip parts of the run. So the any percent run with glitches does let you skip pretty big parts of the run. But when you're playing this on NES, you're not skipping anything. Not really. But
yeah, and I'd say even in Famicom, the glitchless route is probably more popular than the any percent one where they use the invisible balloon and skip lots of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But Joe not really having any problems with the Sorrow Knight fight. It was actually really pretty comfy. Um, got through and is getting his reward with all these levels now. Yeah, Dragon Warrior 1 No Minute is a long speed run with a lot of repetition. You grind in this area and then you once you hit a threshold, you move on to the next area and you grind over there for a long time. The single segment Dragon Warrior 3 run is also very difficult. That's one of the ones that you watch people run that one, and the success rate of getting through to the end is not high.
Yeah, although I'd argue that it's luck, like as much as it is difficulty for that run. Like, there's just so many points of, I don't know. Does luck make something hard? Does having a route that's like got a very low probability of working make something hard? I don't know that I would say so, but you're absolutely right that the success rate of that run is incredibly low.
Yeah, that's true. Dragon Quest V is actually a pretty interesting example of that because you can really play the game more more safely, or you can approach it really kind of like minimum viable strat to get through every single part of the run, which some Japanese runners do. And it's a very different feeling speed run depending on the approach.
Yeah. Yeah, and Herfadurfus got a good point that like the full manip runs are difficult execution wise, although I would also argue that those are barely played. Like, they're definitely some of the least popular kind of runs and really only apply to, well, full manip, really only a couple of the NES games.
Yeah,
But
and the
yeah,
Switch
execution wise, certainly difficult.
Yeah, Switch Dragon Warrior 1 is probably the most popular full minute, which came fairly recently. But that's like a 45-minute speed run, so that makes sense. It's a little bit more manageable to minute for 45 minutes than to try to manipulate for 3 hours like some of the NES games. But yeah, Dragon Warrior 4, because you are getting RNG that depends on so many things and is changing every frame, has no manip route, not possible. So you just got to play the game.
We saw ending up with even more levels than Linda, and a big 7 Babel fight.
Hello, Babbles. Let's go. Yeah, this would be really, really good for them if they're able to pick off even just 2 more here. So that'll make them extremely strong for the end game.
Let's do 2 damage to all of them, and then they run away.
Yeah.
Still here.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. This fight is funny too because if they stick around too long, it actually starts to get dangerous. Because they're just casting fireball on you over and over.
They're just not running.
Just like this. Yep. Alright, that one's asleep. That's good. Yeah, you can see...
Just casting heal all.
Yeah, let's switching over to defensive for a second here. Makes sense. You don't want anyone to die, because then they don't get the experience, which is kind of defeating the point.
Okay. Heal all, hit Alina.
Yep, heal all Christo. Down to 12 HP there. That's scary. Looks like we'll be okay though. So no one's gonna die here. We'll get at least one Babble's worth of experience.
Here we
There we
go.
go. All right, 2
Good
Babbles out of
job,
that.
Brian.
Whew.
It was a wild ride.
Oh yeah, the 7 Babble fight is just one of life's true pleasures.
That was what I said earlier about the Babel tsunami. That was it.
All right, yeah, Liz is getting out of here. With an extremely strong party. Hero 28, Christo 29. Whew.
Yeah,
Not gonna run into trouble.
It's really interesting to think about this because, like, in addition to the time grinding out the extra Babel fights, like, you're doing the fights, you're getting the level ups afterwards. Like, it takes quite a bit of an investment to get more levels here, but it does pull some time back at the end of it too. So it's really like I don't know. It's really interesting to think of like whether it's worth it or what should your cutoff be.
Yeah, I will say that this is the kind of thing we've seen from Linda in the past, in past runs where he will, go up to those really high levels. To see Liz doing it today is very interesting.
Yeah, and it looked for a second like Lisa was about to go to the Sorrow Knight, and then I don't know if he's just reviving first or removing the curse for the hammer now. I don't know that he needs more XP unless he wants to do it just like to show it off or whatever.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's where he's going.
Nope, going for it. All right. Well, we're getting the lore drop. Maybe they just like to have the Sphere of Silence. Some people do.
Maybe. Just giving DW4 that much bigger of a lead. Get him,
That's
Linda.
true. That's true. Yep, Linda is the only one who has the only other one who has left the Babel grind. So Linda and Liz have both left it. Sutefu actually got kind of a quick start to the grind, but then hit a little bit of a plateau. Getting close to the end now, but I'd say that basically tied with Brian Roger, finishing it out.
Yeah, Brian Rogers had a pretty good grind.
Yeah, making up some nice time and in another fight with 4 more Babbles right now. So might soon be passing into third.
And Ebby's in pretty much the same spot too. Like Ebby, Sutefu, and Brian Rogers are all pretty much neck and neck.
They really are. Yeah, they're all kind of sitting right at Hero 26. So yeah, cool. It's gonna be a pretty exciting finish here. But Linda getting close to the Esterk fight now, really probably has at least a 5 or 6 minute lead on anybody. So yeah, I don't know. Never underestimate Linda Nushi. This is the power. So Esterk is one of the biggest boss fights in the entire game. But us coming right out of the Metal Babel grind makes this fight a little bit easier than it normally would be. It's still not trivial, for sure. Esterk has some really strong attacks. Christo in the back there is still fairly vulnerable to, for example, just like a physical attack from Esterk. But the fight is pretty manageable, especially if you know the heal all spell. And
yeah, this is the one boss fight in the run that's like really done at the intended level for the fight.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because you can't cheese him with the Sword of Lethargy, because when he's sleeping, he actually does a big AoE attack. So you actually don't want him to go back to sleep with the Sword of Lethargy. You can try to use physical attacks and dance him in and out of sleep, but you're putting yourself at extreme risk if you do that, because he can build up power and then go to sleep and then get an extra strong AoE attack from from you. So instead, the hero is going to use the Zap spell to do damage instead of the Sword of Lethargy. But yeah, because of that, you know, he's like I said, kind of fought at the intended level.
Yep. There's the zap. So yeah, Hactical mentioned earlier that kind of the minimum that we do in the babble grind is 8 babbles, which gets Hero to level 25, and that's where she'll learn the zap spell. And that's because in order to have a realistic chance of getting through this fight, you really need it. It's not that you can't do without it, but it's a very scary fight if you don't have zap. And it can be scary even with it. But yeah, Esterk wasting his time, freezing waves. It's good. Esterk follows an attack pattern, so you do know what he's gonna do. You can kind of try to prepare for it and stay ahead of it. At these high levels that Linda and Lisa are at, they're probably not gonna have any trouble. Lists there transformed into cats, which is great. Excellent choice.
Yeah, you have to use the Staff of Transform in order to not have the monsters notice you at their secret bad guy hideout meeting. And you can't turn into like a person, but any of the monsters or animals or anything like that will work. And this game has a huge number of sprites that you can potentially turn into with the transform staff.
Yeah, so sometimes if you're going for a specific one, like, I don't know, a horse, it can take a long time to get there.
We saw now turning in Panin for the Zenithian helmet. Technically, you can do this anytime after getting Panin, but keeping him around means that you can have him available for the repel glitch if you ever need to reuse it. So waiting till later is not that uncommon.
All right, Linda gets the gas canister. So we're probably gonna set up for the last death warp of the run here. We had a whole bunch of them early on in the run. Once you learn the outside spell, you don't tend to be death warping too often, but in this cave, well, specifically in Esterk's palace here, you can't use outside. And so you can either walk all the way back to the mine section, or you can go over to this mimic and try to run away, which you're not allowed to do, and wait for it to cast defeat, or Blazemore, or physical attack all your party members, so you can get home the slightly faster way. Defeat got everybody but Ragnar. The Mimic doesn't have any more MP to cast defeat, so it's going to have to take Ragnar down with physical attacks. And that's what we're going to see here. Not too bad, though. Actually, pretty quick death warp. It's one of the harder death warps in the whole run, just because your party's kind of strong. So if the defeat spell doesn't really want to land, if your party members resist it, this one can take a while. But that was pretty quick. So yeah, one difference in the way that some Diener is doing the Metal Babble grind here is you can see that he's got the Demon Hammer equipped on the hero. So in this formation that came up with 4 Metal Babbles and 2 Dragonets, instead of having the hero cast Expel on the Dragonets, he's just going straight for the Babbles. So Lena took one of the Dragonets out, Christo took the other one out with the Beat spell, and Diener's getting 2 swings, at least 3 swings with the Demon Hammer to see if he can get a Babble here. Nice. And there you go. Stuck around long enough. Paid off. Yeah, that point about the gas canister, that's probably why they don't allow you to cast the outside spell, is they want you to have to walk back by the gas canister and grab it, since it's a needed story item. But for the purpose of the speedrun, it's a pretty awkward situation.
And just checking in with the other racers here, Satefu is grinding some bonus babbles at the bottom of the crypt again. Ebby is working their way through the Colossus. They must not have made it all the way through earlier. Brian Rogers is now doing the dive for the Zenithian armor. So he's doing the post-grind armor. So even though those three were pretty much neck and neck during the Babel grind, we're all actually still in slightly different places right now.
Yep, and Ebby not getting all the way to Dire Palace earlier is a little bit of why they're still in 5th place behind Tefu and Brian. But that'll happen. Sometimes you get to the Demon Hammer, which is about the halfway point in the Colossus, and you die after that, so you just go ahead and do the grind. Come back, finish the dungeon at a high level when it's quite a bit easier to get through.
Linda Nushi and the World Tree. Now, the World Tree is very complex and difficult. You have to go in there with 3 party members because you need an open spot at the top for Lucia to join. And deciding which party members you go through the tree with and which ones you keep alive. And there's a lot of potential options here. And you can actually... Like, you can risk dying if you go too aggressive, but if you have, like, a bunch of people alive and you're keeping them fully healed, you can just lose so much time to AoE damage effects, and it's pretty complicated. These Cyclones are pretty susceptible to the Aeolus shield, so that worked out all right.
Yeah, it's also one of the places you really feel the consequences of how many babbles you took. If you come in here after only taking 8, it's a lot easier to have a hard time in the World Tree because your hero doesn't have the heal all spell. Everyone's got a little bit less HP, so you're a little bit more vulnerable to especially the snow jibes that can show up in here and cast Blizzard on your party. But a couple of the other monsters can be pretty tough too. Those red cyclones, if you don't take care of them with defeat or the Aeolus shield, if you try to run and you fail to run a few times, they can also do a ton of damage. So usually it's more prudent to face them head on.
Yeah, Linda was pretty close to dying to them. 1 or 2
Yeah.
babbles fewer, and that would have been a wipe.
Right, and is getting the bad luck of getting big groups of them and also got ambushed by that group earlier.
Yeah, and even if you don't die, like, again, they've got AoEs, there's a ton of text. It's a really slow fight. You're healing it, you're AoEing them. They're AoEing you. It's like... Sometimes they don't see you. That's the trick, right? They're cyclones. They spin around really fast, so you just got to get in behind them when they're looking the other way.
That's right. Yep. We do have Sutefu making his way down to Esterk now. So pretty close behind Lys. Didn't take the Sorrow Knight side quest there.
Yeah, Ebby's still in the Colossus.
Mm-hmm.
Errands are waving around their staff.
Yep, depending on how the rest of Diener's grind goes, could end up being fairly caught up to Ebby. Just sort of depending. It is a tough thing to have to come back through the Colossus. It's a time loss that never feels good.
As long as you've still got Panin for the repel glitch, Because sometimes, like, if you turn in Panon early and then this happens, and you end up, like, not being able to repel the walk to the Dire Palace, that's just that much more.
Yes, and that walk from Colossus to Dire Palace is short, but you have to walk through trees, and those monster formations over there are really nasty. Saw on Zytoriak's stream there. He's very early in the Metal Battle grind here, and he's so early, in fact, that Ragnar has not yet learned to not fling the Sword of Lethargy at the Babbles. So we'll get there, but these are the things you deal with early on in the grind.
Oh man, Linda ambushed by 4 red cyclones, like right at the Zenithian sword.
Whew.
Linda's had a pretty rough tree. Been a lot of cyclones and a lot of them ambushing.
It has been a lot of cyclones. Yeah, it really has.
Better than the blizzard flies, snow
Yep.
jives.
Yeah, much better than the snow jives. Snow jives will do more damage, and they're not. You can get them out of the fight with defeat or Aeolus shield, but they resist it somewhat.
Yeah, it's like a 40%. It's worth doing if there's 4 of them,
Mm-hmm.
but you still might only hit 2.
Yeah.
1 or 2.
But makes it through. Gets the Zenithian sword. Coming back in the tree to use the inn. Nice. Cool technique.
Yep. Cleared out that that cyclone fight through battle, so has the set up for the repel glitch to be active now.
So Linda in the lead here is going to be our first runner to go to Gotside Isle. Which really is just the way that we get to the Zenithian Tower and climb up to the Zenithia Castle. Linda comes back and grabs the Baron's Horn later. It doesn't really matter too much. You'll see different runners kind of route that differently. They might grab it before they go in the tower. They might just fall out of the castle later and walk over and grab it.
Yeah, usually you see the Western runners pretty much always grab the Baron's Horn first, but I think it's about the same number of steps to do it either way, like plus or minus a couple steps. It's pretty negligible.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of just depends on how you want to set up your inventory and I don't know what you're used to doing.
Yeah, Zytoriak getting a babble there, but unfortunately not not before Christo is taken out. So he's gonna have to leave to revive Christo to come back and resume the grind.
It's worth noting that Linda's also doing the strategy here of not having revived Ragnar from the Esterk Death Warp. So Ragnar is coffin blocking for Christo in the Zenithian Tower. So it's, again, one less character to be taking AoE attacks and also giving Christo a little bit of extra protection.
Yep. When you want to go fast, you don't want to spend time taking damage or healing extra characters. So when you have a party at these high levels, and you just kind of want to be able to blaze through and hopefully not have to menu too much, this is one way to do it. And I will say that when it comes to the end of the game, the last like hour or two, I don't think I've ever seen a runner who is as consistently fast as Linda Nushi is. In races, but also just when they're doing regular PB attempts. Just extremely strong on the end game.
So Brian Rogers is in Esterk's palace. Ebby is walking through Temto Mine down towards Esterk's palace.
Sutefu just
Sutefu-
beat Estric. go into the gas canister.
Yep. Pretty close between those three still. It's crazy.
Yeah. So after Linda walks through Zenithia Castle here, he's gonna go through the final cave dungeon. So the kind of the last big dungeon of the game, and it is very big. The Hat of Happiness is gonna help quite a bit. Probably not going to run out of MP, but still just depending on how many random encounters you get and what your run luck is like. This is just one of those dungeons where things can really swing pretty wildly.
Linda taking the smart play, grabbing a dew, immediately using it to top up, and then grabbing another one.
Yeah, very good. Linda and some of the other runners will still need to get some experience for Bray. Liz will not need to do that. The Sorrow Knight experience does go on to Bray, which might be the reason that they ended up taking that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, because Bray is going to need a little bit of extra experience to learn the by-kill spell, which we will want for our strategy for fighting Necrosaro later on. So Liz doesn't need to worry about that. Bray's got all the experience he needs to learn it once we get through all the rest of the boss fights. But not the case for Linda. So you might see Linda take some fights here in the cave to try to get that extra 4 to 5,000 experience for Bray.
Yeah, it's also a number that varies again based on kind of chapter 2 strategies. If Bray's alive and you do Metal Slime grinding, then you need a little less fighting later on. If Bray's kind of dead and coffin blocking the whole time in chapter 2, then he needs a little more to catch up at the end. But it's not like a huge difference.
It looks like Error is actually having a pretty good Metal Babble grind. Why don't we check in on it?
And sadly, Diener's Metal Babble grind has been a little on the slow side.
Yeah, you can see here, even though Error came in quite a ways after, he's actually most of the way caught up to where Diener's at, just a few babbles behind.
Brian Rogers has defeated Esther. On the Canadian side of things, we have Northrex currently in the Colossus, and I think Shiner also.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So they're continuing to stay pretty even with each other. Pretty good. I think Vela V just finishing the Bakor fight. So, Vela V had a little bit of trouble earlier in the run, has been trying to get caught up. Still making pretty steady progress forward, but definitely been running into some obstacles. Rashilia also in the Colossus, along with Northrex and Shiner.
Linda making some pretty good progress through the final cave here.
Yeah, already through kind of the big first third of the dungeon, which is that big spiral. Now you kind of go through the middle section, where you have to go past the swamp and all the kind of conveyor tiles and everything. And we're just going deeper and deeper underground.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, Ash. Just a reminder that this is just like really is just a friendly race. It's about getting, the Western and Japanese communities together to have fun, show off the run, show off different strategies. Not about skill level or setting competitive times or anything like that. Um, it really is more of a showcase than a race almost in a lot of ways. So
Yep, definitely. And it's actually cool to see, for example, Zytoriak, who's been on the screen here for a while and has kind of played as one of the leading runners on the Western side today, is a really new runner to the game. He's only done 2 or 3 complete speedruns, but is really having a great performance today in the race. So yeah, things like that are really cool to see. Northrex as well, a pretty new runner, hasn't done too many full speed runs. Rashilia, I believe, also on the Japanese side, pretty new to the speedrun. So pretty cool. Yeah, definitely. When we were organizing the race, just really encouraged anyone who wanted to participate to join. Just kind of glad to have everyone here. And because of how Dragon Quest 4 is, you can be a really great runner, have a tough time. Um, so no judgment on anybody. I've finished pretty late in some of these races before, just because of luck. But the whole point is just to have fun, be able to get everyone together, see how the different runners approach it, see who gets good luck, who gets bad luck. Yeah, it's great.
yeah, and that's a good thing also just to point out in general is that like DQ racing in general is just like pretty popular in from a lot of the Japanese runners. They race each other, like Ebby and Linda, for example, race each other all the time, and there's certain games like DQ 1, 2, and 3 Super Famicom where like people are always racing those games. It's always, and yeah, people like you want to win, but it really is just about having fun playing DQ together, and sometimes you get lucky and sometimes the other person gets lucky, but they really enjoy like I think they really enjoy a lot of just like the general concept of here's a no reset run rather than just sitting there and resetting over chapter 1 or something over and over again. Like what sort of strategies can you come up with to make a run consistent and execute it as quickly as possible while being safe every time? And that kind of leads to what we're seeing today, where a lot of them have their own unique ideas for how they've handled certain chapters and, certain encounters and their routing decisions. Like, they all sort of have their own unique ideas. That's because the whole, like, no reset performance is, and the idea of racing those routes is, like, I don't know, it's just a big thing over there.
Yeah, it is kind of special to be able to show off a no reset competition, because yeah, it's definitely not how you'll see most people casually trying to run the game. It is a game that, because it's so luck heavy and so luck heavy early in the game, you do see a lot of runners tend to do resets in chapter 1 and 2. So it is a little bit of a different approach to have to know you've got to go through the whole thing from the beginning for sure.
Linda casually getting another babble.
Yep, classic.
Error getting 3 of them.
Ooh, 30,000 experience on Araruto's screen there. You'd love to see it. That's how you do it.
I also just noticed Error's hero name, and now I'm going to try to pretend to unnotice it.
Yeah, but that's why he's able to take out all these metal babbles. Kick the Kirk, bang the buzzer.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, Linda Nushi making it through the final cave successfully.
Yeah, that was a really fast final cave, actually.
Yeah, it was. Returning here to Conan Bear to take the inn and grab the Sword of Decimation. Sword of Decimation's a locked find a locked door, and it's a sword that you can use to cast the defense spell in combat, which is less effective than like the sap spell would be, but anybody can use it as an item, and it can even hit through using items can even hit through things like bounce. So that'll be useful.
Yep, there's definitely a couple fights we're going to use that to lower the defense of monsters or phases of monsters. Meanwhile, Liz, choosing to go up and talk to Master Dragon here in Zenithia Castle, does two things. It gets the hero enough experience basically for one more level, which is nice. And it also powers up the Zenithian Sword. So with the powered up Zenithian Sword, it has higher attack power, and it's also able to dispel magical effects. So, for example, if Nekasaro Phase 3 wants to cast Increase on himself, we can use the Zenithian Sword to just take that right back off. Oh, Joe gets the Hat of Happiness drop from a Babel. Nice. So two of those in the same race.
Wow,
Fantastic.
incredible. Yeah, I'm a big fan of powering up the Zenithian Sword by talking to Master Dragon. It's one of my favorite like safety strategies to do in this game. Both the XP and the having the option of using the dispel, and the stronger sword sometimes comes in handy. You can sometimes micromanage your weapon to get a little bit of extra damage if you want. Like, just all really good options.
And we've got Diener finishing up the Babel grind and going into Estric's Palace. Error has gotten his 8 metal babbles, so is walking down to the Staff of Transform, see if he gets any extras along the way. And probably going to be out of here pretty soon as well.
Yep. Linda taking out the 4 Dark World bosses here. So the first one he did, the Andarug, there's 3 of them, and they call for friends. So you try to take out all 3 kind of at once. They're pretty susceptible to defeat in the Aeola Shield. Second one here, Radom Vice, starts with the bounce effect. And I think, maybe not. Anyway, you want to bounce your party members, I think is what I was going for. You want to bounce your party members and fence spell them so they can't be hit by his AoE attacks. He comes with these small ghouls, demi-ghouls, and you want to try to expel them. They can paralyze hit you. Not really seeming to be very expelly right now.
You really like to see the demighouls get gone in the first turn, but sometimes that's just not what happens. Second turn, though, we're still in okay shape. Thanks to that heal all, especially.
Yep. There's going to be the Giga Demon in the bottom left. Giga Demon's really easy. He can defend on certain turns, and he can hit pretty hard, but kind of just a pushover. And then the top left is the Infernus Shadow, who is the scariest of the 4 generally. Radom Vice can be scary and can be slow, but Infernus Shadow is just like the most powerful, has some strong AoE abilities, and you kind of want to just like, put him to sleep and lower his defense and do all those sorts of things to him.
Yeah, Infernus Shadow is the one that, probably the only one of the bosses where you're kind of conventionally relying on that sort of lethargy to hit and put him to sleep. Definitely a high variability boss fight, though, because can decide to take 1 or 2 actions a turn if he decides to just, use physical attacks, that's pretty weak. If he decides to cast Explode It twice, that hurts. So yeah, that fight can go a lot of different ways. But yeah, Linda taking the Radam Vice fight, kind of safe and slow, but sometimes that's just sort of what you have to do there. Yeah, that's a really good point, Ash. The Sphere of Silence that Liss got from fighting Saronite, and that a couple of the other runners, like Joe, who fought Saronite, will have, that can really help you with Infernus Shadow to make it so he can't use some of those really powerful spell attacks on you. So, nice application of going out of your way for that one, in addition to getting the XP for Bray.
It's like Error of Rudo got the Healy sprite.
Nice, 4 Heelys. Very good. Error also showing that you do not need to jump out of the window to cast Return. You just gotta go onto the other side of the hallway, and then you can return out of that room. A lot of people jump outside. Just saved 6 steps and 1 screen transition on every other runner.
Big time saves.
Yep.
All right, here comes the Infernus Shadow. Starts off with a Sword of Decimation, trying to lower his defense. This is also an important fight for bringing Lucia for extra healing, and Lucia has effectively the Water Flying Clothes. She's resistant to some of these AoE damages more than some other characters, so.
Yep. When you play this game casually, you probably don't have Lucia at this point. If she's in your party, when you walk into Zenithia Castle, she will leave your party. And at that point, we'll swap out for the guest character Doran, who's like the baby dragon. Doran isn't really that helpful to us in the speedrun, though. He's just kind of a meathead. A lot of HP and defense and attack, but we've already got plenty of that. Lucia has a ton of magic and the heal all spell, and the defense spell, and all of those are actually a little bit more helpful to help us get through some of these end boss fights. So by keeping her out of the party when you go into Zenithia Castle, she stays with us, and we can just keep her all the way to the end.
Yeah, and again, you can see here like her resistances to fire being very helpful also. She's taking a lot less damage from some of this guy's AoEs. Linda made the good call to use the Dew earlier in the fight also, knowing that you just go get another Dew.
Yep, nice one.
Yep, Water Flying Clothes.
Yeah, it's a really pretty tough call to use the Dew early. You definitely have the temptation to keep it for the Necrosaro fight. But it doesn't take too long to just pop back into Zenithia Castle and grab it. And yeah, if it can save you from dying in a fight, totally worth it. And yeah, see Bray learning Bykill there at the last mini boss, so that's right on time. So Linda did manage the XP curve. And yeah, everyone is right where you'd want them to be at this point.
Yep, actually got one mini boss left, the Giga Demon still.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, actually a little early then.
But still, right where you want to be. The Infernus Shadow drops a Sword of Miracles, so you get an extra one of those if you fight him before the Giga Demon. Makes Christo a little bit stronger. You can see him now equipping the Sword of Miracles onto Christo, just for a little bit of extra damage on this fight.
Yeah, nice to have. Yeah, pretty much all Giga Demon has going for him is maximum HP. There's a maximum limit to the HP that the game can actually calculate and handle. And Giga Demon has it. plus a bunch of regeneration. So yep, list going through the Radamvice fight. Looks like Christo survives. Okay, unexpected. Radamvice being pretty nice about not using a area of effect spell there and just using Blazemores on other characters in the party. So turned out okay. Nice.
Yeah, I was getting myself a little mixed up earlier because I was again thinking of the remake run. Because in the remake, him starting off with bounce is important. You have to use the Z sword to get rid of bounce, and then you sap him and do more damage. But then I realized that like that's just not relevant in this run, but in this version of the game.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, Radamvice is hard enough. He doesn't need to also cast bounce on himself.
Oh, he starts with it. I'm pretty sure he does in this too, right?
Yeah, maybe. You don't bother doing anything but hitting him with your swords. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Oh no, he doesn't. Okay, interesting. I'm pretty sure he starts with it in the remake. Either that or maybe he just casts it. I could also just be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Yeah. I just thought he started the fight with the effect already like pre-applied, not like not using it, but like a pre-applied effect.
So Linda through the boss rush here, doing the final setup for the end of the game here. So trading Ragnar's Sword of Lethargy or Sword of Miracles for a Sword of Lethargy. So now we've got two characters in the party who are gonna have that sleep hit. Gonna come back, replace that dew. Like I said, really quick dip back in here to grab it. And yeah, gonna be straight on to Necrosaro's Palace.
Has Linda gotten the Baron's Horn?
Oh, nope. Gonna pop outside and grab that. Fall off the cloud. Get the Baron's Horn. Yep.
And then straight on to Necrosaurus Palace.
Yeah. Alright, one small detour. I
That's
always forget about this because I never do it this way.
yeah, exactly. That's like the scary thing about doing it this late, I guess, is like you have to remember to go back for it rather than it just kind of being on your way. It's pretty common for runners to like maybe not common, but it's not uncommon for people who are learning the game to already forget things like buying the second Sword of Lethargy or equipping the second Sword of Lethargy. Like, now you just have one more thing that you have to do at the end of the run before the final dungeon that you can easily forget about.
Yeah, I think it's actually a tradition in the international community race that somebody forgets to equip the Sword of Lethargy on Ragnar. I hope no one does it today, but there's a non-zero chance for sure. Alright, so into Necrosaurus Palace. So the first thing is trying to not get caught by these clay dolls in the first room. They move around randomly. Every time you take a step, they take a step. And if you are within a tile of them, then just like that, you'll trigger a fight. The thing about them that's rough is they can cast that spell. The defeat spell. I gotta stop doing this.
This is also one of the fights where like Ragnar throwing up the Sword of Lethargy is actually like kind of a good thing. They're fairly susceptible to it, and in fact, you can see that Linda even was intentionally using it from the hero.
So you're gonna see people come through Necrosaurus Palace with different party formations. Linda's going through here with the full party. Ragnar, Alina, Hero, Christo, which is actually the party you're gonna start the Necrosauro fight with. Other runners might bring in fewer party members so they can do less healing. It is a little bit scary to have Christo in your party because there are still imposters in here who can take Christo's form and cast Defeat on you, which you don't really want. And he's also just kind of fragile. But with the Hat of Happiness, it can make sense to have Christo regaining that MP. So that's probably the reasoning here.
Yeah, and additionally, it means that, yeah, Christo can pretty much heal for free because Christo does need a little bit of MP for the Necrosaro fight, but the outside screens where you're on like the balconies in this castle, there are no encounters. So if Christo uses a bunch of MP, you can kind of just walk around on those screens for a minute and get a bunch of MP back. And it's time consuming. You don't want to waste time doing it, but it does add, a little bit of consistency.
Yeah, you don't tend to need too much MP from Christo in the boss fight, but you definitely want to top him up at least to 50 or 60 MP, just in case you do need him to cast a few heal alls.
Yeah, so do you want to start talking about the Necrosaro fight?
Yeah, we better. We're gonna see it in a few minutes here. So yeah, we're gonna spend quite a bit of time on the Necrosaro fight tonight. This is how the races always go. As we watch the runners kind of come through, we will cycle through the Necrosaro fights. But Necrosaro is probably one of the more iconic Dragon Quest bosses. It's a 7-phase fight, which is about as long as you're gonna get in any RPG, and every phase kind of has its own unique character. So we'll kind of talk through those as they come up through the different runners taking the fight here. But the basic idea of what we're gonna be trying to do in this fight is the first 2 phases only use physical attacks. So that's kind of the safest part of the fight. What we're gonna do is ask Christo to cast Increase on the party so that we can get our defense up. And then once we got our defense up, we're gonna try to get Bray out to cast Bykill on a party. So the big objectives at the beginning are buffing our defense and then buffing our attack. And if we manage the fight well, we can keep the defense and attack buffs all the way into phase 7, which is the final phase. Phase 7 is unpredictable because there's no established attack pattern, and he can decide to use freezing waves to remove your buffs. There's not a lot to do about it. Phase 7 is a little bit more, let's see what we can get. Can we get him to sleep? Can we use the Sword of Decimation to lower his defense? There's a lot of cross your fingers and hope for the best in phase 7. But yeah.
And worth noting that one of the main tools that's going to be used in this fight also is going to be the Fen spell, which prevents magic from hitting a target. So it was used during Radamvice on the party members to prevent his AoE from damaging the party. But it's going to be very useful in Necrosaro because it'll be cast onto Necrosaro himself, making him immune to magic. But what that does is it will prevent Bray, his AI, from trying to cast offensive spells onto Necrosaro, and instead will allow him to prioritize using that Bykill ability.
Yep. It also keeps Christo from casting Beat, and helps him choose to cast Increase on the party instead. So really important. Yeah, we want to be careful to cast Fen spell on Necrosaro. Don't cast it on your party members. It does auto-target your party. Don't forget. Not that anyone would make that mistake. Yeah, it's a pretty low encounter rate on this walk up to Necrosaro, but Linda is finding them.
Yeah, some unique enemies.
Yeah, we'll bring Linda's sound on for the boss fight. I think that he probably has his mic on, so get ready for that. But yeah, let's get the Necrosaro music here.
As he continues to get even more encounters.
Yeah, this is a lot of encounters.
お願いしま
Alright,
す。
here we go.
あんまり余裕ねえな。
Phase 1. 2 physical attacks per turn. Fend spell, Necrosorrow.
All right. First thing done. We got Fence Spell and Necrosaro. Good turn order there too. Since Hero went before Christo, we get increase on the first turn, which is always nice.
Yep. And worth noting that you don't really want to get an upper on turn 2. So
あ、待って。
might not get the double increase. I was gonna say you don't want to put him to sleep because that'll also affect AI kind of in a negative way. So choosing to just use the Sword of Decimation, it's not really the Sword of Decimation on phase 1 is nice because it'll increase the range at which Bray will choose to use Bykill, and it's also just a good way to use the hero's turn without risking putting him to sleep and kind of messing with AI.
Yep. Worth mentioning, Liz had a really fast Necrosaurus Palace and is coming into the Necrosaur fight a minute and a half behind Linda.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah. So we have a close race between first and second here. This fight could go either way, honestly.
あ、もう入ったのやべえな。これまくられるわ。普通に。
Linda having a little bit of trouble with the setup. No decimation and
終わってるこれは。
hasn't landed yet, and Bray's doing attacks instead of Bykill. Here's the decimation, but Bray's still attacking.
いつ
Yeah, just got to do a little bit more damage. There it is.
それはきついね。
Linda with some very fast party member menuing here.
Ooh, this is using Transform. Yeah, I got so many levels from the Babel Grind and the Sorrow's Night Fight. Actually did learn the Transform spell, so that means that Hero is able to transform into Christo, and we don't have to work on Christo's AI. We can just go ahead and take the reins. Regularly seen strat now. This is how it used to be done quite a bit more commonly. But now we don't typically take enough levels to get that spell.
Using
So
the
that's
Z sword on himself to dispel transform,
very nice. This is
so that
great.
way he can turn into Bray.
Yeah, so this is pretty special. You don't see these strats on Nekasara very often at all anymore. Yeah, very cool.
Using Bray's ability to cast Sap.
おい、寝かしたとかよ。やめろ。
Speed up.
Okay.
来た。
Didn't go off, but trying to
遅すぎ
speed
る
up.
ぞ
Yeah.
展開が
So gonna be in a really beautiful spot buff wise from the first couple phases. We'll see how that helps them get through the rest of it. You know, Linda making forward progress here. Already in phase 3. Nekasaro is not doing anything too rude. Phase 3 is one of the tougher ones. Necrosaro can cast Increase, can also cast the Beat spell in this phase, which is pretty scary.
フォローありがとうございます。
But no problems for Linda there. Straight into phase 4.
Lisan continued to buy kill, continuing to use speed up. Trying to
Oh, yeah.
follow that fight just because it's so abnormal.
Once Liz starts going, they're going to be going fast.
Still more speed
ア
ups.
ストロ打ちたくね。
Buy kill.
そう。
That's the sap spell available.
Linda, good sleep luck on phase 4 there, so doesn't have to use Iron Eyes. Gonna cruise through this one straight into phase 5. But yeah, basically a 1 phase difference between these two right now. This is so close. So during the phase transitions, if the character who does the damage to move in the next phase, just like Linda here with Ragnar, if they have a Sword of Lethargy equipped, then after the phase changes, you get that 3 in 8 chance to put the boss to sleep again. So you want to really see either the hero or Ragnar pushing Nekasaro over into the next phase. And if Nekasaro starts the next phase asleep, that's huge.
Oh
the
my god.
the most important one is phase 7, because phase 7, like I mentioned before, is the big one, the hard one, the unpredictable one. But if Nekasaro can start asleep, that can be something that saves you a minute, 2 minutes, and can totally make the difference in a race this close.
Phase 4 didn't even get an action.
Yep, this is gaining. This is what you can do with transform strats.
Linda's going on to phase 6. So is Lisan.
Wow, Sword of Decimation not working on Nekasaro phase 6. That's unusual. This phase is vulnerable to the sword.
And meanwhile,
Twice in a row from Linda. That's bad luck.
Lisan just using the actual sap spell, which is even more effective in landing at first try.
This might be it. This might be the order change phase 6. But I mean, everything can still happen in phase 7, so we'll see.
Yeah, he's kind of in a injured spot here though in phase 6 for Lisan. So
寝てくれ。
Ragnar's flinging up the sword,
Yep. World
using
do.
the dew.
Yep. It's the time for it for sure. Nekasaro
Okay.
is asleep in phase 7 for Linda. Sword of Decimation not working.
Nope, now he's got to Iron Eyes. So
Okay.
Iron Eyes is to waste turns for AI to learn about weaknesses. So particularly for Ragnar to not fling up the sword.
Yep. Let's see if Liss gets the sleep.
No.
Nope. Okay.
He's using
Ooh.
the Zenithian sword to remove bounce. Using the sap spell. Not hit.
Oh, big damage there. That's scary.
Sap failed again.
Oh.
Ragnar flinging up the sword.
Linda also running into some trouble with Nekasaro, but Ragnar gets him to sleep, so in the advantage position here.
Ragnar still flinging up the sword. Sap failed again.
Whew. Phase 7.
Freezing
あれ、そっ
waves.
か。
So buffs and transform are now gone.
Yep.
So now falling back to Iron Eyes, and will probably fall into the same strategy that Linda's doing.
Yep. Just got to turtle up and try to recover from this one. Yeah, Nekasaro just not getting hit with what he needed there. All right. Linda finally gets the Sword of Decimation off. Nekasaro did wake up there, so we really need to get him back to sleep before we can
これ
finish
であ
this
と
out.
寝たら押せるけど。
Not wanting to sleep. Bringing Lucia in for some healing.
頼む。
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
Sleep.
Sleep, good. Ragnar gets the critical hit. Yeah, who needs by kill? Go, go, go. Probably gonna see, we're just going for attacks here. Alina is still by killed. You can see her doing 100 damage with every attack. Alright, bringing out Bray so we can get by kill.
押 せま
Hey,
せ。
Lisan hit the decimation, finally, and has him asleep.
オッケーいけ。
Back to sleep. All right, Linda's got this. Whew.
So does Lisan.
There's the flash.
よし
GG.
Lisan's going in, asleep, decimation. Should be only be 1 or 2 more turns. Back to sleep again. Or still sleeping, I mean.
Yep, very, very close.
Now he's awake. Now he's asleep again.
Yep, they got this. It's right here.
Awake
GG.
and dead.
Well,
Oof.
as long as Linda doesn't get lost trying to walk out of
メッ
Zenithia
セージが
Castle.
やばいんだよな。
Is how much faster is the Famicom text for the ending?
I don't think quite that fast. But
大
wow.
丈夫かな。
Incredible. Very, very close finish between the two of those. What a fight.
Yeah, for sure.
早く
Whew.
早く
I loved watching Lisan's strategies during that fight with Transform.
That was amazing, yeah. Really, really cool to show that off. Had a faster fight than Linda, just came in just a little bit too far behind.
Really just had a really it was phase 7, like just could not get a setup going in phase 7 and had some trouble in phase 6 also. Got really injured and then yeah, just kept failing saps and
危ね
had
え。
all the buffs dispelled
マジ
and
でラストテキストで負ける
had
と
to
か。
fall back to the normal route.
お疲れ様でした。
6:16:57 for Linda. According to their timer. Wow.
Wow.
That's very good. Better than my PB, that's for sure.
Wow, what a time. No reset run in a race in Dragon Warrior 4 in 6:16 is incredibly fast. Incredibly
Yeah.
fast.
And our winner is Dragon Warrior 4, the English version.
English version for the first time. Wow. That was incredible.
Absolutely.
Yep, every other time we've done the race, Dragon Quest 4 has won. We just needed Linda to come over to the dark side.
Linda's done English in one of these before, right?
Yeah. Was it in a community race that they did it? I don't remember.
I thought so in one of them, but maybe I'm wrong. Either way, I think if they did, they probably came in like second or something.
There you
Like
go.
still really up there.
All right, let me find some new streams to pull up here, but that was fantastic. Whew.
Yeah, what an incredible finish to that race.
Yeah, I was really caught up in that.
Linda lost so much time with those encounters in like the ascent to Necrosaro in that final room. Trying to read his son's voice to text, see if I can tell what he's talking about. I don't know. He's talking about something with Dragon Riders.
Whew. I need to catch my breath.
Yeah, tell me about it. And we've got 11 more Necrosaro fights to go.
Yep. Yep. Welcome to the international race. This is the good part. The cascade of Necrosaurus. All right, let me see if I can find Sutefu here.
Yeah, because they're just starting Necrosaro now on phase 1. Oh, are they also doing transform strats? Yeah. Yes, Tefu's also doing the transform strat. Did the same thing, turned into Christo, used the Z sword on himself. Turned into Bray. The Japanese normal strat? I mean, I'll take your word for that, sure.
All right. Enjoy the Nico broadcast quality.
It looks fine. Pulling out Lucia. Thinking about using speed up. I think there's a problem here. I think Bray didn't get enough XP to learn by kill. I think on Lisan, by kill was on the same page as speed up. Am I wrong about that? He's using speed up now, but I thought they were on the same page.
I'm not sure. I am so unfamiliar with transform strats except through oral legend that has been passed down to me.
Yeah, and also I'm just generally not familiar with like the layout of some of the like spell menus, and inventory and combat is like slightly different in Famicom.
Mm-hmm.
So even if like you're familiar with the English one, it's not even necessarily like the same positions to follow stuff here. The stream is also
Pardon my
buffering.
Yeah. Should have paid the $5 for the Nico Premium.
Casting sap.
Yeah, that's what I've heard before, Ash, was you transform into Christo, you get increase. So yeah, very cool using Zenithian Sword on themselves, and then recasting transform into Bray just to take your entire destiny into your hands. And being able to cast speed up, which is something we can't get the AI to do. Very cool. Alright, yeah, good fight so far. We also have Brian Roger entering his Necrosara fight. So right there in phase 1. I cannot do both of these at the same time, so we are going to have to wait until Sutefu is through. I don't have enough monitors. Dean are picking up some bonus babbles here. Thanks, Alina. Maybe 2? What do we think?
Stifu going on to phase 6.
Sticking around. 1 more damage kills this babble. Oh, yep, that's more than 1 damage. Thanks, Alina. Alright. Bonus XP for Dina there. That really helps for a safe endgame. Very nice.
Got him to sleep, sapped him. They're about to push into. Steph's about to push into phase 7 here. Okay, Ragnar pushed him over. See if he falls asleep.
This is the big one. Nope.
Nope. Okay, using Z Sword to remove his bounce. Necrostar starting off with some freezing waves. Fire breath. Ragnar flinging up the Sword of Lethargy. So we're going back into Iron Eye strats because of the freezing waves.
Yep. Gonna be some recovery to do from that.
Meanwhile, Brian Rogers is on phase 4 at the moment.
To edit on that comment about being over leveled and being able to run first try. My favorite game FAQ factoid for Dragon Warrior 4 is that one of the game FAQs tells you a special hint, which is you can always run from all of the fights in Necrophara's palace first try. You can take that one home with you.
Yeah, the level 30 transform runners got more babbles in the Royal Crypt, and also a little bit of extra XP from the Master Dragon cutscene powering up the Z Sword, which is also just part of their strat.
Mm-hmm.
More freezing waves.
Okay, got him to
Necrosauros
sleep.
back to sleep. Using the dew.
Yeah, get all healed up. And time for damage. Alright, Sword of Decimation time. Nope.
Lucia hit a defense, though.
Very nice. Yep, that's one of those things that can happen if you remove the bounce. Get Lucia out there, cast a defense. It's great. Do want to mention Ebby making the climb up here. About to start the next Sara fight as well.
Necrosauros awake. Back to sleep. That's going to be GG.
Yep.
Still sleeping.
Yep, we got him.
Lucia throwing in another defense for good measure.
There's the flash. GG Sutefu.
Very nice.
Alright.
Meanwhile, Brian Roger is on phase 7.
Yeah.
I haven't been following that at all, but he's ironizing.
I'm just gonna preliminarily assign Sutefu a time here so we can try to get Brian on the stream.
They are putting the finishing times on the Japanese restream if you want.
Oh, good. That
Like
helps.
once they're done.
One fewer thing for me to look at.
Brian Rogers has got Necrosaro back to sleep. I didn't see if he hit the decimation yet. Use the Z sword. Yeah, pulling out Mara for the sap attempts.
Let's
love it.
go. Mara. Mara strats phase
girl.
7.
Sadly, neither of them landed. That's the remake strat. Is you start off with Z Sword and Mara, and you try to get her to land a sap. I love it. He's sleeping.
Very cool to see.
Pulling out Lucia using the World Dew on Ragnar. Or the World Leaf, I mean. The World Dew. Sort of decimation hit, good. Since Lucia used a physical attack on her turn. Using the Dew. Still snoozing. In good shape. Sadly, Bray is trying to cast offensive magic because bounce isn't on.
Yeah.
So Bray is using Snowstorm instead of Bykill.
Which is, you know, it's helpful, but not as helpful as Bykill would be, for sure. Someone needs to fence spell that Necrosara now. Or we could just damage him.
Pulling Lucia back out, getting rid of Bray, realizing that Bray is not the most useful person right now.
Yep. One thing to keep in mind for Necrosara phase 7 is he's regenerating 100 HP every turn, so in order for us to really make progress, we've got to do more than 100.
Ooh, got the Icy plus Fire Breath combo. Heroes down.
But we're good. We were close enough. GG.
Nice.
Alright, Brian Roger in 4th. That was getting scary at the end, actually.
All right, now back to a watchable quality English fight of Ebby Doom.
Yeah, I can actually bring Ebby Doom's audio on too, so give me just one sec. Oh, I think another runner who's gonna have their mic on, so you're all forewarned.
Phase 4, sleeping. Nothing much to see here. I didn't see anything with the setup. I don't know if phase 4 just wasn't decimated or got off of waves. Those damage numbers weren't super high. Let's see what happens here on phase 5. Okay, must have Bykill up and just didn't decimate. No, because he was only hitting for 50. Yeah, now she's hitting for 100 with decimation up. That's... Yeah, not... Kind of interesting. Oh, that was quick. On to phase 6. Phase 6 starting off asleep. Very nice. Lucia hitting a defense. Pulling Alina out to not protect her for the start of phase 7 and not push this too fast. Using hero to make sure everybody's topped up. Actually having hero only out for phase 6 here. Interesting. Makes sense.
Yeah, you can bring Ragnar in probably after Nekasaro has taken his action, since your character
Yeah.
swap depends on the agility of the character coming into the fight.
And also
So-
less text for
For Iron
freezing
Eyes.
waves.
All right.
And yeah.
Zenithian sword on turn 1 there. Brings
That's
Bray out. Okay.
yeah, trying for a sap, I guess.
But Bray had the magma staff, so ooh, hero's
that-
gone.
Didn't work.
Ooh, this is dicey. I don't know about this.
I'm not
Wait.
entirely sure.
Double waves is good. It keeps everyone alive for a turn. I don't know what he's trying to get from Bray here.
I think sap. Yeah, there's the sap.
All right, 230 defense down. Okay, all right. Thanks, Bray, for your sacrifice. Just in time. All right. Well, Lena
Ragnar's
is
still
doing
just chilling out in the wagon.
yeah. Lena's doing 160 damage per attack thanks to that huge sap. Oh, Christo, no. Ebby not even gonna try to finish it out at that point. No healers left. Has
What?
to reset.
Does Ragnar not have lethargy? Like, why was Ebby keeping Ragnar just in the wagon that whole time?
I'm guessing not. Ooh. All right. Nekasaro claims his first victim of the night.
He will do that.
Yeah, he sure will.
I'm sure it won't be the last.
So yeah, Nekasaro phase 7, really, really challenging. You can see that we've got a couple different strategies going on tonight, which is pretty fun. But they definitely don't all go off without a hitch. And if Nekasaro doesn't want to cooperate or resists your spells, he will wipe you out. Whew. Yep. Yeah. The game is, you can have a really amazing speedrun and the game is not over until you are through Nekasaro phase 7. As, Nekasaro can just decide that he doesn't want to let you through. Don't be too confused by Rashidia in the corner there fighting Esterk. Very similar sprite to Nekasaro thanks to the Secret of Evolution, but slightly different color sprite. We talked about way back in Chapter 2 the Golden Bracelet and how it was going to come back in the end, and it turns out the Golden Bracelet is tied to the Secret of Evolution. So what Nekasaro has done with the Golden Bracelet that Alina traded in for the Thief's Key way back in Chapter 2 is unlocked the Secret of Evolution so he can transform into more and more powerful forms, which is kind of the lore reason behind the 7-phase fight at the end. And yeah, phase 7 is indeed the pinnacle of monster evolution. So with Ebby resetting there, yeah, this actually gives Diener a chance to come and swoop into 5th position. We have had all 3 Dragon Quest IV runners finish. So everyone remaining is playing the the English version as well. So no more language differences from here. It's all about what the game is deciding to give the runners. Update. List's time with the official time there. 4 seconds closer. 20-second difference in between Linda and Liz there. First and second. Totally wild. But yeah, gonna be another close one here. With Diener and Ebby both walking through Necrosar's palace now. Diener a little bit ahead in the palace here, but as we all know, one encounter can allow you to swap positions when you're this close. Dina running into the Guardians and getting ambushed. Really not what you want to see in this palace.
Those Guardians are really scary.
They're terrible. All right, at least you got the run there. On the Guardians, just like the Dragon Riders, which have the same sprite, do follow an attack pattern, and on the second turn they will use Sleep Breath to try to put the party to sleep. And if you get sleep locked by those guys, they follow up with a ton of damage, and it can be a reset.
Yeah, one of the scariest enemies in this dungeon.
All right, Diener making the climb here. I'd say out of all of the runners of this game, especially who are racing here tonight, some Diener has probably had the most practice fighting. Necrosaro generally has the cleanest execution on this fight. A lot of how I try to approach Necrosaro is from some strategies that Evil Ash documented based off of what different runners are doing, including some of the Japanese runners. But also really watching some Diener execute on it. So he really does it by the book. When you watch him stream, you can see him like visibly relax when he gets in the Necrosaro fight, which is one of my favorite things about watching Diener. All right, Krista's casting increase. Very nice. Sword of Decimation hits. Looking for a second increase spell here. Very nice.
Gets it.
All right, we're gonna take Alina out, bring in Bray, start using some bye kills. Diener opting to keep Alina in a little longer, just to do a little bit more damage. We don't want to keep Christo in the party at the same time that we bring a dead character in. We do want to coffin block Bray, but we don't want Christo to try to revive any dead characters that we're trying to use for coffin blocking. So it's important to take him out before we bring in the dead characters.
I have a very bad habit of not doing that, and Suddenly, you have a living Talon in the middle of your party or something,
Yeah, very helpful.
and then Bray gets smushed.
All right, Bray's casting by kills. So there's by killing Ragnar. Should see it on the hero here. Oh, you do a little bit more damage. There we go. Yeah, Bray's decision to cast by kill depends both on the boss's remaining HP, but also on the amount of damage that a character would do if they were to attack Necrosaro. So, do we not have audio? Oh, we're still on Ebby, huh? Thanks for the reminder. All right, some demon. Here we go.
Opting to use the Sword of Decimation at the start of Phase 2. Not a play that I really like. This phase is over too quickly for it to really ever matter unless you really need new buy kills or more buy kills.
Yep, got it pretty quick there, though, so...
Second try.
Yep, not too bad. Gonna work out for him in this case. Very nice of Necrosaro to just sleep through Phase 3. That's really what we like to see.
Phase 3 is awful. I'm also biased for coming from the PlayStation version where he gets 2 actions per turn and just beat and sweet breath and kills people and puts you to sleep and just generally ruins your day.
Yeah, much worse on the remakes with the 2 actions per turn. One of those things to be grateful for on the NES version. At least he can't cast beat and put you to sleep on the same turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, yeah, Diener, just extremely clean fight so far. Just really kind of following the standard operating procedure.
Yep, he's cruising.
We do have Ebby entering the next Sarah fight into Phase 1. So if something goes wrong for Diener here...
Defense, sleep. Phase
could
4 is
see-
going to be cake.
Yeah, could see Ebby take the lead, coming around on Nekasaro round 2, but we will see. Alright, really fast Phase 4 there. You love to see Lucia cast that defense.
Pulling out Alina at the start of Phase 5. It's a little early, but doesn't hurt to have her healed up and tucked away either.
Yeah, I like having Alina around in Phase 5 for at least some of the phase. And then, yeah, take her out toward the end. But Phase 5 is pretty safe. So it's not a big deal if you're just spending an extra round or 2 in there. Just
Yeah,
kind
of
of
course.
keeping everyone healed up. Phase 6 is kind of like the powered up, dangerous version of of Phase 5. So that's the one that you're trying to balance a lot of things out. You're trying to make sure you go into Phase 7 with pretty good health. See if you can keep Nekasar asleep, reduces defense. There's a lot of things that you're trying to balance in Phase 6. To me, it's like the most key part of the fight. Because if you are in really good shape going into 7 with your character HP and your buffs, and your party arrangement, you are much more likely to be successful in Phase 7. But it's not always easy to get.
Opting to try for a sleep rather than an early Sword of Decimation.
Up on Ares stream, we see imposters transforming into Kirk Buzzer's double.
I'm sorry, who?
Oh, sorry, I didn't enunciate. Kirk Buzzer's double. I could say it again if you need me to.
No, that's okay. I heard you that time.
Okay, all right.
Diener trying to figure out who to prioritize topping up here. Getting close to pushing into phase 7, and both, yeah, there it is. Heroes in a little bit of rough HP range.
They're getting trolled by the clay dolls here. One of them already cast beat on Ragnar. You run straight into the second one.
No sleep, so we're gonna get some Ironizes.
Yep.
Diener
like-
light up.
Diener always just does 3. I don't think I've ever seen him do 4. Figures that 3 is good enough.
Diener might opt to pull out Lucia and defend for a turn with the hero rather than try to attack for a sleep. To try to prevent him from dying. We'll see.
Yeah. 103 is pretty low. I would bring a healer out, and I would expect he probably will. Alright, here we go. Brings Lucia in, keeps Hero in the back. Hero is more valuable than Lucia, so making sure to keep her safe. I agree with that.
Yep.
No sleep that turn. Yeah, this is a tricky one. Do you heal or do you keep going? Trust Lucia.
Lucia casting defense on herself.
Yeah,
We were
classic.
talking about that earlier. Yeah.
Oof, not going to sleep. This is really, really rough. Christo into the front, see if we can get some emergency healing. Alright, top
Yeah.
Ragnar off.
This is like the situation where I'm always yelling at people for not using the world do.
Okay.
I don't know if he still has it or not, but like,
Necrosar just not going to sleep. Absolutely terrible. Like, that was a really good round, but not getting the break he needs. He's just got to go for it now. Hope that Necrosar only does freezing waves, and he can get him to sleep and recover it. Okay. We lost Lucia, but we did finally get him to sleep. So there's a lot we still need to do. We need to reduce his defense, heal up. The only person capable of healing at all is the hero at this point. Ah, Necrosar wakes up immediately. Back to sleep?
Sleep.
Okay. Oh, come on, Sword of Decimation. We need you to hit. Wakes up again. No sword. Ugh. Alright, he's awake for this turn, doing some damage.
I see.
Oof. Come on, man. Nope. Crit, no sleep.
No.
Yep. Absolutely nothing he could have done. Nothing he could have done.
This
Oh.
is the other thing where he shouldn't have reset. He should have just gotten another do. I don't think he used the leaf. He should have just gotten another do and not reset. Because resetting will undo any AI learning that happened during that fight. So he would have been able to skip the Ironizes next time around.
Yeah, it's just a reaction when you
Yeah,
die
of
in that
course.
fight. You're so tilted and you just, yeah, you just hit the reset button. All
It
right.
does save you like reviving and that sort of thing. So it's not bad.
Yeah, it's not a big deal at all. It is nice to not have to worry about the AI again, but okay. We got Ebby here in phase 7. Nekasaro is awake. We've got all the party members out.
All the buffs are gone.
Yeah, buffs are gone. Yeah, Violent Blaze. Ragnar has the Sword of Miracles, not the Sword of Lethargy here, so he's only got one character who can put him to sleep.
Doesn't have any characters that can put him to sleep now.
Never mind. Well, hopefully Alina does some critical hits. Let's see, we've got Christo. So Christo coming in. Just trying to get damage, I think. Not trying to get Christo to revive the hero or anything like that.
Meanwhile, Rudo about to start the Necrosaro fight himself.
It was enough. GG, Ebby Doom.
BG Evie. Wow.
Ooh, that was scary when the hero was gone like that. Whew.
All right.
Yeah, very near run, but made it through to the other side. That's what matters. Nicely played by Ebby on the second round there.
Error getting kind of a weird turn one from Necrosaro here. Got some crits with Alina, and Christo doing a heal all instead of casting an increase or anything. But that's okay. Pulled out Alina quickly, which is good. Pulling Christo out, but I think he only got one increase. Maybe there was a second one that I missed. One I saw might have been a second one.
I think it probably was, because I don't think Error has brought his party to high enough level where he needs to worry about only getting the one.
Yeah, it's just Christo did a heal all on one turn. And I thought that was turn one because it was the turn where he was fence spelling.
Yeah, with these damage numbers, he got to.
Gotcha.
All right. Grab Error of Ruto's audio here for the Nekasaro fight. Is that coming through? Oh, there it is. Okay.
There's through phase one. I don't think he fully got set up though. Alina was doing pretty low damage. And so is the hero. Did he get buy kills on everybody? I don't think he did.
All right. Let's see. What was Ebby's finish time?
6:57:39.
Whole lot of Dragon. What, 2 Dragon Warrior 4s under 7 hours? Very nice. Any Dragon Warrior 4 run under 7 hours is a good run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially in a no reset run. That's great. All right.
Diener re-entering the Necrosaurio fight again too.
Yeah, 2 Necrosauros on the screen as it should be. All right, Error also using sort of decimation there in phase 3. It's interesting how many people are doing that,
Yeah, agreed.
but yeah, it worked.
Ma-
Cut off his
Maybe
head.
might makes a little more sense for Error because it looks like he doesn't have by kill on everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, Lucia hit the good defense. Error choosing to Iron Eyes to find out where in the pattern he is, save what buffs he might have. Have to do it again. Kind of nodded a great part of the cycle. Next turn is waves, so he should. Oh, never mind, he's sleeping.
Very good. That's what you want. Nice chance to recover a little bit. All right, Hero's still down a little bit here, but hopefully you don't get outsped and have Necrosauria target with the physical. Shiner at the end of the final cave got the King Metal and Metal Babble fight and actually took out the King Metal and a Babble, so he's going to get an extra 40,000 experience to bring into the end game. Very nice.
Always fun to kill a King Metal. Regardless of whether it's worth it or not, it's one of those things that you kind of just like have to go for, you know?
Yeah, you got to go for it. All right, looking good. Going into phase 6 here. Still Helena in the party. I imagine Air will be taking her out pretty quickly here. Really nice to have Lucia coffin blocked as you go into phase 6 here.
Yep, and he's pulling her out for a coffin.
All right, nice physical targets from Nekasara there, so we'll be able to get Alina healed up to full, remove her from the party. Lucia's in a lot less danger now because she can only get hit by the Scorching Gas attack, which she has resistance to. Ooh, big hit on Ragnar there, though. All right, this is what I was talking about with Phase 6, though. Phase 6 has just such strong attack that yeah, it can surprise you sometimes. I think you might be right. Maybe there was only the one increase, because yeah, this is too much damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot to keep up with here. This is the most dangerous phase for having gotten that only one increase. So if you can get past this, it really doesn't make a huge difference in phase 7, because the big things in phase 7 are the elemental attacks.
Well, it's tough though because it does increase the chance that an elemental attack plus a physical can kill someone from full.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see. It's really going to be all about the sleeps now.
Yep. Would be nice if you fell asleep here, so we could
Phase,
get healed up.
phase 7 does wave anyway, so like you say, like even though it matters, chances are you're going to lose it during the phase anyway.
Yep.
This is a
Whew.
really bad condition to be going into phase 7 with.
Yeah, this is a tough one with Ragnar pretty low, hero only about halfway up.
Pull out Lucia and do.
Necrosaro not coming in asleep. So, Era gonna Iron Eyes a few times, teach Ragnar's AI the right thing to do, which is good. And then it's gonna be a really scary turn the first turn he's not Ironizing here. Best case scenario is Hero going first and putting him right to sleep. I imagine he's gonna bring Lucia in, and she might outspeed Necrosaro and get Ragnar healed. Yeah, we'll see. Alright, here we go.
Alright.
Add in
With the
Lucia.
Iron Eyes.
Throwing her in the back. Interesting. And he's just going to go straight for the do. Yep. That's
I
also
approve.
a good choice to use the do instead of trying to attack. Freezing Waves. Alright, so we lost Ragnar, but we keep Hero. Ooh, his hero only has 170 max HP. That is very bad.
That's incredibly low.
That explains part of why this fight has been so difficult for Error. That's really bad luck on HP gains for the hero.
Rosar's sleeping. I didn't see if he still has a leaf. I don't think he did.
So casting Vivify.
attacking.
Yep. Yeah. Looks like Error just trying to keep him asleep while Christo does some revives here. There's no leaf.
Yeah, no.
Got the Sword of Decimation though. It's good.
Meanwhile,
helps.
Diener's hitting phase 7.
Yeah, it's going through his Iron Eyes now. Ooh, there's the wind. Lucia keeping herself healed there. Christo healing hero. Gotta get him back to sleep so we can bring Aline out.
Ooh, Ragnar?
Welcome back, Ragnar. Freezing Waves is exactly what we want to see at this point. There's really not much to do here. Trust Krista to keep Ragnar alive and try to get him to sleep. Double waves. Perfect. Thank you, Nekasara. What a gift. And he's asleep.
to
Okay.
sleep.
All right, let's go, 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 go. Alina out and attack. Alina does not have by kill right now, so we'd love to see some critical hits from her. Or we'll get critical hits from the hero. That's fine too.
Is again not going to sleep for Diener.
Yep. Would be nice if you didn't wake up right away for Error as well. But yeah, Diener having really bad sleep luck today.
Error's got him back to sleep. Pretty good chance.
Yep. And Bray's out. We should probably start getting by kills from Bray in the next turn or two. Yeah, that crit should do it. And there's by kill number 1 on Ragnar. Very good. And back to sleep. All right. I think Error's safe from here.
Error's got him for sure.
Ooh, that was a tough recovery coming into phase 7 like that. Really, really
It
nicely
was.
played by Error. Very, very nice.
Got him.
GG, Error. Man, one of the things I love watching about Error play Dragon Quest is he's just a really good Dragon Quest player overall. And when he gets in those tight situations, his like in battle tactics and decisions are excellent. And he really showed it off there. That was really good to see. Really nicely done. All right, Diener has Necrosar asleep. Got the Sword of Decimation off. This is definitely the best position we've seen him in. Let's go. Bring Aline out. She's got by kill, doing big damage. Gets the hero healed up. All right, big damage from here. Necrosar wakes up. Still awake. Okay, all
Back
right.
to sleep. Nice
Ah.
speed. Back awake.
Just stay asleep for one turn,
It's okay.
Necrosar. Alright, Lena loses by kill there.
It's okay though. Bray's coming out. Definitely will get a buy kill onto Ragnar this turn.
Yeah, double waves is nice though. Everyone's still at full.
Buy kill onto Ragnar. Back to sleep. Okay, easy peasy. From here.
And the flash. GG Diener. Whew. Really, really close finish there.
Yeah.
Nice. Nicely done. Yeah, Necrosaro, not going easy on very many people tonight, I'll have to say.
Yeah, he wants a late night snack. He's kind of hungry.
Yeah, he sure is.
Yeah, it was a Toriak entering Necrosaro's palace here. Check in where other people are at. North Rex looks like probably the tree. Getting Cyclones, I'm assuming that's the tree. Got Lucia though, maybe the very top. Or maybe he's out of the tree. Did they show up anywhere else?
Sorry, what was it? I was adjusting the audio.
Yeah, so he's at the top of the tree. Nope, I was just checking where North Rex is. Shiner is going into the first of the 4 Dark World mini bosses. Joe is starting the Necrosaro fight. Villavi's in the final cave. Ashiria is fighting in Gigademon. So, one on Necrosaro, one in the palace, 2 in the
Yep.
Dark World, and 2 that are kind of still on their way to the Dark World.
Yeah, let me fix this really quick. Alright. So yeah, speedrun Joe. Walking into Necrosara, let's go. I can switch the audio over to him.
wasn't really watching much of Joe's phase 1, so I didn't really see he got the good setup or not. Bray's still out, so no Lena, so I'm wondering if he didn't finish getting the setup, but
Hmm.
I wasn't really paying close attention. Okay, Bray just got a bike onto Ragnar.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta finish your setup in phase 2. It's alright,
Yep.
though.
Did a good job recovering the setup.
Yep, just take phase 2 slow, and still get enough of a window there for Bray to cast by kill. It's harder to get it in phase 2 versus phase 1, just because Necrosaro has less total HP, so that window where you can get Bray to cast by kill is smaller. But you can still do it as long as you're careful, so nicely done. On Shiner's screen there, Alina finishing off Radam Weiss with a big crit, stomping him into the ground.
You'd love to see it.
Yeah, take that. Radam Weiss is like my least favorite boss in this whole speedrun. Is probably the one who has pushed me into unlikely time losses more than any other.
Yeah. AoE Zelina down to like 20 HP, and then the fence spell hits her so she can't be healed, and then she just defends the whole fight.
Right. Yep. Yep, exactly. Yeah, these are the awkward things that he does to you.
Zatoriacs double checking their inventory, making sure that looking at their defense stats to verify that they're within the right range for getting the double increase set up. Make sure they have all the right stuff equipped.
Yeah, always good to just take a minute to double check before Necrosaro.
Sort of lethargy on Ragnar. Never want to forget that one.
Nope.
Lena opening up with a double crit. It's a really awkward start to phase 1. Getting 300 damage right off the bat on turn 1. To really manage your damage.
Yeah, it's not really what you want. It's kind of okay, but yeah, sometimes you make the decision to. Well, it's hard to take Lane out too early because you do want her to get the increases. You can see Saitoriak like trying to balance. do I keep her in? Hope she doesn't crit. Yeah, I've been there. It's not an obvious decision to make.
We're going into phase 5 here. Ragnar flinging up the sword. Like 2:30 a.m. and I hear a bunch of crickets right outside my window and they're making me sleepy.
Yeah, fair enough.
Let's see. Going into phase 6 now here for Joe.
Claydol cast defeat on Shiner, just resetting, coming back in to the palace. Yep. It's one of those things that makes you grateful for when you save before going into Necrosaro. It's just an easy recovery if that happens to you. All right. He's asleep, so Joe should be able to get HP recovered here. Lucia's gonna help out. Nicely done by Joe there too, anticipating Lucia was gonna heal Ragnar. He healed the hero. Joe, probably out of all the runners today, is the one who runs the Dragon Warrior 4 randomizer the most. And so he's actually got a lot of experience playing the game, even if it's not necessarily like the base speedrun. Although he's done a few of those as well. But you can tell he's got a feel for a lot of situations, even so, that are kind of intuitive just from spending a lot of time with the game.
Yeah, and we haven't really had him much on stream a whole lot, but Velovi is also one who has played a lot of the DW4 randomizer in the past. I'm not sure if he's still been playing it recently at all, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. Yep, and Veil of E is fighting Giga Demon right now, so we're still actually having a really nice, pretty tight grouping for all of our runners here today. Sometimes you end up with some runners who just really get stuck, having just a really rough time in a speed run, and it's not really happening to anyone today, at least not yet. Necrosaro, of course, might just block somebody for a while. That happens, but
yeah, Northrex has been falling behind a little bit, but it's way past his bedtime, so can't fault him too much for that.
Yeah, that's true. Northrex is usually the person who those of us on the West Coast are just getting home from work, and Northrex is telling us he's going to bed.
All right, Joe got him to sleep. And hit the decimation. Landed the decimation.
All right, Ragnar coming out with big crits. You love to see it.
Let's get Alina in there. Let's go. Puts Alina in the front. Probably not where you want her to be, but
If Nekosar just stays asleep, it doesn't matter.
does not matter, yeah.
All right, bringing out Christo for the Sword of Miracles damage. Nekosar wakes up. Okay, he is awake for this turn, so this is a little scary. Yeah, Joe's gonna take Alina out, so she's not gonna die this turn. Ooh, but everyone does lose their buffs. That's too bad.
Yep. Yeah, it's
Alright.
kind of unlucky. We haven't really talked about like the mechanics of party swapping, but it's actually like there's some nuance to it. If you pull someone out of the party, they leave the party on their turn. And Alina usually outspeeds Necrosaro, so she usually should have just left. Compared to if you swap it with a coffin, it actually swaps at like the character's speed of the person you're swapping in, rather than the person you're swapping out.
Still a really nice phase 7 there from Joe. GG, Joe.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah, so there's a part in the fight where you kind of want to remove Alina and then heal her on the same turn. So at that point, I'll usually swap her out for the slowest dead character, which is usually Talune for me, since he's probably at level 1. And then you can be pretty assured that Hero is gonna go first and cast Heal All, and then she'll leave. So it is helpful to know how those mechanics work.
Oriak moving on to phase 5. Already sleeping. You'll love to see it. Already waking up. You'd less love to see it. Taking a lot of damage. I'm not sure that he got the full increase set up. Maybe it got wiped out by freezing waves. Ragnar getting bopped there. If he's got a leaf or if he's going to try to rely on Vivify. Ooh, Hero getting bopped.
Ooh, it's very painful to lose in phase 5. Lucia can
Yeah.
probably keep everyone alive. Oh, nice heal. Thank you, Christo. Vivify working for once, and Ragnar gets him back to sleep, so he should be able to recover.
Use the dew.
Okay. Woke back up right away, of course. That's what Necrosauro's doing today. He's not feeling like sleeping for 2 or 3 turns. He just wants to wake right back up and get back to it.
With the amount of damage that he's taking here, I'm surprised. I'm surprised he wasn't pulling Alina back out, trying to speed the phase along a little bit. But going on to phase 6 now. Not sleeping. So, it's like
Oof.
Anatola was saying earlier, now is where things are scary without the increase setup, because he's going to do a lot of damage at phase 6.
Yeah, you saw that huge hit to Ragnar up front there. It's a tough one. Meanwhile, we have Rashilia and Shiner both entering Necrosaurio fight pretty simultaneously.
Honestly, a situation where I almost would have considered ironizing on phase 6. Ragnar keeps flinging up the sword and it's really causing problems.
What's going on with my Vela V video here? Pretty sure he's not in chapter 4. Hold please, technical difficulties.
He's got everyone healed up. We can just push the phase soon here. Okay, he's in good shape going into phase 7. Nice recovery.
Very nice.
And he's sleeping at the start of the phase. Zatoriak's going to try to land a Sword of Decimation. Landed the Sword of Decimation first try. Let's go.
Very good. I'm just going to
Bringing up
fix Vela
Ray.
V after
Not-
the fight.
Not sure if he's quite in by kill range yet, but if not, he will be next turn. Hopefully. Awake. Back to sleep. Excellent. There's the by kill on Ragnar. This should be good.
Yeah, looking really good here.
By kill on Hero, still asleep. He's got
Ah,
him.
Big damage. Yep. Flash.
GG.
GG, Zytoriak. Nice run. 731 for Zytoriak is pretty close to his PB, I think.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah. So really nice run performance from Zytoriak tonight. That's a really good performance.
On the bottom here, we've got Rasilia in phase 1. We have Shiner now in phase 3. Lots of Necrosaro going on right now. Looks like Rasilia is having a little bit of trouble with setup. I don't know if either hasn't done enough damage or too far into the phase. Bray wasn't getting by kill out. Yeah, it's too far into the phase.
Mm.
Into phase 2. Shiner, meanwhile, going into phase 4. Half of Shiner's party is asleep. The sweet breath from phase 3 is so bad. Hey, Elena wakes up, Lucia wakes up. Ironizing, find out where he is in the cycle. Good call, it's gonna land him right after waves. Perfect.
Nice. It's always nice when it lines up like that. The worst is when you ironize and then waves are gonna come 3 actions from then, and you're like, what do I do? Do I go for it? Do I ironize again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Shiner too much today. Shiner's a speedrunner who's been doing Dragon Warrior 4 for quite a long time, many years. Was one of the Western runners who was doing speedruns of this game quite a long time ago.
Yeah, one of the earlier Western runners did a lot of their own routing.
Mm-hmm.
They've obviously adopted a lot of the modern route additions, but if you're familiar with the run, you can still see some quirks in Shiner's like routing and decision making that's definitely unique from what a lot of other runners do. Not necessarily better or worse, just like kind of has their own flavor to how he likes to play.
Yeah, totally. Shiner, another one of the runners who likes to do the Sorrow Knight side quest as well. Likes to grab a Staff of Healing and have some party members get Staff of Healing. Might actually use it on Nekasaro in the early phases to make sure he gets all of his buffs set up. So interesting things like that from Shiner, which are always kind of cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Shiner's also played this game in a lot of other like various marathons. He does submits it to a lot of online marathons, so pretty experienced with doing no reset kind of runs for it.
Yeah, he's the runner who most recently did this in DQRTA Marathon 2023. Yeah, and he's just been doing it for so long. I think he just doesn't even worry about it. It's a really nerve-wracking run for a lot of us to put into a marathon, and Shiner just really relaxed about it. All right, Shiner entering phase 7. Let's see how it goes.
Sleep.
Great start. Straight on to Sword of Decimation. First try. Okay.
First try. Nice.
That's what you love to see. Come on, Adelina, let's go.
Let's go.
Man, his Ragnar has 320 HP.
Big Rags. Sleeping again. Still got his buffs. He's got this.
Picture perfect so far. Couldn't be better. Nekosara not waking up. This is the Nekosara some Diener wanted to meet and never met.
Exact opposite sleep luck.
Nekosara wakes up. It's too late. Wakes up just in time to die. And that's
Sees
all
his
we
life
saw.
flash before his eyes.
That's all we saw. The ultimate secret of evolution. GG Shiner.
GG.
Very nice.
And at the bottom right, we got Shiria in phase 5 at the moment. Still plenty of Necrosara left to go.
Yeah, very good. I think we'll probably switch over to Northrex's audio here, because I think it's the only one left that's not mic'd. So give me 1 sec.
Yep. Looks like Northrex is getting a little bit of XP. Probably for Bray to learn Bykill. I don't know if he's done any of the Dark World mini bosses yet. Bailevi is just doing the Dark World mini bosses now. Just took out Andarug. Shiria going into phase 6 of Necrosaro. Getting the Sword of Decimation, nice. Still got his defense, so shouldn't be any problem. And you can see the difference that those increases make, right? Like, Ragnar just took, like, single-digit damage from those physical attacks and was hitting other people who didn't have defense up for, like, 130. So, those increases make a huge difference.
Yeah, Nekosaro is a fight that, yeah, usually you're taking with several more levels than what we had today. More expensive equipment than we ever bothered to go get. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, the remake does this fight about 3 levels higher. And the remake fight is very, very different, so it's not directly comparable. But the remake, even with full party control, is like 3 or 4 levels higher for the Necrosaro fight as a random point of comparison.
Yep. It's amazing what you have to do when you can't just put the boss to sleep.
Yeah. But it's a lot more difficult of a fight also to... more complex of a fight, I guess I'd say.
Yeah,
in terms of his actions.
Right, they definitely buff Nekosaro up. He takes more actions. Does a higher variety of things in some phases.
Yeah, but gives you party control.
Right.
All right, phase 7. Not sleeping. Bailevi now in Necrosaro's palace.
Yeah, nice to see. You know, we've still got 4 runners still in the race. Yeah, one in Necrosaro fight, or 3 runners still in the race. 1 in Necrosaro fight. Bailevi entering the palace. Northrex not too far behind. Just got to go through the mini bosses. So yeah, not too bad here.
like Rashiri is having a little bit of trouble with the setup, but
Got the
got him
Sword of
sleep,
Decimation
just
there.
landed the sword. Yeah.
This is what we need. Bringing in Lucia for some healing, it looks like. Fair enough.
And you can see the difference. Rashiria's got 245 HP on their hero.
Compare
And
that
you
with
compare
Error.
that to Error, who had 170.
This is the range of RNG for Dragon Warrior 4. Yeah, literally like a 40% difference in HP. Oh man. Yeah, 245 is very high. Like that's definitely the upper range of what you'll ever see for hero in this fight.
Yeah, that 170 that Error had, I don't know exactly what level Error was, but that has to be like at least the bottom 5% of Alina's, or of heroes, I mean.
Yeah. Too
Like-
used to talking about the bottom 5% of Alina's.
Yeah. Cowie's got the numbers. He'll look it up. Cowie, how bad is a 170 HP hero?
Yeah, the worst hero I ever had in Nekasara was 165. And I remember because Cowanus pointed out how bad that was at the time.
Yeah, I've definitely had multiple runs in like the 170s with hero, and it's always a struggle.
Nekasaro, really been nice if you went back to sleep here so we can finish this out. Oh, nope, we're good. Did enough damage anyway. GG, Rashidia.
GG.
Oh, bottom 0.1%. Nice, Error.
No,
What?
that'd be at level 29. He was only 27, so
Oh, okay, alright.
probably a little better than that.
Is it going to be better than 1%?
I'm sticking with my bottom 3%.
1.5. Incredible. Error, thanks for showing off what the bottom of the barrel looks like.
And beating some Diener in the process. Yeah, Error first place among the Western runners.
Rashidia opening a menu in in the walk out of the Xanathia cast. Okay.
And here you can also see an example. Anatola mentioned it earlier, but Belavi is going through Necrosara's palace again, with just Hero and Ragnar. So compare that to other runners who were going through with an entire party earlier.
Yeah.
But it looked like he got knocked out at least once in the castle because he was past this before.
Yes.
So, you take a little bit of it's a little bit faster when things go kind of normally, but you take a little bit more risk of getting wiped out.
Yeah, I still really like the hero Ragnar walk through the palace. I did this for my speedruns for a while actually, because yeah, it's potentially pretty much the fastest way to get through here. But the Guardian fight especially is very scary with this party formation, because you've only got 2 characters to stay awake. But yeah, if you don't run into anything too bad, kind of on the Claydol Guardian front, and I guess also Duke Malisto, who will cast Beat and Blazemost. Yeah, this guy. Then it's pretty good.
I'm seeing Christo cast Vivify in the Giga Demon fight on Northrex's stream, which is something I don't see it very often.
Countess having no idea how Rashidia got that much max HP. Whew. Yeah, that was
definitely possible that he carried Life Force Nuts either from Chapter 4 or maybe left the one from Chapter 2.
yeah, or just stole it all from Error. Yeah, that might be it. It's a good theory.
Did anything drop Life Force Nuts? Could he have gotten like a lucky drop somewhere?
I don't think anything you really fight drops them.
Yeah, I'm not thinking so either. Alright, Velavi is through the palace, using the Baron's Horn to call the wagon back.
Yeah, the only monster we really see in the entire speedrun, other than like Chameleon Humanoid, who drops them is Master Necrodane, but you're probably not fighting those guys.
Yeah, not really. I couldn't remember who dropped them.
Yeah, it's definitely not memorable. But to be fair, Life Force Nuts are not too crucial usually at that point. Oh, Mad Clown too. Yeah, nice. Era, I didn't catch you in the final cave. Did you pick up the Life Force Nut that you kind of walk across the treasure chest of? Or maybe the ones in Esteric's palace? Nope, of course not. Unbridled aggression.
Is one of those a Life Force Nut? Yeah, I guess it must be. One's a Strength Seed, one's an Agility Seed. One's either a metal or gold. I get 2 or 3 of them in PlayStation. I'm sure one's strength and one's agility.
Yeah, Era spent so much time taking damage, didn't notice Hero's HP till Necrosaro. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. You were
We
busy.
didn't really either. It really doesn't matter usually until Necrosaro.
Yeah, that's when you really feel it. Sometimes it can come up a little bit in some of those boss rush fights, but yeah, Necrosaro is where you really notice it. phase 5, phase 6 Necrosaro.
Northrex seemed to have not gotten the Aeolus shield earlier, so it looks like he just went to grab that. Probably wants it for Android fight.
Yeah, Android fight. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Shiner with the Staff of Healing. I mentioned that that you like to do that strat where you bring the Staff of Healing, which I really never see anyone else do, but that's the Shiner special. Always fun to see that one come out.
I always like seeing just like new and maybe not necessarily new, but just like different strategies, different variations on things.
Yeah, can use that instead of hero's healing. As long as you don't need to cast heal all, which yeah, staff healing can do some nice good there. Yeah, good stuff.
Just do what Ebby Doom did and walk in and out of the tunnel to Endor like 20 times until they got the free, or 30 times or 40 times until they got the casino coins and buy some prayer rings.
Yep, you can also do that.
Took a long time.
Yeah, I've thought about that, but one of my rules of thumb for speedrunning Dragon Warrior 4 is never grind for something that's a 1 in 32 chance or worse. Don't do it. It's too bad that we never got to see Countess use the magic potion.
I didn't actually pay attention. Did he use it in Birdsong? Because he was pretty low on MP early on.
Oh, yeah, maybe he did.
Lava Doll dropped it. Unfortunately, at that point, it's usually just like taking up inventory room because not usually very good potions unless like at a specific spot where you need one.
Almost needed it for healing. Okay, yeah, so didn't actually end up using it in Birdsong. Yeah, it was close. Yeah, you saw Vela V bring Bray out there in phase 3, trying to get the buy kills a little belatedly, but it's pretty tough to get them after phase 2. So unfortunately, finished out the phase, still didn't have it. I think he got it maybe. I didn't actually see the total setup that he was able to get in the first couple phases, so I'm not sure who's got it, but he was in phase 3 for a long time there.
Countess, I see. Yeah, I know it doesn't sell for much gold. That's why I wasn't thinking that you'd picked it up for gold. But I didn't realize that you had died to the humanoid either.
Yeah, we were actually thinking you were kind of doing a genius strat there where you go grab the magic potion and then you one cycle the Birdsong Tower by replenishing Christo's MP in there.
Yeah, I was about to make comments about you doing safety strategies by picking that up as much as you hate safety strategies. But then the genius of Birdsong happened, and I'm like, oh, well, it was actually a good plan. Christo put to sleep turn 1. Yeah, sleep hits the way that fight goes south every time.
Yep. It's the worst thing that can happen. Yeah, we got Vela V making progress here. No problems getting through phase 4. Ragnar's doing really good damage here in phase 5, so Ragnar definitely has a buy kill it.
Yeah, Vela V's had a couple of these, at least 1 or 2 of these international races where he's gotten walled on Necrosaro for a while, so I'm sure he's really itching for revenge on this one.
Yeah, I expect so. It does seem like that Necrosaro likes to get Vela V on these races.
Going into phase 6.
No sleep carryover, unfortunately.
Taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah. Early sleep there though, so not too bad. Pretty recoverable. Lucia probably takes care of everybody. So just gonna move forward for a couple rounds. Alright, back awake. Back asleep again. Okay. This looks like might be able to get out of phase 6 here with a pretty nice setup. As long as Necrosar just stays asleep a couple more rounds, which looks like he's, well. Okay, good.
All right.
Very good.
Evie goes to sleep into phase 7.
Great shape for phase 7 here. The pause for luck didn't work out. I respect it though.
Can you even pause for luck on that? Like, doesn't the sleep display before you have to confirm the dialogue?
I think it displays after the phase
Okay.
change. Yeah, I think so. All right, Valevi. Yep. Doing the Iron Eyes this year. See how many he decides to do. Whenever I'm in a race or a marathon, I'm probably going to do 4. Bumps you up from about an 80% chance for Ragnar's AI to have learned to about a 92% chance. Which to me feels significant. I really want Ragnar to be attacking and not wasting his turns.
Yeah, the Iron Eyes feels really slow and bad, but Ragnar flinging up the sword feels even worse.
It's so terrible. And sometimes, I mean, you'll pass 15 rounds and he's still doing it. Like
Yeah.
those single percent chances definitely come through every once in a while.
I'm definitely a fan of the 3 Iron Eyes strat, but it's very much a case like in a race where it's going to depend on, you know, if somebody else I'm racing against, they're also on phase 7 or whatever, like it's very close and it might make the difference. Like I will shave off the Iron Eyes to try to win.
Oh,
But-
absolutely. In that case, yeah, go for it.
But you know, a case like this where there's a little bit of wiggle room time wise, like no, just take the other Iron Eyes and get through the fight.
Countess is trying to pick a fight with you right now in the chat.
He sure is. Because the extra Iron Eyes cost more time than the beef jerky.
All right. We have Iron Eyes sufficiently, and we're going in. Physical attack and waves. Okay, so we lose the buffs. Ragnar opens with the sleep crit. Very nice. Way to go, Ragnar. Gonna rely on Lucia to get the heal, which is fair.
Yeah, I guess that's all right.
Yeah. Ooh, first try Sword of Decimation. Great start. All right. Let's bring in the big hits. Lean it in. You can see Valevi just taking this really slow and careful. All of these changes with yeah, your party composition. What's the right next action to take? Nekasara is a complicated fight, and you really want to stop and think about what you're doing sometimes.
Yeah. And not healing Ragnar. That's why I said the do is because like it would have gotten both of them, whereas Lucia wasn't gonna heal Ragnar, but it might be alright. Sleeping, he's got the damage.
Getting some good critical hits here. We don't have buy kill.
Back to sleep. He's probably good.
Yeah, it does take a little longer when everyone's just got normal damage.
Yeah.
Okay, he's awake for this one. There's another crit from Lena. We need those. We are getting close here, but we're not there yet. Ooh, Ragnar's out. Does not vivify.
Leaf?
No leaf. Looks like he forgot to bring it into Hero's Inventory, kept the Aeolus Shield. Ouch. I've done that.
Yep.
But
And
we were
got
close
the
enough. Alright, doesn't matter. Alina with one more crit gets him where he needs to go. GG, Valevi.
GG.
Yeah, this is the power of Alina. You buy kill her, she's doing, 100 damage a punch, but even if you don't buy kill her, she gets the critical hits out. and she did like 4 critical hits to that Necrosaro phase 7.
Yeah.
Plus the one that Ragnar got. Yeah, very, very nice critical hit luck there at the end.
It's funny. We've seen this a couple times where runners have been in Necrosaro 7 and like wanted to have an item, a do or a leaf or something that just hasn't been on their inventory. It's really tough to remember to set up Hero's inventory to have like everything that you want for that fight, because it's pretty common to not use any of it. It's pretty common to not use the leaf. It's pretty common to not use the do. But like, then when you want it, you're like, oh, I should have actually remembered to trade everything around.
Yep. Yeah. It's the final inventory test of the speed run. Is what is Hero's inventory as you enter the Necrosaro fight. Yeah, Shiner talking about how sometimes you end up using the do on a Radam Vice fight. It's pretty common there. We saw Lina Nushi use it on the Infernus Shadow fight earlier, which also was a really good play on his part there.
I think Northrex is done with the Dark World mini bosses, going to do the final shopping trip.
Very nice. You know, Era, I don't think anyone has forgotten to equip the sword today. Not
Ebby
that
is
I've
the only
noticed.
one I'm not sure of, because Ebby definitely had a Sword of Miracles on Ragnar, but I don't know if that was forgetting or if that was just not doing it.
Yeah, Ebby was doing a lot of strange things today, so I'm not going to make assumptions there.
Yeah, Ebby had some weird routing, and it seemed that way for both Necrosaro attempts, and you would think if that was what if that caused an issue on the first attempt, that they would have fixed it for the second one. So I'm assuming that the Miracle Sword was intentional.
Yeah, I think so. Just wanted to get the damage out and relying less on sleeps. It is a trade-off. The Sword of Miracles has quite a bit better attack power, so...
Yep. It's also another valid use of the powered-up Zenithian Sword for the hero, especially when you get Necrosaro asleep, is to switch to the Zenithian Sword for some extra damage.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure if I saw anyone doing that today,
Yeah,
but
I
you do
didn't-
see that occasionally.
I don't think I did, but it was hard to say because the couple of runners that were doing the transform strats were on Nico and stuff was buffering a lot, and I definitely saw them like using the Zenithian Sword, and there was one or two times that it looked like they were equipping the Sword of Lethargy, which would imply they had something else equipped, but I don't really know because I was having trouble following it with the buffering. But that's a strat that Countess likes to do when he powers up the Zenithian Sword, is swap that out when Necrosaro is asleep in phase 7 when you're going for the killing blows.
Yeah, a little bit more damage can make a pretty big difference, save you a whole round or two on Necrosaro. Alright.
Northrex also doing the hero Ragnar walk.
Yeah, Northrex and I have talked about this one, and I know that he kind of likes this as well for getting through more quickly. Like I said, I used to do this. Nowadays, I like to go hero Ragnar, put a ghost in there, and then Alina in the back, and just to make sure I don't lose everyone too easily. But yeah, just one of those places where there's definitely several different valid configurations. Northrex hesitating on which stairs to take. Yep. Happens to all of us. Yeah, that's a great point, Zaitoriak. So Northrex has done what, one full speed run of this game in the past. So this is his second full speed run. I think he actually might still be on PB pace. And yeah, he hasn't been focusing on this game too much. He's been doing a lot of speed runs of like Phantasy Star 4 and Ogre Battle. So coming back to Dragon Warrior 4 for the race here, kind of last minute. And yeah, been doing a nice job in what's a little bit of a D-rust.
Yeah, and the first few hours, Northrex was really hanging in there with Triner and Velavi and a couple of the other runners. It's definitely like just the later halves of Chapter 5 where he started to fall back a little bit, and some of that's probably D-rust, and some of it's probably also just like tiredness. It's 3 a.m. here on the East Coast, and again, Northrex tends to go to bed a little early, so he's probably just having some trouble focusing and making sure he's taking his time, making sure he's making the right decisions, and he's doing well.
Definitely. Yeah, I know that trying to fight Necrosaro, especially doing a lot of this endgame stuff when you're tired, is really ramps up the challenge. Yeah, it was a PB for you, Zaitoriak. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, really, really nice one.
Nice, congrats to Toriak.
Alright. Northrex taking it slow, making sure got the right preparation for the fight. So double check the party order.
Yep, double checked his equips already.
Alright, let's go.
Successfully fence-spelled Necrosaro and not Ragnar. It's a good start.
Some would even say it's the correct start.
Some would.
Nice. Playing that by the book, having the hero heal the character that took some damage that first turn. Very nice.
Yep, make sure Christo's focused on using increase. He's got a second increase. Very good. Or to decimation. Using the sword again, just kind of trying to kill some turns, not putting him back to sleep. Sleep doesn't really matter at this point since the increases are up. Ray will still buy kill while he's sleeping. Christo doesn't like to increase while he's sleeping, though.
Yep, when he's sleeping, he's vulnerable. Go get him. Alright. Are we gonna see the revived Nara? Nope. We're taking Christo out. Very good. By kill Ragnar. Very nice. One thing I'll definitely say about Northrex, even though he hasn't done too many of the runs himself, he's a person who is there watching the runs probably as much as anybody. So he has a lot of familiarity with the game and with the speed run both.
Yeah, for sure.
I think a lot of the time he really does know what the right thing to do is, or yeah, just kind of taking time a little bit just to make sure he doesn't make mistakes, but it's been solid so far.
This is one where he's opting to fence spell Necrosaro in phase 2, which He's got his full setup he doesn't really need to do, but also doesn't really hurt that much to take the extra turn. Pulling Prey out. Getting Ragnar back in. I feel like he doesn't have the strongest of Alina's.
Yeah, she might be a little bit weak here today, but she could just get some critical hits. Be okay. Yeah, she does seem like she's probably gotten some really bad strength rolls. Yeah, makes it a little bit tougher. All right, good phase 3. No one died. The transition from phase 3 to phase 4 is an interesting one because you saw there that Northrix got the Necrosauria fell asleep again text on the transition, but when he transforms from yellow to green here, he always wakes right back up. So you can't count on that one, unlike all of the others. But you do get the free turn here to just hit him. So that's kind of nice. And Northrix got him right back to sleep there, so no worries. Just use the Sword of Decimation, keep cracking away here. It's always nice if you can get through this one without having to Iron Eyes.
Sadly, no defense spell from Lucia, which we saw some of the other runners get at the start of this phase.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Yeah, no problems here. Just blowing through phase 4.
Sleep. Nice decimation and defense. And some solid damage. You can pull Alina out if he wants. He's doing right now. No, she didn't quite get out of there, but that's okay. She didn't attack, so
Not
still
the worst
puts the
thing
phase.
if she's still here at the beginning of phase 6. You just want to get her out pretty soon, and not so much for her sake, but for Lucia's sake. It's just really nice to have the coffin block here. Starting asleep, great.
The coffin block and having Alina just safely at full HP for phase 7. Tucked away.
Yep, that's for sure. You want her to come out and really be able to survive at least one full round of Necrosaurus worst in phase 7. Picks up, nice defense. Back to sleep. All right.
Really top up hero. He's just going in.
Going for it. Unbridled aggression.
Learning from Error of Rudo.
Yeah, Error of Rudo wouldn't worry about it. He'd just go. Hold down the A button. All right. We get the sleep. Let's go. Northrex was autopiloting straight to Iron Eyes there. Just kind of like, oh wait. Oh, the accidental run. He's trying to menu to item. I've done that. And in particular, I've done that with Evil Ash watching, so he can put a smug in my chat. Alright, Nekasaro has woken up. Ooh, he is awake here. Okay. So,
Yeah, could consider pulling Alina back out, but probably just leave Alina in and pull out Christo.
yeah, he's
Ooh,
gonna
casting
Iron Eyes.
Eyes.
Just really wants to make sure he's got the AI learned. This is okay. Nekasaro is gonna regenerate all of his health, so we lose the gains we had there, but
Yeah, it wasn't too much though. This Alina isn't super strong. Really just one turn's worth of damage, and Ragnar not fleeing up the sword can definitely make up for that. Every time I see Northrex menuing down on that first screen now, I'm getting worried for him. Don't run.
yeah. This is also one of those situations where yeah, your nerves can just kind of get you, and it's easy to not
Oh yeah.
to be kind of one step ahead of where you actually are.
Yeah.
Alright. So Ragnar should be pretty reliably attacking here, not using the Swirl Effigy as an item. Okay, Hero didn't get into sleep. Let's see what Ragnar does. Brings Christo out for the heal all, nice. Not sleeping.
Hero.
Heals Alina. Christo doing some nice work. Okay, lose
There's
our
the
buffs.
waves. Pretty weak party, so waves is kind of a problem.
Yeah, double waves is good though.
It
We'll
is.
take no damage. We get him to sleep. We could see Bray do some buy kills here.
There we go.
So yeah, he's just gonna bring out Bray early. We're probably not gonna see buy kill for a turn or two here, but he woke right back up, which is a little concerning. No,
Oh, there's buy kill.
has done enough. Critical hit from the hero. Who needs buy kill? Okay, so takes the buy
More
kill out.
waves.
Bray actually might survive a full turn with Nekasaro though, which is rarely seen. $130 damage.
Nope.
Never mind. I take it back. Okay, so we won't get by kill, but we don't need
There
it.
it is.
GG Northrex.
GG. Now just don't get lost.
Whew, we had a lot of close call Necrosaros today. A whole bunch of those had me sweating over here.
Yeah, we sure did.
All right. So yeah, Northrex getting congratulated by Master Dragon, finding his way out of the Zenithia Castle here. Yeah, we can that's our final runner, so I think we can take a minute and recap the race that we saw today. Yeah, Hactical, I guess just kind of interested to hear what was really surprising or interesting to you. What was impressive to you today in the race?
Oh man. Trying to remember the last 8 hours worth of DQ4. I think the few things that really stood out to me were, again, the variety of strategies we saw in Chapter 2, the various, like, kind of grinding combinations, all kind of working out pretty evenly. No one really gained a huge edge or penalty despite there being so many variations there. That was a big one. Biggest surprise is Diener dying like 5 times to Chapter 4 Balzac, or 6 times,
Oof.
or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Just some, like, you see deaths to him occasionally, of course, but it was just, you don't usually see it be that bad. Some of the weird strategies in Chapter 5, Ebby in particular, the casino coin, grinding the casino coins and all that.
Yeah, those
That
are
was
really
another thing.
interesting. I was not expecting to see poker in the DQ4 race.
Yeah. Lee-san grinding a metal slime intentionally on the first floor of the lighthouse, and then leaving the lighthouse to save that metal slime. Very much like an intentional safety. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting. You know, Lee-san's performance in a lot of the speedrun, as someone who definitely hasn't done as much DQ4 as a lot of the other runners in the race, was really impressive today. They were doing a lot of cool stuff, really fast pace. Yeah, it was cool to see them kind of take the lead and then hold it for so much of the speedrun. Just barely getting over and taken at the end there.
Yeah, I think to me those are some of the key points. And then again, the wild transform strats on Necrosaro with both turning into Crystal and then removing transform with the Z sword and then switching to Bray, and then
Yeah.
going for like speed ups and just very kind of a different style of that Necrosaro fight. That was really cool to see too.
Right. Yeah, that was very cool. I'd never seen that before. Yeah, real treat to have Lisa go to transform levels and then really show off the, the new and improved version of transform strats. That was very cool.
What about you? Any other places in the race that you thought were noteworthy, or things that happened, or runners that stood out to you in any way?
Yeah, you know what? As always, I always have to compliment Linda's performance in this race. A 6:16 in Dragon Warrior 4 is such a good time. It like if that's your PB, you're proud of that PB. Like it's literally like a top 5 PB time on the leaderboard, and he just does it in the race. English second language. Really strong runner, especially in like a race marathon setting, and just able to really consistently pull ahead. Gets set back by Lingwar, which no one can do anything about Lingwar. And then just makes it up. So that was really impressive gameplay. Some of the newer runners that we talked about a little bit, who we haven't seen too much, and this is maybe just their first international race, or they've just done 2 or 3 speed runs. It was cool to see so many of you come out. Zytoriak and Northrex, Rashria. So that was really cool too. Happy to show off again all skill levels, people learning the run. And the most important thing, of course, is just getting the whole community together for a really unique event for a game that we all really love and care about.
Yeah, agreed. I hope that all the runners had a fun time doing the run. I hope that all the viewers had a fun time watching. That's really what this event is about: is bringing people together and having fun playing Dragon Quest, playing one of our favorite games.
Yeah. Nice. All right. We will let the credits finish playing out on Northrex's stream here, and I'll find someone playing some Dragon Quest. If I can find a Japanese runner playing Dragon Quest, that's what I'm gonna try to do. I think I might have somebody. And yeah. Just thanks everyone for showing up and for hanging out through the community race. We really love putting these on. And just quick shout out to the DQRTA community in general. If you're interested in learning this run or any Dragon Quest run, the DQRTA community has a Discord server that's very welcoming. There are guides for a lot of games, or people who might be happy to help you, kind of get started, answer questions you might have. So yeah, come and find us. Always happy to show off speedruns of what is, one of the really iconic and greatest RPG series of all time.
Yeah, most of us really like talking about these games, so if you come in and ask questions, be prepared for answers. Sometimes we don't shut up about them. Love just nerding out about some Dragon Quest.
Yep. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Hactical, for doing commentary with me. I appreciate it. I know it's late for you, so hope you get some rest.
Yeah, it was a great time. Thanks for having me on with you.
And then thanks to everyone who helped organize the race and do the Japanese restream as well, including Crimson and Vaxherd. Really appreciate those guys. And thanks as always to RPG Limit Break for letting us hold the event here on the channel. Thanks Poexel. Always nice to be able to show off the community races and community events here. So thanks very much.